Hello and welcome to the DPC NA Division 1, where we're getting into tour number 2, and things are looking a little bit spicy at the moment because we've had 2 days of games already, and twists and turns already, disconnect, technical issues, fun, chaos, drama, everything you could really expect from NA. My name is Nomad, and today I'm going to be joined by Lizard and MLP on the panel to talk through this first series. Lizard, how are you doing, my friend?
Doing great. Very happy to be here to cast and panel some Dota this time around. Some good old NA Dota.
Excellently.
Looking forward to it.
Absolutely. And, MLP, first time on the panel, first time as a panelist. How are you feeling?
How does it feel, Nomad, to have some actual panelists on the panel for once? When we finally got rid of that T-Panda and fear, you've got some actual experts on the panel. Must be feeling damn good.
Got some anger in you, Mike.
I do. I'm an angry guy.
Okay. Well, I'm going to be very easy on you because it's your first panel. Don't want to give you any hardball questions or anything like that. But I don't want to know exactly how many heroes have been uncontested in the NADPC so far.
Exact number. Stats. Now.
We'll go 15. 15?
No, it's 49.
49, great.
Yeah, name them all.
Close.
No, I'm kidding. Of course, we had some fantastic Dota already. Last week, we got treated to, or yesterday, day before yesterday, we got treated to Felt versus DogChamp and Bait versus Wildcard Gaming. So we can take a look back and see how exactly those games went down because, you guys got to cast it. Which of those series was the saltier for you two?
Were we casting this?
We were casting this, Felt vs DogChamp. I believe this is the one where we wanted to see the game end quickly because someone needed to pick up their girlfriend. Flea was asking for a DQ. And
was it Flea? It was, right?
It was Flea, and that kind of worked against him, I believe, in the end. Didn't work out too well for him, and pretty rough affair. I mean, DogChamp getting a 2-1 victory over Felt, but it was a pretty close matchup between these two. It felt like it could have gone anyway.
Yeah, it definitely did. Some very interesting drafts coming from DogChamp as well, like getting this Jimmy Russell.
Jimmy Russell
on the Spirit Breaker, charging around, killing those spiders, buying a meme hammer, owning with it. They did pretty damn well. In this game, what happened though? I can't remember again. Let me see. It was
this is when we had 2 black holes the entire game. The first one, 2 people. The second one to 4 people. And it was some Dota, that's for sure.
Yeah, it was an interesting one. Like the SF and the Bloodseeker as cores plus Enigma. I don't know how they did it. I don't know how it actually worked out for them, but they did. So they won. We casted the game, and while casting it, I had zero faith in the Dyer's draft, but it worked.
Yeah. I mean, it was about this Monkey King, right, which was kind of supposed to do everything and then kind of just ended up dying a few times. And then from that point, it all fell apart. And then in game number 3, we got this pretty cool kind of Tinker Razor thing coming out from Team DogChamp. Or cool is one word for it, Mike.
Nothing cool about it, Nomad. Tinker came out. I mean, props to RCY. Obviously, the man is I don't have any nice words for him, Nomad. He's a Tinker player, to say the very least. And he did perform very, very well here against the side of Felt. Dare say he carried the side of DogChamp on this Tinker, as you see a nice rampage for the man. But, I mean, you're playing Tinker. Can we really give this man credit? Probably not.
Probably can. I'm going to give it to him. I mean, RCY, we're going to talk about him quite a lot later on, I reckon, because DogChamp will be playing in our first matchup. But, this game, it really was the Tinker show.
Yeah, it was. I can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mantles of intelligence dropped under the base, under the fountain.
Yeah,
I think they need to step that game up. They needed a couple of more, but Tinker was just disgusting. That game was impossible to play.
Gross hero, gross game, but great series. Another great series here with Bait versus Wildcard. And again, loads of question marks around this Wildcard lineup because these are some old guys coming back again. Of course, some new blood coming in as well for Wildcard as they changed 4 of their players. And game number 1, it kind of looked like Wildcard were here to kind of take some names in this division, but the series did not end up going that way.
Yeah, it didn't. It definitely didn't. MSS was like insane on the Clockwork. They had a couple of really, really good plays overall. I loved overall in this first game. I think Clockwork was he was the MVP for sure. Like the amount of work that a man can do on a position 4, 5 Clockwork, whatever, it's just ridiculous. In the second game, however, what happened over here? They tried to timber the Alchemist, right? And then it never worked. Like the Timber goes completely countered by the Storm and the Skyrat. Too much magic damage in the mid game. Alchemist free farms. Like, yeah, you counter him a little bit in the lane, but he still has 3-4 items more on you, so.
Yeah, and just like sitting inside these Wukong's command. I remember one fight where he used the Wukong's command and the Stonebank just comes running into it, just like, you think these soldiers are going to save you from me? Come on.
Yeah, it felt very disconnected from Wildcard. Like, I remember specifically thinking this is going to be an easy tour for Wildcard. Like, this roster is way better than what they had. Bait lost moves in the POS 4, which I thought was a huge loss for them. Turns out it was not. Turns out they're doing pretty darn well at the moment. And I'm not sure if it's Wildcard being maybe weaker for the first series, but they looked very disconnected. And Bait, props to them. They looked pretty damn good.
Yeah, they looked on point. Like in the last game, they even managed to pull out this offlane Alchemist. And if I recall correctly, it wasn't no Aghanim's building factory. Like, he actually went for utility. He built a lot of items that just benefit his teammates, not only the Aghanims. I don't think he even built a single axe by the end of the game.
No, I don't think he did. Yeah. He was there to fight. He was there to play, and he said, "Spectre, build your own axe. Build your own axe. You can do that yourself." And yeah, again, a bit of a turnaround in that one. It did look like Wildcard had the game from the start, but it was Bait that managed to stick to their guns and came out with the win in the end. And I think Stonebank is one of the players which we were mentioning a lot last season for the wrong reasons. This season, so far, for the right reasons. He's really stepped up. Bait definitely here to play the game, but we have another day of Dota to come now, and some more teams going to be playing up against each other. One team which I think a lot of people are looking at the moment, and that is DogChamp for our first game. Now, these guys, they did reshuffle. As a team, I don't think anybody's kind of holding their breath for these guys to break top 2 or anything like that. They said themselves their ambitions are to stay in Division 1. But the mid laner RCY is just he's a prodigy, I think, so far, and he gets to play up versus Arded in the middle lane against Shopify Rebellion for his second series of Div 1. If that's not a baptism by fire, then I don't know what is.
Yeah, it's Filipino versus Filipino here, RCY. American Filipino, apparently. I looked this up today. Very, very good. Very strong player. He's going to be tested against Arbo. I mean, this guy's the best mid in NA right now. Maybe the best mid in the world. Yeah. Maybe.
And it's not only like, are you playing versus the best mid player, you're playing versus your countryman. And if that's the case, like you're saying, there's some special hype to it. Because Abed 100% stands as the best mid laner from the region, right? Like, and if you're coming up to play against him, like if you do take that W, man, are you getting some fans back as well?
Absolutely, absolutely. And then we've got 5-Rat Falstaff versus TSM as our second series of the day. Again, you know, kind of question marks as to how 5-Rat Falstaff are going to be able to perform against TSM. TSM clearly the better team. They have been destroying NA. They destroyed Shopify Rebellion in the opening series. So I don't think there's any question marks as to who's going to be taking it, but will 5-Rat Falstaff be able to put up a fight? I think that's what we're going to be finding out for our second series of the day.
How dare you, Nomad, doubting my boy's speed from 5-Rat Falstaff. 5-Rat Falstaff, they've got this one in the bag. I don't care how great TSM is. I don't care who they've beat. This is 5-Rat Falstaff. This is speed Dota.
All right. Well, we do have the predictions, so we can look what everybody put for today's action. But
I'm sure he went 5-Rat, like for sure.
Of course
he did.
Wow,
he actually did.
Very brave. MLP.
Oh, did I really?
Oh,
I did too.
Well, I can tell you what happened here. I actually checked it.
You did it for me, didn't you?
An hour ago, and I was like, MLP still hasn't put anything. I'll help him out here.
Thank you so much, Nomad.
You're welcome,
I appreciate that. You know what? If it actually works out that way, I'm going to look like an absolute genius now, and you're all going to look like morons if it does happen.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
Low risk, high reward right there. Well, the risk is certainly high. High risk, high reward. Let's put it that way.
That sounds like Mike all over, to be fair, but everywhere else, no real doubts on what's going to happen today, to be honest with you. We're fishing for some upsets, and who knows, maybe it can happen like Mike so believes. But yeah, I think we need to start looking at our first series of the day, which of course, Shopify Rebellion versus DogChamp. I mean, when we're talking about Shopify, you know, we have to talk about this major performance, and what I've noticed, even amongst like the talent, there's kind of like a split view on how well they did at the major. Some people are saying that they got top 4, they did amazing, and some people are like, should have done better, you know, Arteezy, this crew, we expect more from them. I mean, Lizard, where do you sit on that?
I was on the mountain with you. We weren't watching any major. What are you talking about? We were snowboarding the whole time. But both of us, we did watch a couple of games, obviously, like whenever Shopify Rebellion or Shopify Rebellion was playing. And yeah, look, this team definitely can do better, but top 4 at the major is no joke. And overall, I believe that any single team should be proud with the top 4, like just reaching the top 4. It doesn't matter who you are, even if you're Team Spirit, even if you're OG, even if you're Shopify Rebellion, it absolutely does not matter.
Yeah, I don't think it matters either. I mean, top 4 is good enough for now. You saw the team; they were pretty happy after they lost to Talon, I believe it was, in the lower bracket. So I think they were pretty satisfied themselves making it to the top 4. I don't know if they actually believe they were going to get to that stage of the major, but I think it's good enough.
I think it's good enough for now. Yeah, I mean, I think the main thing is like their own mentality is probably going to be the case of like, this isn't good enough, you know, 4th, we can do better. This is what pro teams are like, right? Because to be the best, you have to want to be number 1.
I feel like maybe the teams have moved away from that mentality when it comes to the majors. Like when it comes to, obviously, the grand one, the TI, everyone wants to be first. But when it comes to the majors, I believe teams have learned from the past and from other teams that it doesn't truly matter that much how well you perform as long as you get the points to get to TI. If you are getting those points, and let's be real, Shopify Rebellion is getting the points, if nothing from the leagues, like, you're kind of cool with position 4.
Yeah, absolutely, and well earned, and you know we were very impressed by them in the major. They played great, but DogChamp on the other hand, these guys, you know, they had a phenomenal Division 2. Honestly, they had one of the best Division 2s out of any region. They went 14-0. Like nobody goes 14-0. It's insane. And on top of that as well, you know, RCY was breaking stats. Did you know he had the highest kills of any player average in Tour 1 across the board out of Division 1 and Division 2. You know, that tends to happen when you go 14-0, but even still, it's a very, very impressive feat for such a young player.
Definitely is. You remember LBZS, by the way, and their Sunshine? Like, he was the biggest fanboy of LBZS in the Chinese region just because of the Sunshine. At the same time, DogChamp, they're my favorite. Like, it doesn't matter how well they play or do not. Like that little corgi flying over the screen. I'm telling you, my Instagram following, like we were talking about it, is literally just corgis. Corgi meme page, corgi falling from the couch, corgi trying to climb the stairs. I hope they play better than corgis walk, though, like that.
They do be waddling a little bit.
Yeah.
They do be waddling. But yeah, I mean, a lot of turbulence in this team, you know, changing up players. They've got Sunlight now playing on the position 1. They've got Russell, who we haven't really seen much from, to be honest with you, playing in position 3. And old Francis Lee coming in on the position 4 as well. So 3 replacements after Division 2. And after going 14-0, if that's not the most NA thing I've ever heard, is swapping after that. But, you know, we did get to talk to Bloody Nine, who's the captain, and he did sound like a beaten man, but he was also like, hey, we're going to play, you know, we're going to do what we can. There was disruption. There was people didn't want to play with each other. What can you do? Go next. We'll do what we can and try and just keep ourselves in Division 1 for this season. And he also mentioned RCY a lot as well, saying like, you know, he wants to give this kid a chance to play. He's happy he found him. So that's pretty cool as well for that team. When it comes to their chances, though, I think it's pretty slim. It is pretty slim. But yeah, what do you think? Are there any weak links in Shopify Rebellion, Lizard?
There are always weak links, but those weak links are weak versus teams that are on the same level. Like, and DogChamp perhaps isn't really on the same level as Shopify Rebellion, as they got my boy Saberlight coming from...
My boy Saberlight.
Our boy.
Our boy.
I don't know why I'm claiming him. He's not really my boy, but... he's an amazing player. I remember from the time when he played in Hippomaniacs. Like, I casted some, or was I attending it? I'm not sure. It was like some regional tournament of countries.
Yeah.
He started playing the axe with phase boots and running down mid. Afterwards, like, I love to see that in a player. I love to see some innovation coming from a younger player. Like, if you see that, make sure to scout that guy out, because he's gonna make it to tier 1. And since then, he did.
Absolutely. Yeah, well in position in this team, and a great player and a great guy as well. I actually cast with him quite a few times. Yeah, I've casted with him quite a few times back in those days as well. Yeah, he is, absolutely. I love a Saberlight. And, you know, I also like watching Dota, and I think everybody at home likes watching Dota as well. And what would you say if you could watch and earn tokens for bets esportsbet.io, because that is their new feature coming up, an innovative new platform called Watch to Earn, where you can watch Dota 2 over on esportsbet.io and earn yourself up to 3,000 free tokens per hour, which is equivalent to about $3 an hour just by watching the game. There is no need to place any bets. It's a new way to earn tokens and engage with the Dota 2 community over esportsbet.io. So head over there and you can start earning tokens straight away just by watching your favorite teams playing across WEU and NA. So check that out if you are interested. But back to the series.
$3 an hour.
Yeah, that's what all our laptops are doing. Absolutely. All right, what are we expecting in terms of draft? Yeah, get the whole family watching. What are we expecting from the draft? What's going to be prioritized here, Mike?
Well, one thing I noticed in the last series for DogChamp is Sunlight did not get his POS 1 profit, which is something that DogChamp really loved to run. And I think Sunlight he looked like the weak link to me against Felt, right? So I wonder if Bulba or Flyer, whoever's drafting, is going to get rid of that profit, because if it's not going to get taken away, probably going to get first phased, and
all right,
it's their comfort.
Let's find out. We've got the draft available now, so let's jump straight into it. Game number 1 of DogChamp versus Shopify Rebellion, and it is going to be Shopify playing with the Nature's Prophet to start things out.
Yeah, just take it away.
Yeah, take it away.
Yoink.
If they don't ban it and they have first phase, easiest way of dealing with it.
Absolutely. And what's interesting, they ban out the Monkey King. So was this a preparation for picking the Prophet, or?
Not necessarily. Like, there are other heroes that can mess with you on that Prophet that are just as strong as Monkey. So, like, in the first phase, I think it's more about DogChamp's comfort zone than anything else. They have played some Monkey, so maybe that's where it comes from. But when you're looking at the Prophet, you're looking literally at another glass cannon ranged hero, right? So what are you looking at? You're looking at all the same counters to him, but also heroes in the lane that are strong. Like a Magnus or something that cleaves and deals with the trees easily.
Yep.
But Gyro, I'm not sure about this, but this could be your position 5, right? Like, we have seen a lot of support Gyro.
This POS 5 Gyro just weirds me out. Like, it's not strong to you.
You don't like rockets?
I mean, I like rockets, but it's you're waiting to the 15-minute mark. I mean, I guess the impact is still there during the laning stage, right? Like, Rocket Barrage is stupidly strong.
Yeah, like, you can still zone some heroes out, but basically, if you're playing this as a 5 right now, you're inviting Shopify to put the Prophet on the offlane even. Right? Because what does that Rocket Barrage hate? It's Barrage hate, it's like multiple units. And if you're playing into a Prophet, like, Rocket Barrage is never going to do much. Like, those damn little pesky trees are annoying and soaking in all the damage all the time.
Right, and it would make sense to throw him in the POS 3 anyway, because Saberlight loves these kind of ratty heroes that you just TP around and make absolute havoc happen, so it would make absolute sense. In fact, I think Saberlight chooses it more than Arteezy does for the POS 1, this Nature's Prophet. So
just steals it away.
Yeah, why not?
I mean, because if he's playing the Prophet, he can root Arteezy, right? Like, he can catch him in the trees. It makes sense.
Important to do, yeah.
If you time it correctly, you can even push him on a cliff with it. So
true.
That would be impressive. That would be very impressive. But if it's going to happen to anyone, it's going to be him.
Man, I'm just telling you, someone is getting blocked this game. They have Tusk with Shards. They have Sprout from the Prophet. Like, someone is going to get blocked.
It's going to happen. It's going to happen. And I think it is worth bringing up here as well that Shopify did lose the opening series against TSM, which means that if you're expecting to see Shopify, having a bit of fun, playing around, trying out some new strats, not going to happen. Turnover, that's not going to be the kind of Shopify you're going to be seeing. They're going to be try-hard. They're going to be doing everything they can to just slap down DogChamp as hard as possible because they cannot afford any more losses. They really can't. And that's what we were talking about. Yes, Shopify Rebellion are like a tier 1 team. You would expect them not to feel pressured playing in NA DPC. However, they now have this massive burden of not being really allowed to drop anything because it is so weighted towards the top NA DPC that, Nouns could sneak in an extra win. They could beat TSM. It could happen. Or, they could even beat Shopify. And all of a sudden, Shopify are going to a major. That's what it comes down to. You lose the opening series, your whole season is just like, okay, well, we can no longer relax. We have to play with the fires right at the back of our heads.
Yeah, that's definitely correct. Like, you can find yourself in some silly tiebreaker position in which you're fighting to go to the major. You probably don't want that if you're Shopify. So
yeah.
But then again, you should have prepared some more. You should have not chilled out after the major for as long as you did. There you go.
No
TSM, they had more time. They lost very early on. They went back home. They practiced. Meanwhile, Shopify was like, yeah, we finished 4.
I
We
mean,
were stronger.
TSM did say in the interview they didn't practice and they were still pretty sick from the
Yeah,
major.
that's what everyone says, man.
True, the mind games.
They can't reveal that they actually do play Dota.
Yeah, everyone's just getting like worse and worse. To the point where like, oh, I didn't even turn my computer on until like a couple of hours ago.
Let me tell you as well with teams like Nouns, I've been talking to Neff. I spoke to Gunnar as well after 2-1. Let me tell you, these guys are hungry. Like they're coming for teams like Shopify and TSM. So that concern of not getting that top 2 to be in the major is a legitimate concern for Shopify Rebellion because teams like Nouns are watching very closely right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know who's not hungry though?
Who's that?
Tomato from TSM.
Ah.
Because and he's eating well. He's eating well because he's got his mum cooking every meal for him.
Ah, that's true.
Yeah, delicious tomatoes mum's cooking. Gotta be jealous.
Who was it
And
that said that?
It was the guy who's staying with him.
Whitemon, was it?
Yeah, Whitemon. That's it. I asked him about food because he used to
So
eat
is she
during,
cooking
like,
only for him or Whitemon as well?
No, she's cooking for both of them.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
very nice.
He's living
That's
at
very nice.
Tomato's house and
Maybe
eating
you
Tomato's
have
mum's food.
someone else to shout out. Someone else is cooking.
I do. Shout out to Lizard's mum actually for doing the exact same thing for me. Amazing woman, delicious food, great
Goodness
cooking.
me.
There you
What's
go.
going on here?
There you go. Well, he visited, so my mom cooked some food for him.
Very, very cute.
Shout out.
Yeah,
What was your favorite
delicious.
dish, Nomad?
It was a
Better be careful.
Oh,
what
you're,
you-
you're thinking a bit too long, Nomad. Come on, what is it?
Nah, it was a pasta. The pasta was
Pasta was good?
excellent. Yeah,
Okay,
vegetable
yeah.
pasta, banging,
Okay.
very nice. Although the
Carbs
lentil was
are
also
carbs,
very
sure.
nice as well. She just gave me loads of carbs, which I will never complain about. Anyway, let's talk about some heroes that have been picked. We have an Ember Spirit coming out for DogChamp. That's going to be your RCY hero. He's a bit of a specialist on it. Meanwhile, Shopify, they're going to go with the Death Prophet and with the Disruptor as their 2 pickups here. So a lot of team fight, a lot of aggression coming out from Shopify. DogChamp, does it feel like they're playing a slower game here?
Yeah, I'm worried for them, honestly. Like, looking at Shopify, like, you have these 2 prophets, one on the mid lane, one, I don't know where, could be offlane, could be safe. Actually, like,
I can
they're
flex
very
it.
versatile.
Yeah.
Both of them can go in any lane. Basically, you can set up the lanes the way you want to, but the tempo that you're bringing with these 2 heroes, plus a Disruptor that's always able to glimpse you back, it will be difficult for DogChamp to deal with.
I appreciate the Beastmaster pick though, because at least now you have really good vision to catch the Prophet, who tends to be pretty sneaky. You have decent ways of kind of fighting back in terms of the objective game, right? Because you look at Shopify, they've got this Prophet, they've got this DP, they're going to push towers real darn quick. Now you've got something that can kind of do the same thing on DogChamp, right? And it allows you to not allow the whole map to just be taken from you. Somewhat.
Yeah,
So
if you can
hopefully.
exist in that top side
Right.
of the map.
Hopefully your plan is to play around the Beastmaster and counter push them, like push faster than they can, like,
Right.
or pivot the focus of the map on the other side, not on your own. But I'm just looking at Shopify and I'm thinking that it's so much easier for them to do what they have to do, right? Like, you have this Gyro and Tiny, they're not extremely easy to play as 2 supports. They do have some greed built in. Meanwhile, when you look at Shopify, like, you have Tusk, you have Disruptor, the map is so open for you to do whatever you want to.
10 seconds remaining.
You don't need no gold. Like, you just need a couple of levels and you're pretty much ready to constantly fight, catch Ember. Like, the Static Storm is gonna come in handy.
Yeah, that's one of the big answers we've seen quite a lot as the answer to the Ember Spirit has been this Disruptor. Like, you kind of need to grab some secondary jump just to try and get on top of him, but you never really want to, like, draft something just to kind of go and kill a Disruptor, but yeah, it's tricky. And again, Shopify just have one of these drafts where the moment they get ahead, it's gonna feel tough. Like, Disruptor's great at playing from ahead.
Yep.
Prophet's gonna be all over the place. It's the pickoff potential is ridiculous. The objective taking potential is ridiculous.
And the way the bans are going, everything states that Shopify will be going for that last pick carry. Same goes for DogChamp. Like, if your Prophet is offlane, you're banning out Naga, you're banning out TB, just because they have extremely high armor. They don't care about your trees. So it does make sense that, unless it's some next level mind game, obviously, that Saberlight will be playing the Prophet. Meanwhile, if you're DogChamp, what did they ban out? They banned out the Ursa.
I was going to say, like, for DogChamp as a POS 1, they did pick up Alk quite a bit in the last series. Do you think they could go back for Alchemist here? Like, it's a bit of a weird one.
Possible. like an Alchemist. What else stands out? Like, I'm not the biggest fan, but Slark is left in the pool. They just banned out the Bloodseeker. Not sure what will be the case for either of these teams. Like, it's very open on both sides when it comes to the carries.
Yeah. In the last series, DogChamp played, their carries were Razor, Monkey King, and Drow Ranger. So those are the routes they're going down.
There you go. Like, this is actually... Yeah, it makes a lot of sense in the end, right?
It's a tough one to go against this Abaddon. I mean, the first time I saw it in a pro match, I was like, "What the hell is this? This is ridiculous."
Mike being a hater, wow!
Oh, get out of here!
It's just that the hero isn't only about like what Abaddon is as a carry right now. It's how he works with these two cores that he has on his side. Like, it's just so simple for them to take control of the map. Like right now, your position 1 also can be the saving grace for the DP. You have Tusk as well with the snowball. Like, try roaring someone, right? Like, you roar, there is a Photic Shield follow up afterwards. It's just...
And the homing missile as well, right?
Yeah.
Like another really annoying one usually, but you just wake them up immediately. Chains to a lesser extent, but still an option there. Yeah, really strong Abaddon pick. I don't think it's going to get kited. That's the one time, the couple of times I've seen it fail is when it does get controlled up and kited, which even controlling it's pretty hard. Kiting it is a little bit easier, but you do need to have a team which kind of helps you out. But these two supports are both great at that.
Yeah.
I really like it.
I'm not sure what DogChamp is looking at right now. Like, they need a hero that's decent versus the Prophet in the lane, decent versus Abaddon later on. Okay, sure. Why not? Go back to the basics. This is like when you're in a position in which, I don't know what I'm going to do. Let's just pick the Lina from the last patch. She still might work. We've seen her fail already in the NA DPC quite a bit. Actually, by Shopify Rebellion, they didn't manage to win with her.
Against an Abaddon as well.
Against an Abaddon as well. Yeah, as well.
Ooh, yeah, running it back. Wow, I mean, Shopify, they've been on the other end of this matchup, so that does kind of scream to me that they're going to have a more comfortable read on how this game's going to go down. So I'm very worried for DogChamp here. So what has to go right for them, Mike?
All the lanes have to go right. This Lina, I don't know. It scares me, right? Because there's this timing on Abaddon where you get a Blink Manta and you can just blink towards Lina and just destroy her. And not to mention there's Sableye as well, who can just TP in the backside and just take care of this Lina every single time. This is going to be a pretty rough matchup. I think it's going to be a lot on RCY to set a nice tempo for the team. A lot of aggression. Make sure not too many towers go down too early. Don't let Shopify take over your map. That's what I'm thinking.
I feel like they have already the solution for the Lina, and that's the Prophet. Like, they have ways of getting on top of her later on. It's an uphill battle for DogChamp. It's like uphill battle, like a corgi that's running up the stairs. You should watch those videos.
Yeah, they struggle with that. They struggle with that. Well, it might be a bit of a struggle here for DogChamp. Let's see what they can do. We've got our casting duo of T-Panda and Fear to take us through game number 1.
Thank you so much, panel, and indeedly so. DogChamp versus Rebellion to kick off the day. And very spicy drafts in the sense that maybe Rebellion has learned their lesson from what we saw before. They like to play the old patch. Now they're bringing up the Abaddon, and a lot seems, again, to be on the shoulders of RCY. What do you take on this, Fear?
I mean, the best answer to Lina less patch, right, was the Nature's Prophet. Nature's Prophet didn't change that much. Lina changed a lot. So, like, I'm a little worried here because, like, the flexibility, maybe they thought they're laying versus the Abaddon. The Lina is good versus the versus the Death Prophet too, but it can struggle really hard in lane versus the NP, and especially if you had a crit Tusk on top of that game on top of you, I'm a little worried for that. But the main thing I'm looking for this entire match is going to be the mid matchup. I want to see RCY play against Abaddon. Abed. There is Abaddon in the game, though. Yeah. However, like, the matchup is lopsided. I should expect Abed to really take this one. DP versus Ember is not an even matchup at all, so he has odds stacked against him, RCY, trying to really prove himself against the top tier 1 mids of NA.
And to reminisce about what happened in Tour 1, Rebellion, they didn't have success with this Lina hero, but they definitely got to play it against it a couple times here and there. Now they get to do it again, and like you said, the hero hasn't changed too much, but you look at the Furians, these are the classic heroes they like to play. They exactly know what to execute with this, but the timings, they kind of brought it up on the panel as well. Mike was talking about, are we kind of lagging behind with this gyrocopter support? Does it take too long to finally kick inactive? You know, the 15-minute timer for the shards and all that stuff. What do you think?
I mean, I think this hero still has some merit. It's not like the Ricky of last patch where you're kind of useless until the shard. So it definitely has some impact until then. The ultimate's really strong. The laning stage is not bad. It's not the strongest laner by any means, but I think more than anything, this hero has a power spike at the shard. It doesn't just become online when the shard's available. So that's why we're seeing a little bit more of this gyro in the position 5 or 4 role.
Yeah, they've been happy experimenting around with this gyrocopter support so far. Look, the stats were pretty high in terms of win rate on the side of this hero. So Bloody 9, if you can pull up some good moves with his rockets and the lane harassment, I think that's where the biggest thing can happen for DogChamp is punishing Rebellion early on in those early minutes, get themselves a bit of an advantage. Then they have RCY they're able to roll around the map with this Ember Spirit, who has, in some of the toughest matchups, actually had a pretty good time. So all the faith you've been talking about RCY definitely has a place.
Yeah, but do you know who I have even more faith in? And that's Abed. Abed at the Major was immaculate. He played so good. Every single game, it was like the Abed show. This guy has been so good over the past few months. And, you know, I do have a lot of faith in RCY. This is his proving ground. And this is like the biggest test of them all. He's going against Abed, the monster from NA. And he's in a lopsided matchup. So if he can pull out even going even in this lane, this kid's the real deal.
Definitely is. And Abed, the guy to watch, but can Rebellion kind of bring up themselves from the last series? The defeat they suffered against TSM back-to-back inside the DPC of the North American region in Tour 1. It was a 2-0, now a 2-1, and kind of can't really drop a single series. It is game 1, so it's not going to decide everything for us, but would at least be a very needed win for the side of Rebellion to get themselves feeling, all right, boys, we still got it. There's nothing that we need to change too much on the side of our gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing to note about this game as well, we talked about the gyro being POS 5, but they're doing a little bit of audible here. They're putting the gyro in the off lane, just going to play with the Beastmaster. They're going to throw the Tiny with the Lina in the safe lane, just so they can get that one melee, one ranged type of laning stage here, to hopefully give them an edge in the laning stage here.
Hopefully they can. It's like nice to see the Abaddon carry once again. It already scored a victory. Can it score another one in a very difficult position in a sense? You know, RTZ, I feel like he can pull off almost anything in the safe lane. Fly and RTZ, the dynamic duo of North America, the one that you always refer to when we talk about NA. It's the old EG times and the current of Rebellion and these two guys being around. So if they can get this Abaddon to work, there's going to be a lot of fear on the side of DogChamp to fight back.
RTZ, really known for his micro and how micro-intensive he can be, but fails to micro his courier there and gets it killed right away with the salve on it from Bloody 9.
Whoopsie.
A little unfortunate from there, but Sunlight in the bottom lane here might be in trouble here. We talked about how hard this lane might be.
Yeah, that's not the way you want to start the game off at Saberlight to bring off the first blood against Sunlight. There's only one person who does have a bit of let's say light at the end of the tunnel. How about these two? Now bringing out the first blood on the side of Rebellion. These Linas have had some difficulties in the early levels, especially at level 2. Maybe level 3, things start to get a little bit easier, despite the fact that you have long range, decent attack speed. Just a very bad attack animation, which can sometimes be a bit difficult, especially against a Furion. Fast attacker, very high damage, good scaling, very tanky too. And he's brought up the Blightstone as well, so they can buff up with... does Crit actually have a point in tag team early on here? He doesn't, so he's just going to shard and the Snowball, just for the close-up.
And they're going to go again here. Does have a mango.
Yeah, and there's the shard block. That's going to be more efficient than having opponent tag team. That's going to be a second kill onto the Lina and forcing out Flea as well. The Tiny just doesn't stand a chance against these two here. Rebellion with the 2 early kills.
I mean, as we saw at the Major, like, it's a slightly different patch, but these things don't really change. Like, every single time we saw Lina go against a Nature's Prophet, it did not go well for Lina. And if you add, like, a Tusk on top of it, there's so much potential to stop here. Actually, they're going to go Bloody 9 mid.
Courier kill coming out as well. Bloody 9 going to get blocked up. He does have the Fairy Fire, but it's not going to be enough. It's going to be yet again another kill. This time is for Abed in the mid lane out of the support gyrocopter. RCY doesn't have much of a say in that situation either, and Saberlight putting a bit of pressure under the towers. Flea on the Tiny. He's pretty low. Does have a lot of stick charges and a Fairy Fire, but at least he's got to make sure this Tiny stays low.
Yeah, pretty.
Bit of a pause too. Bit of a breather. Much needed on the side of DogChamp when you think about it.
Yeah, for sure. They're a little sad that Abed got the kill there, but RCY, he's holding his own right now, and I think this is where the lane might start getting really difficult for him as this Death Prod does get that like second, third point in Siphon, but right now he's doing pretty okay. He's pretty full on HP. He has a water rune, a full bottle. Abed, empty bottle, no Siphon charges. So even with that kill on Abed, I think he's going to be fine through this laning stage, and I'm so far very, very impressed by him as a mid laner.
Oh yeah, like every game we've seen so far. I mean, the 3-map series. Oh, sorry, the 3-map series. RCY already very capable in any matchup that he's played up against so far, and even against a player like Abed. You got to think like this young star is really living up to his name. But right now in the top lane, Russell gonna take a couple hits here from RTZ's Abaddon and drops down to 100 HP. Can't really fight back while Bloody Nine was trying to trade off with the Disruptor. Can't really fend off Fly either as these two. They just seem to have a bit more damage to deal against the side of Dogchamp. Abed, he's also fairly low right now with an empty bottle, as we said. Now Russell, oh no, the glimpse damage comes in as well, and RTZ just gonna close him out. They can't destroy the Aphotic Shield because that would have just killed him faster. And that will be another core kill on the side of Rebellion. 4-0, 4 minutes in.
Yeah, I mean, we're starting to see the power of like this Disruptor not going points on Thunderstrike, more points than the Glimpse, and then also the Connect Field to control them. But RTZ is playing a little bit of fire here.
Yeah, and also wants to play position aggressively here. Bloody Nine, all the double shield pop. And he could have actually looked for a Glimpse kill there. Like that damage might have just been sufficient to take down the Gyro. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Sunlight, again been harassed by Crit and Saberlight. And that is yet again another kill for the Fury, and now a killing spree onto Saberlight. Things are definitely not going in the favor of Dogchamp here in Rebellion. Might be just one of their best early 5-minute games we've seen inside an entire tour. Of course, the major in between, but at least in the NA region.
Yeah, do not look at the net worth now, as this Lina and Nature's Prophet discrepancy is absolutely out of control right now. And Sunlight sitting at level 3 right now. The Nature's Prophet, who's 4.5, he's trying to get that Falcon Blade. Sunlight's really struggling in this one.
Oh, it does get still connected with the snowball. No chance of survival. 3-6 kill. That's every core so far dead on the side of Dogchamp in the early 5 minutes.
And that's what happens when you lose your lane. Like, this kind of is bleeding over to mid lane. Now that Saberlight can sit freely in this lane against the NP, he can now rotate mid with the Tusk.
Bit of an attempt there to land the LSA from the toss from Tiny, but the toss never arrives, and the LSA just destroys a tree. Just the wrong tree. You want to get this other one. 6-0 right now. Abaddon and RCY with the Ember leading in the CS department, followed up by Abed, but look at the CS on the side of Dogchamp's 2 cores. Even though they have died once, they're over 10 last hits behind the others.
It's all about mid lane right now, as Abed does have level 6 and Tusk is behind.
Yeah, the early exorcism, that's going to be a TP rotation coming in. The snowball still does seem to connect with the damage onto RCY, and he just can't get out. And Flea doesn't have a say in this. He's rotated in just to watch his own core die.
Yeah, unfortunately for RCY here, Crit is realizing that this Ember is probably the last threat they have to deal with. And he's really shutting him down now, getting 2 kills on him while he's level 5 before he gets that level 6. And now that's going to go into a tower attempt here with the catapult, with the exorcism. They might not end up getting the tower here, but they're going to do a lot of damage to it.
Yeah, the early damage, considering the long cooldown with that level 1 exorcism, at least you can get some benefit out of it. And most of the time when we see a level 1 exorcism, we're just like, well, that's not a thing to be too fearful about. But since you're getting to use it this early onto a tower, it actually is a really, really good ulti to use.
RTZ save
now,
Fly
doesn't seem to be feeling too happy. Abaddon shows up. He instantly dispels the stun of a Bloody Nine's rocket. Russell, he's being slowed more than the Boars are slowing his targets he wants to kill. Looking for somebody behind the tower, but Sunlight just in time for the TPOA. Closing up on level 5 with the Lina. 2,200 net worth. That's 600 behind RTZ's Abaddon. Not to even talk about the other cores. The side of Rebellion. 2K lead as well. Seems to be game is snowballing right now pretty hard for the Rebellion, and might just be another kill. Bloody Nine, he gets glimpsed backwards, and RTZ already delivering these heavy blows, and that will be a 1 for him. Second kill for RTZ. Forcing out the Boars as well out of the lane. Tanking the tower a couple times. Not too worried about that. Russell gets to stand his ground, but as we can see, net worth's falling behind. Item times are falling behind on the side of Dogchamp, especially when we look at the Beastmaster. You need to get that Overlord helmet at some point, at least the Dominator. and you're just not getting any presence out on the map because you've lost your lanes, you're getting pushed out. How bad can this go on the side of DogChamp? How do they recover from this as soon as possible? What's the play? RCY again? Just him?
I mean, he's been shut down too hard now. It's like you couldn't defend the pressure from mid. I mean, he might be able to get a kill here. He does have a remnant, but gets skims back. He doesn't actually choose to go to it.
Yeah, and they're going to turn it around as well out of all things. Abed with a Siphon takes down the Gyrocopter, and RCY's got one remnant to try and jump away if things go grim. He does actually get a nifty remnant play with the Slight, so doesn't have to wait for the travel distance, but the snowball's going to be connecting as well with the stun right there. The raindrops ain't going to save you, sir. It's crit with a double.
Man, I was saying, you couldn't stop the mid catapult pressure. You couldn't stop the bottom catapult pressure. You couldn't pressure the Baden while all this is going on. You pretty much have nothing going for you in all 3 lanes here. And that is a difficult thing, and it's not even 10 minutes here. So at this point of the game, you kind of just have to suck it up. You're going to lose your mid tower. You're going to lose your bot tower. You're not pressuring Arteezy at all. Wait for the tomes to come, get the level 6s, and then from there, you need to make some type of rotation with the Beastmaster, who hopefully by that time will have his Helm of the Dominator, which is going to be very slow timing as well. Nothing is going the way DogChamp wanted to go in this game number 1.
Yeah, you talk about that as like, somebody send a medic on the side of DogChamp. There's nobody pressurizing these bleeds. Everyone's just bleeding to death right now.
Just send a 6th player, because yeah, they need it.
It is not looking too hot. The first 10 minutes completely in the hands of Rebellion. Now it's just down to them. How do they close this next phase of the game out? The exit from the laning stage into pressuring down towers, looking for the early Roshan, which they definitely can do. And what is the itemization choices? Of course, the Radiance on the Abaddon, most likely Manta to follow it up. You know, get that extra push and the farm from your illusions. And they are desperate to attempt something in top lane, but who's coming from behind? It's Abed with an Exorcism already popped, but they do have the Avalanche. They will zone out Abed for the time being. And also the TP away.
Saberlight's in.
Yeah,
with
he
the
wants
glimpse,
this.
he's gone.
Yeah. It's another core kill. RCY, though, there's 5 heroes of Rebellion here. What you gonna do? Cut the creep wave. I think that's the only thing he can try. But that tower is still gonna end up falling. There's a lot of treants. There's a lot of spirits. And not to talk about the Abaddon as well with the Curse of Avernus. Extra attack speed for everybody. Makes these 5-man pushes very effective on the side of Rebellion.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty good there that RCY could just cut that wave there. So that was a little bit of space, because God knows his team needs a lot of space right now. The Gyrocopter sitting at level 4 here. The Tiny, I think he just took the Tome and got level 6. So, like, Bloody 9 is not going to be able to participate too much for a while. Just needs to get that farm, but how much farm can he get while the pressure's on?
He gets revealed as well. Oh, man. Crit and Abed enjoying another kill. Even destroying the rocket for some extra gold on the side of Abed, on top of the 187 for killing the Gyrocopter. 2 cores already above the 5k net worth line, and RTZ not too far from that. Can you really say that if 10 minutes, 5k, you're off to a really good farm start?
I mean, you could just take a look at Bloody 9. It's just one of those games. He has enough money for boots, but he's kind of thinking that he needs to save that money for the shard at 15 minutes, because he won't have enough money for boots and the shard 4 minutes from now.
Oh, despair.
Quite despair indeed. Is, you know, we're gonna have the Helm of, like, not Overlord, we're gonna have the Helm of the Dominator.
Helm of what,
by like 12 minutes, which is a very slow timing, but this is normally something you can snowball the game. Beastmaster is a great hero that's, you know, taking a lead and making it even more, but when you're behind with this hero, it's very, very hard to make something happen.
Yeah.
You're playing into the Baden carry with the Photic Shield, so who are you gonna roar in this game?
Just look at Saberlight. This guy is, what, 200-300 gold short of an Aghanim himself, not 12 minutes in. Like, this guy's gonna have so much more extra impact with that.
It's a beatdown. I mean, there's no way around it. 4 or 5k gold advantage around the 10-12 minute mark is almost insurmountable. Like, you would have to, like, royally mess up here. And RCY steals the haste rune with a slight. But he'll die for it.
Still die for it.
But that was a beautiful play. You always like to see that. He's like trying to take those small little plays, take an inch, make a mile out of it. Unfortunately, popped his haste there, so he actually got nothing out of that one. Nothing really seeming to go right, or seems Crit's rotation to the mid lane to really focus down RCY and shut down his game was the correct one.
Oh man, 13-1, 5k lead already for the Rebellion side, and now that Aghanims is ready on the Nature's Prophet, Ember's gonna get rooted. There's no chance for the Beastmaster to close in either, because he's also gonna get stuck, but for RCY, that hurts the most.
Yeah,
minimum
I mean,
2
definitely.
seconds route.
I don't know who hurts the most here. I think it hurts them all collectively, as
Yeah.
this is looking very, very, very rough for them. Alina can do nothing but farm. We'll come back into it. I think you need to wait for situations where you see Rebellion overextend and you have
Can they
multiple
kill
heroes there.
RTZ in bottom? That is the big question. It's 4 versus 1.
He's
and
not that
RTZ
strong.
has the second life. No, he doesn't actually. I mean, he might be holding on
He's
to a
holding
value
a point.
point.
He's holding a point.
And there's the early initiation coming out. He's popped his ulti. He's back to full HP. TPs are coming in. Tusk is coming in first. They've got the Disruptor following up as well. They gotta close out this kill. He's down at half HP, but the Snowball's also gonna be there. They just can't get him down on crit. Rolling straight onto Sunlight. Gonna take down the Lina, and they will follow up on Saberlight, actually getting killed by RCY and fleeing the back lines. And the chance is arising on the side of Dogchamp. They've got the call down. They got the roots on 2. They're gonna look for the kill on crit at least. And RTZ and Fly, they're on the run, but the toss coming out. They're gonna send RCY into the battle. Gets another slide. He dodges the glimpse as well. The rocket's gonna be flying in, and he will be closing out the Disruptor kill and jumping away as well. He was not silenced there. And now a Flea. Well,
Left for dead.
he's gone a bit too far, but Dogchamp, 3 kills when they only had a total of 1 up till 14 minutes. That is something. That's still a good trade.
Yeah, I mean, Saberlight really feeling himself there, but maybe TPing a little too aggressively there. Right into the whole enemy team there. They switch their focus, go on to them. You have to realize that RTZ here, yeah, you saved him, but he had no HP. He also, at that point, only had phase boots, no Radiance completed, so he isn't really a force yet until he finishes this item. So that was a really smart choice to take that fight there.
Just doesn't have the extra damage, and especially the dot damage that could have hurt Dogchamp a lot not to take that fight. So all they had was a Javelin on RCY, really, to get that extra bonus damage going in their way, and things seemed to work out. I guess he got a couple of good procs as well on the Furiance, and hence he died so fast.
Yeah, I will say that death there from Flea hurt him a lot, but if you look at his net worth, he's doing okay. He's getting pretty close to that Blink Dagger, as they're just going to go again without it, and they're going for RTZ round number 2. That seemed to work last time. Why not do it again?
Yeah. And that is also the pre-Radiance kill that they could be looking for.
Did
And
they
no
go too
TP
early?
rotations. Rebellion slowly rotating on the side of the Radiant Triangle right now. So they're just going to have to sack RTZ away. Flea is the one to get the kill, meaning he's going to get his Blink Dagger.
Yeah, I mean, RTZ overstepping quite a bit here in this game. Like, getting God on first, sure. That you can be like, that was a surprise, but pushing that far when they're all off the map yet again really hurts him there, as he did not have his Radiance completed there. He did not have the money for the Talisman. He was very, very close to it, and they might be able to turn this into something else, as they are lurking around here with the Beastmaster.
Attempt on to the mid lane as well. RCY still silenced, but he does have the Remnant jump away as he falls to 400 HP. And Fly. He's going to get scouted out, slowed down, Static Storm onto the Beastmaster, and RTZ, who just
no ult.
respawned up the ult. No, what? What are you doing? Oh, Dogchamp's going to be celebrating after that. Oh, we just got an extra bonus kill onto the Abaddon, into a tower kill as well. And suddenly, your net worth lead is no longer there with his tower kill. It's just 1k for Rebellion. What was that?
I guess we'll just call it as it is. That was a mistake. He TP'd in with no ultimate, and he saw the beast there. His team wasn't really there. Either it was a team communication thing, thinking maybe we'll defend this, or maybe he was just too anxious and thought he was stronger than he was, but guess what? He no longer has a Radiance yet again. This was on course for maybe a 14-minute Radiance. It's going to be pushed back to 17+ minutes here, and it's also going to level out the gold lead almost entirely for Dogchamp here. As sure, Saberlight's still farmed, Aubit is still incredibly farmed, but Sunlight is within that equation now, and RCY is also catching up to RTZ now, who had complete free farm on this Abaddon.
And the fact that this Lina is already up to 150 CS in 16 minutes. Sunlight's been doing a great job catching up with that extra farm pace. Now has the Falcon Blade, the Maelstrom, and now a Rod almost into a Gleipnir. And that Gleipnir is going to be very effective for them to take down not only just the supports, but get Lina that extra spacing and repositioning to have her that capability to man fight.
RCY
Now,
gets caught.
Oh, that's going to be a good kill for the Rebellion side, catching off RCY off guard. There was no action rune to be caught there either, so even under vision, but a successful smoke attempt.
Russell there.
Yeah, Russell getting body blocked by Saberlight's Treants, and look at the boy melt.
But the good news, if you were to take something out of that for the side of Dogchamp, is they use Exorcism for that. So they won't be able to turn that into anything. So now, if you want, this could be an opportunity for Dogchamp to make something happen. However, if they choose not to do anything here, then it's just a flat win for Rebellion.
Yeah, they do get 2 core kills, but no objective on the side of it.
Radiance is online now.
Flea is he's pinging Saberlight. TP coming in from RCY. Can the two of them do it?
He does have Maelstrom ready.
There's a Disruptor on his way.
I think
Pretty
Saberlight's
close
just
as
dead
well,
here, right?
but Saberlight could potentially just die. I feel so as well. The damage is there, taking him down to half. The Sprout
he missed
TP
the
away, but he
chains.
missed the chains.
Oh no.
Ruh-roh.
Row indeed. A rare mistake from RCY as Bloody Nine will go down to Abed and Crit in the mid lane. They really needed that kill there. Them not getting it just pushes the net worth lead back in Rebellion's favor after that team fight, not getting the kill onto the NP, and then just dying in the mid lane on the gyrocopter, brings it back to 4K.
Yeah. Everybody watching the game as well. There's the interesting watch to earn platform as well, which was already brought up in Tour 1 as well. So might as well take a look at that. There should be a link in the stream. Find yourself into the Discord for more information about that. But 7-18 right now. Rebellion still in a commanding position, but Dogchamp was given a glimpse of hope. Actually, more than just a glimpse of hope. I feel like they were given a handful.
Yeah.
Has their hand given up? Is it having a bit of a spasm right now? It's still a 5K lead. And the next fight, that's going to be very crucial for Dogchamp. They cannot lose that one, because right now the lanes are being pushed in. Any kill they give away to Rebellion is going to lead into an objective. It's either a tier 2 tower or into a Roshan. And again, RTZ, he's farming here aggressively. He's got the backup in the mid lane. They're just going to jump on right away. The Gleipnir, the LSA Sun's going to be there as well. Bloody Nine. They just want to pop his ult, which they will get. And the call down to slow them down. They're going to sack Bloody Nine for this attempt. But that is a window, and they're going to read it. RTZ with no ult. Fly. Does he get himself an ulti? No, he does not. He gets tossed into the air, almost blown up. Not enough damage. The Aphotic Shield's going to be saving his life. Abed zoning them out with the silence on the side. Flea, crit. There's another Gleipnir. Going to be holding the Tusk on the spot. A stun coming in. The Falcon Blade. Oh, sorry, the Laguna Blade instead. Much more stronger than the Falcon Blade, if you ask me. And RCY still scouting them in the front. They've got the Treant in the pit, so they can see if they want to go for Roshan. And Tusk up in 25 seconds. Support for support trade.
I mean, I was looking at Russell's dominated creep here. I thought it was just another bar. He got rid of it. He had the small little wolf there with Intimidate, but he got rid of it. Looks like it was a misclick. Thought he had an idea behind it.
Intimidating wolf.
Very intimidating. Smaller than the boar.
It's not the Scooby-Doo you bring in.
Yeah, really wasn't. But yeah, I mean, 5K gold advantage. They didn't use Exorcism, so pretty good for Rebellion there. They almost lost Fly there, but RT's able to save his life. The Axe is a little off point there. They... Looks like they might be looking for smoke here, as Fly and Crit are kind of just sitting under a Hawk, and they smoked under the Hawk. So they do know this is happening.
Yeah, they should be getting out of there. They are rotating in as a group, though, on Saberlight. He's TPing in as well. Russell, is he going to just have to sack his life? He's got no TP. He's dead. He will roar. It will make some time and buy some space. Meanwhile, they've also found Bloody Nine in the triangle, and the Gyrocopter is about to drop, while Russell, too, might just be 2 kills instead of 1. He did actually get the TP back home. But the Beastmaster, his fate was sealed.
Yeah. I mean, I was looking at like what might be their next timing here. I think they definitely want a BKB on RCY, but it's not coming anytime soon here. And the Lina is actually just opting for a Silver Edge right away into a Satanic, just going to skip over the BKB entirely. I mean, there is a lot of physical damage, I do suppose, with the Tusk, the Ghost. NP does mainly physical, but the Root could hurt him a lot if he doesn't have that available. However, if they do manage to get some pickoffs with that Shadow Blade, it could be worth it.
And first Roshan going down into the arms of Rebellion, 21:30 in. Still holding onto a commanding position. Mata on the works for RTZ. We see the BKB off for Abed. Saberlight lining up that AC to pump up some extra damage for the team. That physical damage you talked about just gets amplified even more and more, so the supports are going to be feeling fearful for their lives on the side of Dogchamp. The Gyrocopter, Tiny, don't exactly have the exact tankiness early on. They have it more later into the game.
And this is going to be a scary push. You're playing versus Abaddon, DP, and Nature's Prophet. These guys are going to force you to your high ground. You're going to have to defend.
Have Exorcism off cooldown too, so just waiting for the ticket.
Look at those couriers, like a fleet of them coming in for the Dire.
Oh, the good old days with just having one. Now we've got an army of them.
Yep.
Top tower is under attack.
Things are going well for Rebellion here. They all have items to bring out their couriers, right? Always a sign.
A lot of updates for the side of Rebellion. Dogchamp, not so much.
Not so much indeed. It's mainly just Sunlight getting farm at this point.
Radiant's middle
Yeah,
tower
Beastmaster sitting at 7k is not the number you want to Google. That Beastmaster net worth has been pretty difficult to kind of balance out this game. Russell also having to play a bit of a sacrificial role, but they're going to get the jump on crit and a lot of stuns, and a quick nuke will make him go down, but 2 heroes inside the Static Storm. They get fly in the backline. RTZ's ulti's been popped as well, but he does have a second life intact on Sunlight. He needs a bit of help. He's been forced out of this fight completely, and RCY, he does have Remnant. Sunlight TP's home. RCY is also all right. Dogchamp getting out with a single hero, not getting killed, and they do get both supports of Rebellion.
Couldn't have gone much better. I think the illusion rune that RCY had stored up was quite clutch from there, able to get unsilenced by the bat in there and do the damage there, like going in there to finish off the supports and also draw away the tension from the bat in there. So a couple more fights like that, they definitely need it. The gold advantage is still in the way of Rebellion, but I do fear at some point in this game, we talk about how strong and how meta this Abaddon is. This still isn't the late game be-all, end-all type of carry. He will struggle if he does not end this game, and you're playing versus a very farmed Lean, and you're playing versus a very farmed Ember as well. Yeah. And it's going to be very key for this Beastmaster to keep good tabs on when this shield is being used so he can get Roar off. Or as we saw in that last fight, he got crit right away. RTZ was not near enough. And it was like a very clutch thing because then they also ended up baiting out the Static Storm as well.
So the smoke coming out from Rebellion. There was one thing that I always love to see is a bit of min-maxing here and there, and that's power threats toggling. I saw Abed toggled 13 times in that last team fight. So let's see if they can catch Sunlight here surrounding him. They do get the Laguna to connect. The Avalanche is just stunning a lot of heroes with the Gleipnir, and they will find Saberlight, and he just almost gets the fight all the way to the end. The Glimpse going to be also onto this Tiny, making sure Flea and Sunlight both go down, but it does come at a cost of Saberlight. Also a 250 picked up by Abed. Not just 250, also a board. Almost 300 gold.
That could have been almost worth it if they managed to bring out crit there and for it to do 2-2 exchange there, but still, definitely a Rebellion win there as they're probably going to transition that into this tier 2 tower here.
Yeah, Saberlight just seems to be playing the collateral.
For sure. And RCY, how close are we to this BKB? We're getting real close. On top of that bounty rune, he's going to have it in no time here. And that's going to be a big power spike because, like, one of the big changes that happened to Nature's Prophet is Sprout no longer leashes BKB units, so he will now have a play against that later on into the game. And I think he just needs it versus Death Prophet Silencer now versus the Silence from Disruptor. There's a lot of silences right now, so without that BKB, he will not be able to team fight. So he'll be able to make his entry into these team fights very soon here.
And also talking about the fact the moment if RTZ decides to build a Blink Dagger, as he's actually got it lined up and ready in 400 gold, he's going to get that instant Manta pop-up, silencing one target at least. It could be Sunlight. It could also be RCY to force out that quick BKB early on into the fight. Talking about Sunlight is the one to get jumped on again. Snowball dodging the LSA and catching out the carry from Dogchamp. Sunlight's just having a bit of a giggle there on the camera as well at the same time, but they are losing heroes and potentially going to be losing some buildings in their base as well as they lead the charge onto the high ground. Abed just going for the instant blink and onto the gyrocopter. Can he actually kill him?
Nah.
Pretty close, but not enough as he's inside the fountain, forcing out the Glyph as well. And 20 seconds left on RTZ's Aegis as well. And holding on to the gem too. And they need 30 seconds for their Lina and their Tiny to be back up to have a chance to fight back Rebellion. But it definitely does look like a lane of Rax is going to be falling.
Yeah, almost certainly. I don't think there's much they can do here, but they don't have to do this either. They're going to hit it for now, but with Beast coming in, Aegis expiring, it looks like they'll just back it up. It was still a huge lead for them, now at 11k net worth. Sunlight dying twice in a row, back to all 3 cores on the top for Rebellion here.
And back for now, it's going to be a DD rune for RTZ, packing up a punch of over 300 right-click damage. Plus the Radiant Sticks and the attack speed that he has at hand. He's going to be doing a lot of damage in a very quick time span. Now with the smoke attempt, RCY charging and finding the Disruptor. Instant Static Storm coming out from Fly. That's already RCY forced out with the BKB. The Roar does connect onto Abed as well. They're going to be Laguna blading up the Abaddon in the front, but Saberlight again with the positioning so aggressive that Dogchamp, they can't fight this Nature's Prophet this time. They have to back it away. RCY going to get caught as well, making it a third for Rebellion, all at the cost of Fly's Disruptor. And Saberlight gets to live this time as they take the bottom lane racks into their hands.
Yeah, at this point, like, you have to be wondering if Sunlight's build was the correct choice. Like, no Hurricane Pike, no BKB. Really, if you just get on top of. You have nothing. It's just all damage, and they realize that on Rebellion, and they've jumped him every single time over the past like 5 minutes here, and it's been detrimental to DogChamp's game. His positioning had to have been much more safe if he wants to build like this, but who's going to be in the front if not the Lina with all your net worth?
Yeah.
I don't know who would be.
And we talked about like this Gyrocopter's itemization that he's going to need a lot this game to have impact. Like he's got the shards, but still just brown boots, no force snap. Lina not having force snap, there's no way you're getting out of these shards. Like you're just going to get stuck. And I need someone to help you pull out from that nasty situation. But that is pretty much everything fallen on the side of DogChamp's base. One final fight. If they cannot win the next one, because there's not much to fall back on. Only 2 buybacks as well, but they aren't really going to be super helpful either. Unless Rebellion somehow ends up in the fountain. It's always possible, but I don't think they want to do it.
It happens more times than we'd like to see, to be honest with you. I thought Abed was going there in the last fight, but he restrained himself and decided to take a step back. But yeah, I mean, there's only one more Rax left. Arteezy was at like half HP, so he's going to reset, maybe heal up against. There's no rush here. They're just playing a very disciplined. Maybe they can get another pick off like this before they can go high ground as well.
Yep.
Doesn't hurt.
That is the one of the only heroes that actually has a buyback, but that's pretty much your savior hero gone. 40 seconds, no force snap, blink initiator. 4 versus 5, and Rebellion.
Does he have a bike? No, he bought out. He doesn't have money. Yeah, he bought a force staff before dying.
Did he buy the force staff or did he buy the gem? Because I think I saw 1 or 2 on the field. Maybe they got it back.
Matter
but
anymore,
doesn't matter. It doesn't really
barracks.
matter at this point because it is a very hard situation. DogChamp holding onto their base for the final time. Can they fend off the Rebellion attackers? Doesn't look like it. They're going to take down the Lina, and Tiny's about to respawn into an RCY. Taking the bite to the back, going to be taking down Fly, but the buildings are fallen, and it is mega creeps on the side of Rebellion, and they're still charging inside the base. It's just the tier 4 towers remaining, and then seal the deal and take game 1. So close now.
Yeah, I mean, they're just going to wait it out, TP back. There's no reason to go and force it. I think one of the big throws you can do in Dota right now is try to hit these tier 4 towers. They're quite strong, and you know what else they're close to? They're close to the fountain, and that's someplace you get baited to very easily when you are trying to take those tier 4 objectives there. So they're going to regroup, and I'd like to see them just make another play like they did on Flea. Kill him, get a kill outside of the base, go again. Maybe get a DD, that'll help too.
Yeah, DD could definitely help a lot.
Why not?
Why not? Was there something that you were waiting on the side of DogChamp to maybe happen? Kind of, I mean, the game is still going, but was there some particular moment in this game? We saw the 3v1 kill happen in the bot lane pretty early on. Could have DogChamp maybe held on to the game from that point, or is Rebellion just too good?
I mean, I think they just caught Sunlight one too many times there. I think Sunlight went for a very greedy build, and I understand why he did it. He felt like they needed something big, but they're doing a smoke into the mid lane here. They might actually sniff this one out, as they are dogs. They have heightened sense of smelling.
Yep.
But
is it not gonna help out? At least you might be at least good at detecting your opponents, but can you fight them back? Doesn't look like it. Russell down, Sunlight to fall, and inside the Static Storm, they've caught the Tiny. Tiny's just gonna try and TP home inside his home, but there's no home really. It's gonna be the GG call, and Rebellion, they're gonna be taking the first game here versus DogChamp in a very convincing manner from the start to finish. No real signs of weakness on the side of this team, and you can see that they're, basic day at the office here in the sides of Rebellion.
They had a couple hiccups here. I mean, mainly Arteezy had a couple hiccups in
Saberlight,
that early game. Maybe Saberlight too, but, they were having some fun. They knew they were strong. Maybe they're like, oh, this is too easy. I can push my limits here, but you can't do that against DogChamp. You got to show them some respect, and that's exactly what they pulled off there. A couple, good moments for DogChamp, but at the end, it was an outclass.
Yeah, I mean, there was a few things that when you look at the side of DogChamp in the early minutes, could they have been more efficient? Would have that been like 1 or 2 opportunities they could have pulled out a little bit better? Because it felt like they're just losing straight up 3 lanes. Even RCY, despite keeping up on farm, just got shut down by his pre-6.
Yeah. I mean, I think RCY did great in the mid lane. He just got shut down because Crit had too much of a free lane. You know, Sunlight died 3 times in the laning stage. After that, Saberlight was just allowed to be left alone. And then at his level 5, 2 times in a row, the snowball came. He had no defense against it. Then all of a sudden, you're level 6 in Abed with the catapults. Like, at that point, you're probably like flaming your safe lane if it's a pub. Like, why are you guys feeding so much here? Because his game was shut down for no good reason.
Well, we've got a panel ready to take you through this game 1. What actually happened? What did go down in this game? Let them break it down for you.
Shopify Rebellion take game number 1. A little bit of tossing and turning here and there, but in the end, they do bring it home, and it is DogChamp which do get defeated in the first game. But, you know, not a bad try, I suppose. Kind of surprised us, considering they were getting stomped so hard in the early game. The early game was just an absolute shipwreck, but they managed to start swimming to the surface, but didn't get there in time before they drowned.
Yeah, their playmaker did all right, in my opinion. Like the Ember on the mid lane, actually, versus, like, overall, versus DP, he did fine. He had the CS. He was winning in the CS, I believe, for the majority of the mid game. Later on, some rotations, obviously, do hurt him. But like if your mid laner is doing fine, and if he's the playmaker, and if he's RCY, I feel like you're gonna have at least a chance in the game. Later on, Sunlight also caught back up really nicely. Like this Lina went from kinda running away from the lane very early on to actually finding some farm eventually. Like he was keeping up with top of the network of all 3 cores on the side of Shopify.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I mean, in the end, though, like I feel like it was his bottom lane which kind of cursed the entire match because Sunlight died a bunch of times. You know, Saberlight was the better of the 2 lights, I guess. And then that allowed Crit to go and rotate. And if there's ever a player you don't want rotating, it's Crit on Tusk.
Yeah, he made it pretty rough. I mean, constant rotations to the mid lane just made it so your Ember kind of just fell behind. Abed took over. It was a rough affair. I mean, props to the side of DogChamp, right? Like, off the back of a couple mistakes from Shopify, they did make the comeback like you just spoke about. Sadly, though, Shopify is still proving to be the better team in this matchup. Did still take over in the end, but there was a couple moments where you were like, well, hold on a minute.
Yeah.
Maybe, just maybe, something special might happen.
Yeah, there were some moments of, like, kind of greatness from DogChamp, and there was just some moments of question marks, perhaps, from Shopify. You know, Arteezy down in the bottom lane with no ultimate says, hey, guys, what's going on? And just gets kind of slammed.
It's one of those. Like, there's always a certain player that's gonna just do those plays with a hero such as Abaddon, you know, bluff.
Yeah, absolutely. Didn't work out, though, but overall, it didn't matter too much, especially when Abed had such a stonker of a game on this Death Prophet. You know, Crit really enabling him in the middle lane, and Abed will be our MVP, going 12-0-11 on the Death Prophet. And Abed, he's just insanely consistent. You know, it always feels like he's just so calm and collected and just doing the right things in every single situation. I mean, what a guy. What a game from him, Mike.
Absolutely. I mean, it's classic Abed. It's just classic Abed. Everyone likes it. Every time Abed has like less than a perfect game, everyone loves to try to trash this guy. Like, oh, Abed is what they call him.
Yep.
They're ridiculous. This guy carries like every single game. I mean, this guy's incredible. Literally no deaths. What can I say? It's Abed.
But also, like, if you're trying to flame an SDA player, you need to come with something more than Abed, because
that's exactly right.
These guys have they've grown up in the trenches. You know, they're battle hardened. So it takes more than that to bring down Abed, that's for sure. And he pulled off an absolutely beautiful game here. Him and Crit, I think, were my 2 standouts on Shopify.
Definitely, like Crit. What did he end up with? Like a Blink Force and almost like an Aghanim's complete, something like that on the Tusk. Just completely carrying the game. But for me, I know there was a short, brief period of time in which you guys were worried, maybe, for Shopify. Everyone was like, okay, not worried, maybe just happy for DogChamp, right?
Yeah.
They can actually take it.
Making it a game.
But then again, I'm looking at these 2 drafts, and I'm seeing on one side this poor, lonely Lina just kind of struggling later on in the game. And on the other, you have Abed on the Death Prophet. You have Nature Prophet, which was so significant. Like, he was a major part of all of this. Like, just able to rotate across the map, also shutting down the Lina. For me, that's the best answer, right? Like, it doesn't matter she can be as strong as possible. She's still that glass cannon, and he can always get on top of her. Just buy some hex buy some items that actually deal with her, and that's it.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, the Lina didn't even itemize at all to deal with that either. She just goes for this kind of damage build, Silver Edge and Gleipnir, which gives you kind of no get out of jail cards. You know, you're all in. When you're positioned somewhere, that is where you'll be for the fight. And also, she didn't really have any saves on the team either. You know, it was kind of a case. Obviously, there were a couple of 4-stars and glimmers here around, but ultimately, you need to get a Hurricane Pike, or you're just going to get caught out, or, you know, BKB or something. Otherwise, you just have to have godlike positioning. So, you know, Sunlight making the ballsy plays and trying to kind of take the game on his shoulders, but didn't really work out for them, and it will be Shopify taking this game number 1. So we're going to jump over to a break, and then we're going to come back for game number 2 of Shopify Rebellion versus DogChamp. It's time for game number 2 of Shopify Rebellion versus DogChamp here in the NADPC, brought to you by PGL. My name is Nomad. I'm joined by Lizard and Mike as we jump into the second match here. You know what? Let's just jump straight into the draft. We're not messing around. We're not going to chat about this one at all. We're just going to go straight into the hero picks and bans. Let's get that draft on the screen. Like Matt. Like
very good.
Work. Yeah,
Very
thanks.
good.
Thanks.
How are you so smooth, Nomad? What
Yeah, I don't
happened?
know when the draft's live either. I just guessed.
You just guessed and that's it.
Yeah. This headphone doesn't even work. It's just cosmetic.
I'm just shocked by your skill one day after another.
Thank you.
Incredible.
Thank you. And are you, young lizard? Are you? Clockwork is a pretty cool hero. Feel like it's a nice, easy one to play around as well.
Oh, here we go.
So, the last game of Dota that I played yesterday was with Clockwork. And I won. But there's a twist. I played it on Steam Deck.
Oh, no.
Yeah, and it's actually playable. Like, I hit every single hookshot that I made.
Don't say that on stream,
It's
Lizard.
doable, and it's actually fun. Like, I'm not sure. Like,
my pubs.
Yeah.
My Clockwork's going to be like walking into a wall. What are you doing? Lizard
The
said I
only
should play on
problem is,
Steam
like,
Deck.
my teammate wanted to flame me once, and I couldn't figure out how to talk. Like, there's a way to turn on the keyboard. I just didn't figure it out. Anyways. Clockwork, easy to play, a hero that's just very enjoyable, simple position 4 or 5. That's why it can work even on a Steam Deck. That's why my bro over here is playing it all the time.
No. Not on Steam Deck, Lizard.
But you're playing it. Look, Mac Bro.
Oh, it's your other favorite
Oh,
hero.
here we go. I mean,
Boys.
I was going to say for DogChamp, at this stage, right, after a game one like that, you may as well just go the cheesy stuff, right? Like, just give RCY what he wants.
Get out the Gorgonzola.
What? Are you going to tell me to play Tinker on Steam Deck too?
No, Tinker on Steam Deck sounds disgusting. It's not that. It's,
Playing Tinker in
I
general.
feel
is
like
quite
John Travolta
disgusting.
here. Didn't they just pick Tinker into Storm, Wisp?
They did.
Like,
Yeah, they did a little.
you have initiation over the trees. You have global relocate over anything.
Yep.
Look,
Questionable.
this was the same opening that they pulled out versus Felt in game number 3, a do or die of game 3. Exact same opening, actually. It was Clockwork on the 1 and then Tinker
Io
on the 2.
Storm, Nomad. It's
Yes, I
Wisp
know, but
Storm.
they already did the Clockwork thing and they were like, right, well, you know, we already picked our first hero, the second one's got to follow. They're committed to the bit, you know.
Okay.
But yeah, it does seem a little bit poo.
What else do we have that's kind of mechanized? Timber Saw?
Timber is, I guess, mostly mechanized, yeah. Not many
Anything else?
others.
No.
That's
Robo
it.
heroes.
I mean, the Sniper used to be a robo hero, didn't he? Kind of. Like,
Who?
Sniper. Like, didn't he kind of be part of the
What?
crew? Like, not robo,
Nah.
but he was like the...
Oh, he was that category in Underlords. I
Yeah,
think,
yeah,
but
yeah.
Rest in peace, Underlords. But
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, it's still going. Apparently.
Is it?
Sure.
Yeah.
Why not?
Oh, okay.
I think so.
With some sets, I guess.
Yeah. Anyway.
Great game.
Brood
Love it.
Mother.
Play it every day.
Fantastic game.
Play it every day, Valve. Can't get enough of it.
Yeah. Anyway, moving on. Yeah, this Tinker pick into the Storm IO just doesn't... it's a pretty confident pick to make, I'll tell you. I mean, it's generally not the kind of route you want to go down when you're picking Tinker.
Yeah.
It's, I think they're
Therefore,
just going... Yeah. I think they're going pure comfort, right? RCY had a dominant Tinker game the other day. Just pick it for him again, hope for the best. I would like to see them really protect RCY this game as well. Like last game around, Crit rotated so much and just ruled the Ember's day. Just give RCY a good game. Let him buy the Blink into the Shivers, and then let's see what happens.
It can work. Like, it is countered slightly. I would say not slightly. I would say it's significantly countered. At the same time, speaking from experience, when you're playing a cheesy hero and when you're really damn good on him, if the hero is slightly broken in the meta, it doesn't matter what you're playing against. Like, you're gonna be able to find a way to
Jesus.
play with it.
Gets worse.
It does indeed get worse. Yeah, now the Disruptor comes out, so it gives them more vision, gives them more silence. But this isn't a coincidence, right? It's not like they saw the Clockwork and went, oh yes, we really want to pick Io and Storm. You know, if they did this game 3 versus Felt, then they were ready for this Shopify Rebellion. They're not messing around. They've done their homework and they know what's coming. So they tried to bring out this Io Storm as an answer. DogChamp were not deterred. They go for the Tinker anyway, and this is them really laying down the gauntlet, saying we believe that RCY Tinker is just this good.
It's pretty good.
Pretty good.
It's just not against these kind of heroes.
It'll be tough. And the combo with the Clockwork, by the way, in case you're wondering at home, is what we saw from them before. It's just the rockets are very nice. It gives you that little bit of extra vision. And you've got the hook shot in to either save him or initiate and be that kind of frontline hero. And it's a very disposable hero as a support as well. So if they do miss initiate or anything like that, you can just peace out and let him die.
It's not bad.
Speaking of vision, if you want to be real disgusting if you're Shopify, pick Saberlight Night Stalker as well.
I was wondering.
Yeah. Just make it impossible for RCY to get into the tree line.
It would be good.
Yeah, I mean, Felt played it. Didn't work. But that was a different team.
Yeah.
It was a different game.
The Night Stalker would fit their color schematic as well.
It would.
That's why I'm here for the
Yeah,
colors.
Shopify, really, yeah. They're uniformed right now.
But okay, they got the Dark Willow, a little bit of save. That Terrorize can always come in handy. And this is like there were two options for them. It was Beast or Lycan on the offlane. They go with the Lycan. It can be safe as well. But basically, we're talking about vision. Now you have Wolves constantly scouting everything out. They also give a way for Tinker to TP onto something and continue his chase.
Yep.
So overall, like, if you're a Tinker spammer, you're pretty happy in this game when it comes to your own teammates. When you see the IO Disruptor and Storm, you're probably abandoning.
You're a little sweaty under the collar, yeah. But look what Shopify banned out against him, though. They got rid of the Beastmaster, which is what they picked with it in Game 3 versus Felt. Then they ban out the Enigma, then they ban out the Visage. They knew very, very much, they were aware of what they were going to go for. They knew that these minion units were going to come, so they banned out all the ones they were scared of, which forces Dogchamp into picking this Lycan, which may have not been their first choice, and something Shopify I think should be pretty happy with, to be honest, because I kind of like Disruptor against it. You can put the doggy in a cage, which he gets sad about.
I agree. It's not very fun getting glimpsed back in that wolf form into a kinetic field. That's not very good. By the way, going back to that Night Stalker discussion we were having, now you can pick up a shards on Night Stalker and eat the helm of the Overlord creep as well.
Yeah.
Wow,
Amazing value.
Amazing value.
Yeah, definitely.
But they wanted the Artesiasa instead.
You guys are talking about glimpse versus the wolf. You know what? Like, you can't glimpse his summons, and those summons are going to eat you alive, both you and the IO. And then you have Tinker TPing on top of them. Like, overall, it's still a pretty solid Lycan pick. It's all about the creeps, really. Like, you don't have to do damn squat with your hero. Just chill. Pop that ulti, and that's it.
There's this theory a lot of the drafters talk about, which is learning, how to draft for your own team and then how to draft against the enemy's draft, right? So you always want to be finding chemistry and combos whilst also answering what the enemies put down. Sometimes teams, they get stuck in creating combos for themselves or answering what the enemies do so much. And then some teams actually just prefer to draft that way and will just ignore. So it does feel like this game too, Dogchamp are just drafting their own game. They're just picking what they know is good and what they know they're comfortable with. And you prefer it?
I prefer it. Like, I think that... If you have to choose between the two, I would choose picking your comfort zone, not countering the enemy team. It's obviously always the best to counter them and at the same time have your full comfort zone, but sadly that doesn't always work because perhaps your hero pools aren't that great. Perhaps you have a player that just is outstanding on a certain hero and you want to give it to him no matter what.
Absolutely. And talking of which, the Night Stalker does get banned out because it was a great game for it and it is a very comfort zone hero for Saberlight, but that is now gone. What's left in the pool then for the offlane? Actually, that's going to be the last pick, isn't it? So I guess we should be talking about Dogchamp and what they need to pick up as their final pick.
Yeah, for Dogchamp. What do you think here?
Pause one for
they're banning some
Dogchamp.
carries, yeah. Some Sunlight cores.
Is Prophet still there?
He is?
Maybe just Prophet then, because it's like full global strat, right? Somewhat. with
Nature's
Tinker.
Prophet was banned out first phase by Dogchamp, but
Yeah.
Death
Oh,
Prophet
it
is
was.
what you meant, clearly.
No,
which
it
is
was
still in the
also-
pool.
It was banned out.
She's also banned out.
She's also banned
I
out. You
tried,
can't say
Mike, I
me,
tried.
man. Completely blind.
Even if you get the Prophet here, you're playing into Storm, into Ursa, like, it can get rough, like, later on. Let's see what our boy Sunlight gets. Alina again. Hopefully not.
I didn't completely despise it, but they will be going for the Razor, so again, I'm going to sound like a broken record, but this is what they picked up in Game 3 versus Felt. Yeah.
I mean, it makes sense, right? Against the Ursa, feels pretty good. Just static link, chase him down. I mean, the thing is, the real carry is going to be RCY.
Yep.
Like, that's what we kind of saw in that Game 3 against Feld. It's like, allow RCY his timing.
Yeah.
It's Blink Shivers and he's just going to take over the game. If he can get there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's basically it. Like, you're playing with this Tinker, he's the true carry, so getting a playmaker on that position 1 is... doesn't necessarily have to be a playmaker. Like, just a hero that's sturdy enough after the laning stage.
Yeah.
That's Razor and that's Lycan, so they have 2 heroes to play with and Tinker to kind of rely on later on in the match. Like, for Dogchamp, they need what? They need something versus the Razor in the lane.
For Shopify, yeah, they need to pull out the answers here, or just do something which like kind of makes their 5-man completely unstoppable.
Yeah, but well, they need an offlane anyway.
Centaur, yeah.
Yeah, and they're playing into the Razor, so something ranged would always be nice to keep distance from the Razor, but that's probably not what they need. Mars has been banned out. Pango, yeah, something that keeps range basically and can lane into him. He definitely falls into that category.
Yeah, it gives you the escape. Gives you the escape, a little bit of control for the team fights as well. So ticking both of those boxes, I like it a lot. Is it going to be enough? I think so. I think they've kind of got them on the ropes here. I don't know. I do like what Dogchamp are doing, playing their own game and everything, but at the same time, there comes a point where Shopify just have like this draft which just looks like it's going to run all over Dogchamp when it comes to fighting. Maybe I'm wrong.
I don't know, man. Like, if there is one game that Dogchamp could take versus Shopify, for me, it would be a game in which they have a slightly broken hero on a player that's outstanding on it, and that's the Tinker. Do I think that they're going to win? No. Chances are still hard. But at the same time, like, there are ways. Like, if the Tinker goes out of control around the 20-minute mark, like, there are ways for them to just completely punish Shopify before they come back.
It's a possibility. Mike, what are your thoughts?
Protect RCY. Just give RCY the game. And I hate Tinker. You know me. I don't want to defend this hero pick, but just protect RCY. Give him a good game. That's probably your best shot here.
Yeah, your young 16-year-old baby player, you could protect the baby at all costs. Can they do it? Can they hold on? Can they get the Tinker game of dreams coming out for RCY in this game number 2? We're going to find out. We're going to throw it over to our casters where we have T-Panda and Fear ready to take it away for game number 2 of Dogchamp versus Shopify Rebellion.
Welcome to the caster desk here as well with T-Panda and Fears. We're going into game number 2, and again, RCY with the Tinker. We saw him have a very fun time, but did his teammates. He carried them all on his shoulders. The guy's a youngster. He's 16. He's got broad muscles, Can he do it again?
Unlikely, but I do like the confidence. And, you could see in the camera, he was laughing his ass off before they picked that Tinker. He's playing Tinker into Storm. He's playing into IO and 3 more counter picks, right? So this is definitely not an easy Tinker game. Last time we saw it, he's playing versus Leshrac, a hero that is not mobile whatsoever. So the balls this team has to pick, this Tinker in this situation, we'll have to see if it works out.
There was also some ideas coming into the final phase as well, like Rebellion bringing out the Ursa. One hero to think about it as a counter pick, as a carry, you start to think, hey, that's a pretty decent Troll Warlord game. Like you were bringing up, we were talking about the draft, but they decided to pick up the Razor instead, which could have been a potential answer on the side of Rebellion if they went for the Troll. So are you happy with the way that this final phase closed out with the Razors and the Pangos?
So nothing about Dogchamp's draft is really logical. It's really just so much picking heroes that they want to play, right? And like the Razor, is it good for Storm? No, not really. Is it good against the Ursa? No, not really. But it could be good against whatever Saberlight picks. And Saberlight didn't really want to go the route of trying to counter the Razor in lane. Instead, picked a hero that's good for the game. So there is still a window for Dogchamp. And that window is going to be very narrow, and it's going to be on the back of Saberlight having a bad game on the Pango, the Razor getting farmed, and obviously RCY has to have a good game as well. They have to stop those first couple rotations that are inevitably going to come onto him with the Storm Spirit around the rune timings. If they can weather that storm, they have a chance, because I know one thing for sure, Russell on this Lycan, he most likely, there's a lane swap, so maybe he will have a chance. Very interesting.
Weather that storm. I love the play of words there. As the Rebellion side, they are the ones who want to commandeer the weather. They have the Disruptor, the Weathermancer. They have the Storm Spirit to add it up to. So it feels unlosable. But then again, a fully mechanized draft on the side of Dogchamp in a way. Well, in a way, you wouldn't say all of them are, but might give them that extra bit of flair to pull it off. But this laning stage, it has to go better for DogChamp compared to game number 1. The start was difficult. They lost all the 3 lanes. It can only get better from there, but it kind of has to go better from there if they want to have a fighting chance versus Rebellion. And that would be, for the DogChamp fans at least, very much needed. Because Rebellion, they're coming out of a loss, DogChamp coming out of a win. You know, you can't really forfeit. You can't really give up or concede another defeat on the side of Rebellion to keep up those hypes and hopes for going into the next major. Like having 2 losses, that can be pretty rough in your track record. Might have to force out some tiebreakers. A lot of games, a lot of series and tournaments that have gone like 5-2 is pretty much looking at a tiebreaker potential possibility. You don't want that to happen. We're the first week of the NA DPC, and for DogChamp a win, they would be looking at a top 3, top 4 contender right now. So you got to win this one to pull it through, but Rebellion would be very happy to just sweep this one, get it out of the way. As we look at this bot lane, Bloody Nine, Sunlight, going in for a bit of a lane swap as well to fight up against the Ursa and the Io. It makes a lot of sense. Sunlight can get he can get a bit more farm, but at the same time slows down RTZ by a little bit. They can't afford to lose this lane.
Does it slow him down? Does it really? I'm not so sure about this one. So like, let's go with the pros and cons here. Like, you put the Lycan versus the Pango. All of a sudden, you give Lycan a better lane. But you know what else you give a better lane? You give Saberlight a better lane. An absolutely free lane. So that is the trade-off. Like, all right, Saberlight, you can have farm, and the Lycan, you're going to get a little more farm too. And then on the bottom lane here, you have the Ursa versus the Razor. Like, if you can shut down the Ursa somehow by making this rotation, it'll be very good for you. However, Razor is a hero that can just get ran down and feed, and if you lose this bottom lane on this Razor, this lane swap is already hurting you more than anything.
And that is going to hurt the item timings too, because this Razor, especially when we think about Sunlight in Tour 1, who was the offlaner back in the day, he transitioned into the carry role. But as they said in the winter interview, Bloody Nine, he talked about, well, we kind of got 2 offlaners on our side lanes, both of our side lanes. He's got to be very careful about the way he positions and plays this hero, right? Because he can be semi-aggressive, like Saberlight does. He will place himself in a position where he's going to attract a lot of attention, but that also buys space for Arteezy to make plays happen. He gives his life away in hopes for getting at least 2 or 3 heroes traded off of that fact. If Sunlight on this Razor dies early on this game, that hinders his item timings, and that hinders his impact in this game. And then it's going to be very hard for RCY, and he's pretty deep in the lane too. He's going to be trading off a couple hits here off of Arteezy, and a lot of stacks as well. He is down to 300, less than 300 even. 6 Fury Swipe stacks. Don't want to get close to this Fuzzy Wuzzy.
Yeah, and they're going to go in. He still, they reset the stacks.
Just in time.
But the problem is here with this, they might not get a kill, is that they have no more regen. Or will they get a kill? It's depending on how Arteezy wants to play this. But like, you want to buy boots on Razor really badly in this lane with the Windlace, but you need regen. Bloody Nine doesn't have much regen as well. And it looks like Sunlight, he's just going to walk back to get those boots. And I hate to say it, this lane's lost. They're not going to win this. Yeah, they're not going to win this lane anymore. And now it's a situation where if Bloody Nine ever leaves this lane, that you will die on this Razor to this Io Ursa combination. Arteezy already has boots up. Guess what? He almost has phase boots up as well. So it's definitely rough. And you're looking at your other lanes. Oh, our lane swap. We're going to shut down the Pango with a Lycan or give Lycan a better lane. That's not really happening either, as you're completely free farming. And this is definitely a rare game where Abed actually has, you know, RCY's number in this mid lane.
23-14 in terms of CS. And Fly attempting to keep the Willow away. Pops the early Fairy Fire. At least to live through the Shadow Realm damage, and that's also a salve used. He will get to stay in this lane for a little bit longer. Both mid laners closing up on level 6. Abed halfway. RCY just above the level 5 line. So it's going to take a bit of time for him to get that 6. And Abed, especially once he has Ball Lightning, can already start to threaten this Tinker. Dodge the rockets. Get a bit of extra harass out as well. I think that's going to be the big one.
And Storm is definitely one of those heroes that you want to play when you see a Tinker in the game, right?
Yeah.
And you have an IO on your team as well, so, I mean, Sunlight, he's going to try and make something happen here, but he's dead. That's first blood for Crit.
Juking it about, and 7 HP. That's not going to be a disruptor dead. However, it is a Sunlight going down to Crit in the bottom lane, right under his tower. And Bloody Nine, there's not much that he could really do about that situation, and he might just follow suit as well. He's got the Battery Assault popped at least, so Arteezy instantly disengages, forces out the ability. They can just wait this out and then attempt to go again.
You know, I was about to say before I saw the lane swap, I was like, you know, they have one hope here. They're going to destroy Saberlight in lane. And, you know, sometimes when Saberlight doesn't have a good game, he'll, like, feed a little bit here and there. Mid lane should be a wash as well. But, like, the one thing they did... RCY. He's only level 5 here.
Yeah, and bringing up the numbers as well. Bloody 9 TPing into Abed, very low on HP. And Fly coming out right under the tower to get the kinetic field. And they just can't get this Abed, this Storm Spirit out of the way. And he will finally pop down to the right clicks from Abed and Fly getting the kill as Flea attempting to battle them out. And it was also Fly bringing up the full bottle there as he TP'd in with the bottle on the ground. But Abed actually goes down. He will fall, maybe Fly to follow. Dog Champ looking to get themselves their second kill on the board. So despite losing the Tinker, they get something out of this trade.
Yeah, I mean, not bad. I mean, the supports get a lot of gold here. Tinker went down. But it's going to be a continuous battle around this mid lane, as I think the game plan's very clear for Rebellion, that they just want to swarm this Tinker, get him before his Blink Dagger timing, and he's not even close right now. So, like, if they continue to play like this, it should be fine. Because if you look at the side lanes, you know, already, Sunlight, this is not where he wants to be.
This is exactly what we talked about. If you leave this lane, Sunlight's going to die, but barely thanks to the extra Windlace movement speed. He's got the boots and the Windlace, and he's going straight back to the fountain. Oh, boy. That's the second time Razor's running home.
Oh, I think they sniped RTZ's courier earlier, so he has like 800 gold about right now, and the phase boots are coming on the courier. If he would have had those available, Sunlight would have died there for sure, right? So, very clutch courier kill there, but it still isn't great if you're Sunlight. Still not great.
Actually, when you looked at that kill feed there, that was when they got the kill onto the Razor in that lane as Bloody 9 was getting the courier. So he did still die, but he didn't die a second time at least.
Yeah, there you go.
A trade-off, in a sense.
And you can see how Dog Champ know this mid lane is so important. Both supports are just camped here from both sides, so we're going to have like 6 heroes chilling in the mid lane here. And I think they can do this because RTZ doesn't need help, and neither does Saberlight. They're just going to free farm on both side lanes here. And
Ward scouted. Yeah, they will get to get that D ward, but looks like they might be finding a kill on top of it too. There's an IO on the high ground, and there's an RTZ on Sunlight.
Who?
Yeah, who's killing who indeed? RTZ, he's angry here. He wants a bit of revenge for his friend being poked around. And that will be the Razor down while Fly gets to live. So yeah, a bit optimistic. And now Abed joining in the fray, jumping straight on top of Bloody 9. Looking for the deny attempt, but that is not gonna happen.
I bet you're looking back at that laning swap choice.
Yeah.
And you're really regretting it at this point, as this Razor is not making it happen on the
He's about to
lane.
get surpassed by IO.
Yeah, it's not good. It's definitely rough. He's a support.
Support Razor. Who takes his place? Is going to be the Willow then, I guess. Take a lot of time using that regen rune there on the side of Abed, just clearing out the stacks there in the jungle, spamming out remnants and ball lightnings and getting those overload procs. Very effective farming.
Yeah, taking a stack. So I heard this patch was pretty good for Meteor
There's a neutral
Hammer,
item
right?
there. Oh, they forgot one right under the remnant.
No, not the piggy
it's
pole.
not the pig pole.
But I was going to say, Meteor Hammer, pretty popular item this patch. How do you fancy some Pango Meteor Hammer?
Can actually do that with the Rolling Thunder running around using items while rolling about. Possible. And he does, I mean, that kind of fixes the one thing that they were lacking. Objective damage. They can't really hit towers early on. Ursa's not the best at pushing until later on in the game. Storm Spirit, well, at least the IO buffs up that extra attack speed. Storm still has decent right-click damage, but that Meteor Hammer is going to help you with those early towers.
Yeah, I mean, they can definitely use that if they want to. Looks like he's going to, sneak into the tree line and cast it there, and that's how it will die eventually.
Yeah.
But what I was going to say is if no action ends up happening here, or it might, as Russell is very close to danger. But do they have the damage?
It's going to be a very tanky Lycan to try and kill. He's also got the full regen on, so not gonna fall that easy.
But yeah, if we look back to when they took that Ancient stack from Rebellion, what we did see RCY doing in the previous series when this Tinker was pretty impressive is they stacked the Ancients for him, right?
Yeah, and he smoked up.
Yeah, he smoked up and he killed him, but killing that stack, I mean, Fly dies, whatever, but killing that stack there and taking it away from RCY after killing him in the laning stage is really going to slow him down. He normally has his Blink Dagger timing by now.
Dire's bottom tower is
And now he's 500 gold short, so that's definitely going to hurt him like an extra minute. Will not have the Blink Dagger Playmaker capability. Also looking at the levels here, Razor is currently
The tome
at
is
the
coming,
bottom.
boys. The tome is coming for your carry.
Salvation is here. Oh, not the tower, taking the last hits too. All right, and now Abed's going to be jumping on top of you, on top of Saberlight. So didn't get to use the tome.
I mean, I'm glad he waited. I mean, it was technically he
Faster
couldn't.
death respawn, right?
Less gold given. Good thing he died before using it there. At the end of the day, it's still a level 5 hero, so not the biggest kill, but if you look at it the other way around, that's their carry. So that your carry having that bad of a game is quite disastrous for you.
Tower is under attack.
RCY currently 5th in net worth, and it is Russell leading the troops
All right,
basically
they're
on the
making a
side
play
of
on
Dog
bottom.
Champ. So they're going to go for the dive, fly, TP cooldown. He just TP'd in to defend this tower, and that will mean his life no longer intact. And Russell's Wolf gets a bite in between, so Sunlight's plasma field will not get the kill. They're going to have to glyph this top tower as well because the Meteor Hammer push, it's real.
It's definitely real. Like this Meteor Hammer, even if he sells it right now, has paid for itself.
Yeah, it has.
So he's going to use it again. And that's one of the big things I see teams not really recognize, that you don't need to use your Meteor Hammer in the late game. You really don't. Like, it's done its job. Once you get towers, once you get the Ring of Health, once you have the regen to farm more, it's already paid for itself. It's a cheap item. So, they might find Saberlight here.
Yeah, a bit of an attempt here
They have
to
damage,
catch
though.
him. The Tinker just TP'd away the moment Bloody Nine jumped in, so they won't have the Tinker instantaneously for the damage. But does he have his Blink Dagger? Probably. There's a relocate plate in the back as well.
Yeah,
As
Blink's online.
Abed and Arteezy both in the mid lane now to take the mid tier 1 tower.
Dire's middle
Bit of an awkward timing there. Tinker barely had any mana, but Bloody Nine is like, I want to make this play. I want to jump this guy. Can we guys get some damage? Oh, we're damage dealers in the fountain right now.
So is it a good thing that Rebellion is only up 3k instead of 5k, or a bad thing? Because I think last time that they're up so far ahead that they played a little bit too cocky. I don't think they're in a position where they're going to feel strong enough to be cocky here, and that's what Dog Champ need. They need a couple like Arteezy kills in the side lane by himself, maybe catch out an Abed or Saberlight. Any core kill at this point would be really good for them.
Yeah,
But can they find him?
At least half of that net worth advantage is the Razor being so low in net worth. So still somewhere between 1 and 2k if this Razor wasn't shut down this game. So we can see the detrimental effects of that laning state on the lane swap on the side of Dog Champ. But at least RCY has something on his hands. Can he pull it into a proper game? We'll get to see in a bit. Glimpse back. Hook shot out.
Good hook.
And
Space
that's-
created.
I spy an Ursa roaring somewhere. Sunlight does get the link. Link instantly broken. Pango intervenes, and Russell joining in the party. He's got a Centaur. Gonna look for the stun. Will get it. 3 seconds for Swashbuckle. Not gonna happen. Crit might just be following suit. 8 seconds for Tether. They do throw out the Wolf out of the way, but there's still a plenty knocking
gone.
on Crit's back. So that's gonna be a double for Russell.
All right, just what they needed. Kind of like last game, they found Arteezy and his teammates kind of sacrificed themselves trying to help him. So something similar playing out is from game number 1 here.
Abed now with a fresh Witchblade. Like to find a quick kill with that too. Rebellion getting to play aggressively on the map now that they finished off the both tier 1 and tier 2 in the top lane, finished off the mid T1. They've completely taken over the map on the side of Dog Champ, despite the triangle. That's like the last bastion of hope for Dog Champ is to hold on to that triangle, and now we're
Here
going to
comes
format
the
smoke.
Yeah.
Arteezy's going to be joining in too, and they will find a good target. The Willow instantly blown up. Into the next one. It is Sunlight that they're targeting right now. No Pango ulti though. Glimpse into the Static Storm.
Wow, he dies fast.
Yeah, he just blows up.
I mean, he's going for a Midas. He realizes the state of the game for him right now, but Abed with the Arcane Rune, I think Bloody
Kill
Lion,
number 3.
no chance.
It's all the Abed show right now. He went from 1 to 2 and now on to the 3rd. Just needs a couple more punches. Oh, crit. Just making sure he takes low enough for Abed to get the triple kill. 6-1-1 on Abed with his Storm Spirit. And Arteezy to finish off the first Roshan.
That's something Rebellion is really good at. Whenever I see Crit and Abed play together, whenever there's like a power rune that spawns that's really good for the mid laner, I normally see Crit link up with Abed right away, go for a smoke play, and that Arcane Rune made all the difference to get all those kills there. So great play by Rebellion there.
Brilliant Rebellion.
Brilliant Rebellion.
4K lead right now. Dog Champ. The map just gets smaller and smaller, especially with this Aegis now up in Rebellion. It's really down to them.
But we're about to witness the beginning of the comeback here, right?
Right.
Now.
It's
There
like-
it is.
I thought that was like a rhetoric question, right?
No, right now. We
We're
just
gonna see it.
finished the Midas on Razor, and this is where it starts. You get the Midas up, you get a couple creeps on your belt, Rebellion throws a little bit, the Midas pays off about like 30 minutes from now, then maybe you take this game.
30 minutes from now, we're looking far into the future. Saberlight, though, acting now on top of Fleet. Static Storm just to make sure. Oh, the Meteor Hammer as well.
all
Hey.
rolling.
And the Glimpse gets the kill.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, when you're locked down like that, and you have a Disruptor in your team, Meteor Hammer's stun rate should be pretty high, even if you're in the Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, you just can't control your car while you are channeling that, but if you line it up perfectly, it doesn't matter.
Classic North American Sunday drivers channeling something completely else than just driving on the road.
Yeah, there you go.
You still can't quite get to this tower in bottom, except with the Meteor Hammer. Don't really need to push too many heroes. It's just Saberlight solo pushing. Russell and Flea trying to make a rotation to the side, get a bit closer. Tower's
I
already
see
fallen.
Fly.
He's got a TP. Fly is there. All right. Get a kill on him. He's going to get stunned out. Russell again gets a kill despite the rocket connecting from RCY. And RCY still living in the shadows right now. Hasn't been able to be that super flashy player so far. But it can still happen. It can still change. As long as it's not one of those Tinker games where, you know, I believe we saw it pretty well. Lizard talked about, not the RCY Tinker, but the one we saw before. You get one item, the enemy gets 4 items at the same time. Okay, but one
the
more item,
Brile
guys.
Tinker.
One more item, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah. This might just be one of those games.
Yeah, I mean, forget about Sunlight this game. Like, he's not going to be a factor. But what's going to be a factor here is that Russell's actually having a pretty good game on this Lycan here. So he does have the Overlord online. Maybe when we get to that level 12 where you can actually TP onto the units here with the keen convenience, then at some point with the Shiva's Guard, it's a lot of items, I know, when we get there, and levels, that is going to be the timing DogChamp is looking for. That seems like a stretch for now, but that is just the reality of the situation they're in. It's not great right now. And then later on, they're going to have to deal with Arteezy. He hasn't really been part of this game much, just farming it up. He's had an Aegis for a while now, not really choosing to join. And it looks like they will end up getting a glimpse here.
Yep, a glimpse to save his life, but he's going to die to the Bramble Maze nevertheless, and Sunlight. The carry down for the pause 5 support, and Abed will make sure the second one will follow suit. Bloody 9 down. The 2-1 trade-off on the side of Rebellion. The cost of a support, that's a pretty good trade, and it keeps this Razor still at the bottom of this net worth, at least on the side of the cores. 5,400. Got a couple hundred gold out of that Midas so far, but gonna need a lot more.
If this keeps up, you never know how Flea's going to sneak up in that net worth here. He's deciding to take up a lot of more farm here, realizing that he kind of has to do this. Like, the Razor at this point in the game, he's not going to be that frontliner for a long time, and if they want to win, it's going to have to be an effort through many of their heroes getting farm on the map.
You know what, guys? Razor, you go support. I build Ags on this Willow, all right?
Oh, and speaking of cool items, Russell, he's actually going for the build of an Orchid pretty early on, and like, Abed does not have a way to dispel that. Sure, he has the Kaya Sange here, which will reduce the timing of it, but if they can manage to lock him down during that and get a kill, that could be huge. Same with Saberlight, he has no way as of yet.
RCY is being targeted right now. There is a Disruptor plus the relocate, so RCY down. Pretty simple pickoff here on the side of Rebellion, and also now fully focusing the Ancient Black Dragon. Russell trying to fight against Fly. Relocate it back to safety, thanks to Crit. Swaps it around a little bit, but that also means Saberlight. Ulti ran out, left all by himself. Abed can't do much to help him out. Sunlight, can he find himself a kill? Can he get something out of this? The Ball Lightning away from the Terrorize, dodges the fear. Saberlight deep in the trees, cheaping away, but not gonna be enough. It's gonna be Sunlight getting the kill onto Saberlight and pushes him forward. With that Eye of the Storm still running, Abed setting up a little bit of a trap here. Remnant on the spot, stalking in the trees.
Dire's top tower is under
Sunlight, oh, you don't want to stay there for too long. Because that's going to happen. Flea might be another. Well, I mean, he's got the Shadow Realm, so no Glimpse play. Bloody 9, oh, not another one. Abed with the vision.
Mid lane too, RCY. Still killed by Arteezy.
Oh, that as well. Oh, dear. Oh, dear.
I was about to say, like, where's Arteezy been this game? You know, I haven't seen him in a while, but he's got his Blink Dagger online now. Just finished BKB. use the whole Aegis just
His
to
farm is
farm.
nuts.
I don't really mind that either. But then he sees RCY in the mid lane with that Blink Dagger, picks him off. You can laser as much as you want, but he does have the Enrage to remove that. And
He's already above 10 last hits per minute on an Ursa.
yeah, I mean, he's obviously really good at farming, but he's had the whole map for himself with the space that his team has been making this game.
The pace is really, really good for him. Going for the Basher next.
He's just like the backup plan, right?
Yeah,
If they need it.
exactly. It's the one that the Tinker wished he had.
What do you mean? He's coming online. Midas is off cooldown. It's just
Yeah.
good. That backup plan is just very far into the future.
That's how easy it was. That's literally how easy it was. A bit of a smirk on the face. I was like, hey. Oh, RTZ doing his thing. Office just chilling. Like, all right, you do you. We got our own fight going on here, but RTZ's making his own decision-making to find himself a Tinker kill. And now just, we talked about the triangle was the last bastion of hope for Dogchamp 6 minutes ago. That's also gone.
Oh, dead again. TC.
And RCY down.
He's
yeah.
showing up. I mean, these are the games I was going to say that are so boring when you played carry. He's doing the right thing, and I think he's even playing beyond expectations now. Now getting kills on the side lanes, but
That was also another pre-Basher kill, as he's now got it on the courier.
yeah, he doesn't need Basher to kill anyone right now.
Nope. No, sir.
Maybe Willow. That's like probably the only hero. Actually, their supports are probably...
Yeah.
And Lycan. Lycan's pretty tanky. He's the tankiest, but supports, right now, let's just put it this way. Sunlight and RCY are the easiest to kill right now, and that's not
Yeah.
the spot they really wanted to be in.
Yeah, Russell's not going to feel too comfortable with that idea that both of my cores are going to be falling. I need to be the one frontlining and giving that extra presence. At least Flea's building into the Yules, which is going to be very efficient against the Ursa, if he's not BKB, that is. That is also going to be an issue because you're just standing still on the spot. Now, however, Fear onto the Pango with the Terrorize. Blink is
Orchid.
also up, and he does get a shield crash on 2, not on 3 though, so he will fall relatively fast. Arteezy's at the secret shop, or at least next to it, just farming and chilling. Did the Rocket spy him? I think he went just past the Rocket.
He's got a BKB Basher. He does not care at all about what comes up that high ground. It could be all 5 of them. He's ready.
Yeah, and he was waiting for someone to show up, and now it's going to be the Clockwork to walk in there, but he's already left. So there's no target here. He's stalking for a potential RCY somewhere, you know? If he goes top, okay, they've already got Abed there. Abed's going to be literally right in front of the face of RCY. Has to blink to safety. High fives don't connect, though. It wants to connect the high five. Oh,
Will he die for it? Is it worth it?
There we go.
I mean,
Great success.
not enough man on Abed to really go for that. And plus, he would have broken the gentleman's agreement there if he went for that one. So, respect.
Respect indeed. Still some good uplifting moods. Dogchamp also realizing that this game was already pretty hard to start off with against this team. And yep, I think that lasted. Graph shows everything.
It honestly feels like they
Dire are scanning.
didn't even feel like they had a chance. Like, just by picking Tinker into Storm IO, just in the first phase, picking the Razor, just like against no counter, it's like, yeah, let's just go out there and learn something from this. It's a little like sad to see that this is how this one turned out. It doesn't make me very hopeful for Dogchamp's future, but you know, it is what it is.
It is kind of rough when you have no cheese against our cheesy.
Yeah, it's true. He has a lot of cheesy in him.
The one thing that they had taken away from them.
I mean, they tried to use their cheese. It's just
Yeah. They recovered the
working.
triangle, at least on the side of Dogchamp, and that Midas, well, Sunlight's gone above RCY in net worth now, so BKB 9 seconds, it is ready. That gives him a fighting chance in the front line. 9 seconds is pretty good at this stage of the game, and it's going to be smoke on smoke action, 4v4. Already scouting out for RCY. Abed scouting out, having an idea. RCY's already out there. They're taking over the top jungle at the same time. There's some Rebellion heroes in the mid area. And that is gonna be Fly. Fly's been great play to put the Static Storm on top of himself. That buys a lot of time. RTZ getting to jump on Russell. The core that we thought that could be the worst one to go for. He's still unkilled so far. Will he stay alive? And RTZ has the BKB Enrage and TP away. That was the BKB used by Sunlight. And now very low on HP. Glimpse kills him. Oh boy.
oh no.
The Glimpse to kill him, but
I mean, Russell's unstoppable. He's actually having one hell of a game here, given the circumstances that he is in.
he almost died as well, so he's now 6-0.
But this is kind of what they decided when they did the lanes they did, right? They wanted to give Russell a good game. I mean, I think they really wanted to get everyone a good
Willow
game.
did a lot of damage that fight, if I saw correct. Oh, wait, no. Not the Willow. Thank God. It was the Razor actually popping up.
he-
Yeah, the Willow did 0. So let's not look at that.
I mean, the Razor
Eyes are
did
deceiving.
a lot of damage to the Ursa that just, ended up BKB TPing out. So his damage didn't really equate into a kill, unfortunately, but it did get a RTC low. But yeah, he ended up dying at the end of that fight to the Witchblade plus the Glimpse. And a couple hits from Arteezy just took him to half HP just to make that happen there.
Yeah.
Not very tanky. Bloody 9, will he get the courier? Big play. The Abyssal Blade was on it. All right.
Hey.
There we go.
Sniper Rooney.
Big plays into the 4-staff finish.
Yeah. The one thing that they're also going to need, there's a sheep stick on the works for Abed, so...
Arteezy's
Arteezy,
in.
0 hooks given. He just goes and does what he wants. Abed going to be following in. They're going to finish off Sunlight, and the hook shot does not connect on his buddy. So that's going to be 2 killed, and the Razor, 40 seconds gone. Saberlight still rolling around, RCY holding place, and here comes Arteezy, and of course, first hit bash. What else could it be?
How much of this game do you want to play if you are RCY or Sunlight? I'd say none. Absolutely none. But looks like someone is hanging there, and Russell's like, guys, I still haven't died yet. Let's hang in there. Maybe I can get another kill under my belt here.
Yeah, making those KDA stats look good on the side of him, but his team just not enjoying too much at this point. The Rebellion finishing off the first lane of racks, conveniently holding on to this game, just like game 1. Solid performance from start to finish. And it feels like there is really a 0.01% chance for Dogchamp to turn this around, but it has to happen with this Tinker spawning in 10 seconds. But they're not going to get the chance for it. Sunlight BKB already popped because Arteezy, again, the aggressive play.
You know who saved him there? That was Bloody 9, sniping that Abyssal Blade, saving his life there, doing what he can.
Radiant's bottom
Real team player.
attack.
Arteezy's just chilling. Hey, I mean, half of the time he's just standing still, just chilling and baiting. Kind of like taunting in a way.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he's doing here, but he's in their fountain.
Okay. All right, he just did that. Arteezy
He's
just
got
did
no
that.
BKB, he's got no Enrage. But he bought a Ghost Scepter, which is one of the best items you can get on an Ursa.
In a fountain as well, the best thing you can get. Now they're both stuck inside cogs. You're messing around a little bit here with the Meteor Hammer connecting with the Bloody 9. Flea gets killed by Arteezy, but they finally took him down. The Unstoppable Spree is down, but the stuns are connecting one by one onto RCY, and they pushed him around, but it's not going to be enough. Abed with a double kill for him towards the end parts of the game, and 2 buybacks coming out from Dogchamp, but it's not going to look enough to actually kill off the rest of these heroes. They might have gotten the Ursa.
Sunlight TP'd in from behind here. 1 versus 4. Can he do it?
Oh, here we go. Let's see if we can pull it off. The Glimpse is broken, breaking his link too. And now inside
he's
the
got
kinetic
this,
field,
right?
they're just zoning him out, just leaving him on the spot. You've got Russell and Flea trying to fight versus Crit, while the same thing is the Sunlight Razor falling down, and he has to buy back too. Crit, help.
Oh, you thought you were winning?
All right, well, I guess at this point you do just kind of back off, but then you're probably asking Arteezy, what the hell are you doing, man? Like, what's he doing in the fountain like that? I'm not entirely sure. Maybe he wanted this game to last 30 minutes. He was tired of like the last tour games being like 20, 25 minutes. No, we're going to drag this one out for a bit longer.
He wanted to be the first Ursa to build a Ghost Scepter, so...
Perfect.
Just wanted to pad up those stats for himself. Well, he will be spawning back in 10. That's pretty much as much time. Wait, yeah. That's 2%. That is very, very
Generous.
Generous.
Yes.
That's the word I was looking for.
That's the word to get.
I was saying genuine, but I was like 2% is not really genuine. Dogchamp.
I mean,
It's just a sad reality. RCY versus Arteezy. Laser comes out, but TP
oh, can you get him?
baiting him a bit here.
He's got the Ghost Scepter on Arteezy.
Thankfully,
What can he do with it?
Thankfully, that rocket was on his side, not on Arteezy's team. Otherwise, that would have been all the juking around, just kind of failing a bit. Well, I mean, the win condition is literally Rebellion making another mistake. A couple times. It has to be like 3, 4. I don't think 1 or 2 is going to be nearly enough. Abed's just styling them at this point. Sunlight's BKB is running out, even though he's not even being targeted at all.
They can't even damage Abed
Yeah,
at this
they
point.
can't. See, he's just too tanky. Too tanky to deal with. Arteezy chasing down Sunlight. And again, the first hit bash. 2 heroes down. Make it a third with RCY. Nowhere to go. He's not even trying to TP away. I think he might have actually been cancelled there for a second with a bit of glimpse.
Oh, he's out.
He's out, okay.
He got crit too, okay. I mean,
Solid. Tips coming out from Russell.
mean, this is just like a pub game now. I don't think anyone's actually taking this serious anymore. Like, they've just got heroes on the high ground, crits dying there. Like, we're in the fountain. I'm sure the conclusion will be Rebellion, but if you somehow do get 10 more kills on Dogchamp and
maybe something like what in West Europe, like you drop your Manta on the ground and somebody steals it, you know?
Drop your Shivas, yeah.
Drop your Shivas. Drop your Guardian Greaves,
I mean,
have no
that's
more
the wrong
boots.
team. I mean, he can't drop his Shivas. Rebellion has to drop something. We need an Abyssal Blade or a Bloodstone or something at this point.
I think RTC's going to drop the Ghost Scepter and be like, ha!
I mean, he's going E-Blade. That's probably the best Ursa build I've ever seen in my entire
talk
life.
to me about this
what
Spellcaster
a madman.
Ursa.
I mean, you think if you get the Revenant's Brooch at some point, you can then attack through the Ethereal Blade that you use there, which means you can actually do some damage and, you know, not completely counter yourself with an item.
I know this is a new theory, so we're still building it as well.
Yeah.
So
I'm just saying. I mean, maybe he's just using it to help, you know. Actually, everyone on his team wants to right-click, so this is probably one of the worst Ethereal Blades I've ever seen purchased in a professional game.
you can't say that.
I think so. Storm loves to right-click. You know, Swashbuckle, all these spells from Pango, they're not going to hit.
Yeah.
Io doesn't... I mean, he enjoys to right-click every once in a while, too. Like, are you buffing up the spirits? Are you buffing up the disruptor spells? I have a very good case for this being the worst Ethereal Blade I've ever seen.
When you think about it, Fly is actually been getting a lot of kills with the Glimpse damage, so you can buff that up a little bit.
Certainly.
Abed will find a clean kill onto Flea right in front of his tier 4 towers. And he's gone for 30 seconds, and there we go. The Abyssal stun on RCY, but the defense matrix at least allows him to recover fast enough, but he won't from the second bash, followed up by RTZ Saberlight. Well, you know, he was trying to get to the fountain. He's still kind of, Meteor Hammer channel.
What's up with all these teams, like, really trying to defeat the fountain? You know? Like, I feel like it's a new challenge. It's like before, back in the OG days, you saw them camp Fountain forever. Then they buffed it, added stacks. It's like, no, we're going to be that new team that defeats the Fountain here. I think that's what Rebellion is trying to do this game.
What would happen to the game if you actually were able to destroy the fountain?
You used to be able to.
Spawn?
You still spawn there. And
you
like,
still spawn
yeah,
there,
you
okay.
actually, in Dota 1, you could kill the Fountain. And then you just sit there and you'd fountain camp them for like 2 hours if you wanted to. Those were the good old days. You think fountain camping's bad now? Should have played Dota back then.
Yep. All the years of Dota that the viewers have missed. Of course, all the old veterans sitting out watching these games.
The last hurrah, maybe.
Old man fear, reminiscing about the past. But one last final fight by the looks of it. Sunlight's BKB's already run out. Static Storm right on top of Bloody 9. To take him down. Sunlight on the side, still trying to battle it out. Takes down Fly, but now...
Albert has a Meteor Hammer too.
Oh, yeah. Storm Hammer. It is the RCY Tinker to fall, and the GG's finally called out onto the board as Rebellion. They sweep this series. Clean 2-0 coming out from them.
Very clean.
And very clean, even though Dogchamp, if we take them into account first before we talk about Shopify, they definitely had a bit of flair in the drafting. So they had a pretty good understanding what they wanted to do. Yep. Execution not so hot and just kind of falling between, under the feet of Rebellion in this game. The skill level was a bit too much for them.
Yeah, I mean, I think they really tried to like come up with two creative ideas instead of playing it normally, and it really bit them really hard.
And then on the side of Rebellion, I feel like everything just kind of clicked together, and they were having a bit of fun here in this second game as well.
I mean, they won 6 lanes across 2 games. Pretty clean sailing.
That's a good stat.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good stat. And I believe our panel should be ready as well to take this one over as the series goes 2-0 for Rebellion. Let's throw it over to the boys.
It's us, the boys. How's it going? No, yeah, Shopify. That was a hell of a series from them. 100% lane win rate over 2 games. Exactly what you expect to see from a team that makes it top 4 at a major. And just general beautiful gameplay. I mean, I think for me, obviously, the Tinker was kind of already answered in the draft, but the way they handled that Tinker in the early game, you know, killing him off, stealing his stacks, you know, just really rubbing the salt, it just made this guy's game impossible.
It really did. They gave him no comeback potential. He's already got a tough game. Abed taught him why you don't pick Tinker into Storm. And I mean, it was basically the Abed show. I don't even know what his KDA is. It was the Abed show. He had the freest Storm game of his life. And let me tell you, Abed's had a lot of practice playing Storm over the past couple of years. A lot of practice.
Really?
Yeah.
You think? He played it in a couple of majors, right?
A couple.
Couple of
Yeah.
grand finals here and there.
Couple of grand finals, couple of 5 games in a single grand final. That happened too. Dog Champ being okay. I don't think that the lanes were that one. Like 100% lanes win. Come on, they're Dog Champs. Their dog was 3-0 at some point. He had a couple of kills, had some farm at least, but it wasn't really that relevant. The Tinker was suffering. The Razor was being hunted down. Like in a game such as this one, I would even say that it's not about protecting the Tinker.
Yeah, you want him to be that. but-
Yeah, I do. But anyways, you do not win the game by protecting him early on. You win the game by making sure that Lycan and Razor have a good time so that they can actually create enough space for him to farm up. In this game, though, that just didn't happen. Like, Razor was such easy picking throughout the early game. Like, any storm zip zaps on him, he's just dead. So, unfortunate for Dog Champ. They put on a fight. It just didn't work out. Shopify Rebellion, at the moment, a little bit out of reach for it.
Yeah. I mean, Mike, you seeing potential from the side of Dog Champ at all?
Yeah, I mean, I see potential. I mean, they were versing, like, arguably, the hardest team in NA. Maybe TSM's the hardest right now.
Yeah,
in the
inside
region.
of when you're in
Right.
NA, TSM are the hardest team. When you go outside of NA, then Shopify are the hardest team. That's how it
like
goes.
we all kind of said it, they didn't do themselves any favors with this second game draft, right? Like they went for their comfort, but they chose Tinker into Storm IO. They had no answers for the Storm this game. Arbit goes 18-1-8. It's just they had 0 answers to the man. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely potential. I think for them, it's just a learning experience. I don't think they came in thinking they were going to win this series against
yeah, for
Shopify
sure.
Rebellion. But, they definitely learned something. And, you take that into your next series and see if you can do better.
Yeah, it kind of feels like we're going to be following their journey, seeing how they go, seeing how they improve. But yeah, for now, not bringing enough to put much of a threat towards Shopify Rebellion. But our MVP for this series, for the second game, we got to give something the way of Arteezy. Or you know what happens when we don't? The fanboys will get upset and get in the DMs, So we'll give it to Arteezy. I mean, farming his pants off on this Ursa, finding a bunch of solo kills on the Tinker as well. A pretty damn good Ursa performance.
Pretty damn good Ursa performance, but it was stolen a little bit from the mid lane. Like I'd still want to see the Storm on the podium. Like hunting down heroes, creating enough space for the Ursa. Like, how is Ursa an MVP ever? Realistically, it's just a dumb bear. You buy that Battle Fury in a blink. You jump on people. You kind of first hit
very
bash.
rude.
Is it the first hit bash the reason why you get MVPs as Ursa?
But it's never a first hit bash though.
It's
Because you got
always the-
overpower. So like you hit him like the second time, and the guy's like, "Oh, I got first hit bash." Like, he's gonna hit you 6 times in a row. Obviously, one of those
It
is
doesn't
gonna
matter.
be a
It's
bash.
still,
What do
it's,
we expect?
it's still first hit
No,
bash.
it's still like-
Always.
yeah. Everyone complains about this, and it's just like it's gonna happen. It's a law of statistics. But yeah,
The
Arteezy.
lore of statistics.
Yes.
The lore.
No, the law.
The law. Okay. Sure.
Alrighty, let us talk to a winner. Let us talk to Mr. Saberlight. We've got him on the line to talk to us from Shopify Rebellion. Saberlight, how are you doing, my friend?
It feels amazing to win against Dog Champ. I'm pumped with energy right now.
Glad to hear it. It was a bit of a smackdown. Did you have a reasonable idea of what to expect from this team?
Well, I didn't, but luckily Bulba and Tal, they never underestimate our opponents, so they did a proper preparation, and we certainly out-strategized them, which makes my job very easy. I just pressed a few meteor hammers.
I was enjoying the meteor hammers. Is that your favorite item at the moment?
Yeah, it's certainly pretty fun, especially on Pango. You just roll and then you drop the meteor hammer while you're rolling. So I'm very grateful for Bulba for picking me a fun hero.
Shout out to Bulba. So, I mean, I want to talk to you a little bit about that TSM series because obviously, it was after the major. So did you kind of feel like you didn't really have the proper time to prepare for them?
I mean, I think it's just like we had the same amount of time they did, so it's fair. I think the main reason why we lost to them is I was just choking a little bit, happens. But I think we'll hopefully see them at the major and we'll get our revenge.
Nice. They be fighting words. Mike.
Speaking of the major, Saberlight, you guys came fourth in the Lima major. Couldn't help but notice Abed and Arteezy looked very, very happy after being eliminated. How did you feel about it? Were you happy with the overall, fourth place for yourself, or?
I mean, it's okay. It's not. I mean, it's like a nice way to cope. It's a top four. It's fine, guys. But I think. I believe, and everybody in this team believes that we could have won that major if we played better and if we did better. So it's a bit sad in that regard. But there's 2 more majors and then TI and then a bunch of other tournaments. So we have plenty of opportunities to show up.
Well, going back to TSM for a moment as well, like you obviously had a bit of a rough matchup the other day. Nomad already talked about it. Do you feel like they have an advantage considering you played with them for quite a while? Like, do you feel like they just know your play style? They know how to play around you?
Yeah, I did notice that. I feel like against TSM, I personally don't have the best game, so maybe it is like that. But I mean, I also played with them, so I should be able to read their moves and stuff. But I don't know. I guess they're just doing a better job of it than I am. They also have 3 new players, so it's somewhat of a new team for me, whereas I'm still the same. So that's a way to look at it.
Still the same on
Very
Saberlight.
humble.
Yeah, absolutely. Lizard.
You're definitely changing, man, though. Like, you're talking about teams and that you have played with. Like, I remember when I met you first time, it was Athens. You were playing in Hippomaniacs. I believe that was the name, right? Good times. Like, do you keep in touch with those players? Like, do you still keep in touch with your Czech boys?
I mean, from time to time, I talk most with Boom and then with Skitter because we usually meet at LANs. But with Supreme and Sehni, when they would wish me luck at TI and stuff like that. I mean, I think Supreme is playing the DPC in Europe, so I hope that he'll finally pull through and do well because I know he's a very solid player.
Yeah, it's interesting how a lot of you guys have made it from that team. Now I'm also wondering, like you say you haven't changed, but you must have certainly changed since those times, right? Like, what would you say was the greatest improvement you had as a player in these last 3-4 years?
It's a good question. I think.
Thank you.
It was very good at being a panelist. Wow. I think the most I improved as a player was during my time in TSM, I think, because then that was the period where I went from a tier 2/1.5 player to a tier 1 player basically, and I think Moon and Dubu helped me a lot in that regard. So I think that was the biggest change, and now I think in this team I'm honing on the details. So from becoming from then it was becoming from tier 2 to tier 1, and now it's from tier 1 to a great player. So, yeah.
Well, we're loving the journey, and we're enjoying watching you grow for sure. Any final words for the fans of Shopify Rebellion who are watching you guys, supporting you through the major and now through this DPC?
Yeah, thanks to everybody for supporting us. I see a lot of cool messages, so thanks a lot, guys. And I'm sure I'll see you all in Berlin.
We love to hear it. Thank you very much, Saberlight, for talking to us, and best of luck for the rest of the NADPC.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
And don't forget to buy the supporter pack for Shopify as well, because they've got you can have your own Saberlight Bing Bong in there as well.
I wasn't
amazing.
I wasn't gonna ask him because I actually wanted to speculate on it, but he said I like all these cool messages. See you guys in Berlin.
Yeah, the cool messages and the not so cool messages.
The cool messages after losing to TSM, the coolest messages,
Yeah.
to get as a player, yeah.
See you on LAN, kid.
Yeah, it's crazy what people can write you after you lose a game or two, but I feel that. Yeah.
You feel that?
I lost a
Experienced
lot. Yeah.
Alrighty, well, that's going to just about do it for Shopify Rebellion versus DogChamp. DogChamp, unfortunately, unable to piece it together, especially with their relatively new roster and shuffles they've had to go through. Could not pull it out of the bag and pull off a win against Shopify Rebellion. But we have another series coming up, so we'll have a look at what's coming up around the corner. And it's, of course, 5-4 Stuff versus TSM, another underdog series, another team which has shuffled recently against another titan of the NA region. What do you think? Will this one be any closer, Mike?
I need 5-4 Stuff to save my predictions, Nomad. You know me. I went for the underdogs all day today, and DogChamp, they let me down, but 5-Red, I'm betting on them. I think they've got it against TSM.
Yep. Okay, you might be the only person here and actually across the world for that one, but I'm glad you have the faith. They need it. Listen, I mean, what's your thoughts? What do 5-4 Stuff really need to do?
Win some lanes, maybe. Try to do that.
Good start.
Like, it would be an improvement from the first series. What can I say? Like, if you can manage to win a couple of lanes, maybe you can win the game. Then again, in the last series that I've casted them, they built only four staffs. So they're not staying true to their name, which is very annoying and very painful.
Yeah, no, they do need to work on getting out those 4 stuff and maybe ratting a bit more as well.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, maybe picking Hoodwink, I guess, is the closest to a rat you can get. There's going to be some fans that get very upset about that, aren't they?
We actually,
Isn't Brewmaster a literal rat? He is, isn't he? In Dota 2 he is. In Dota All-Stars he was a panda.
He's a panda. He's a panda.
He's a
Well, he's not
You
in
can
Dota
get
2,
you can
though.
get a rat mount for Chen. That's what they need to do.
All right.
That's the
That's all
closest
it
we
is.
have to
Alright.
a rat.
We'll do that. We'll go for that one. Pick Chen. Okay. Now, guys, if you are watching this and you're not earning any money whilst doing it, then what are you doing? Because you can head over to esportsbet.io and earn yourself 3,000 tokens per hour, which is equivalent to about $3 US, and that's completely for free. You don't have to make a bet. You just have to sign up at esportsbet.io. It's an innovative new platform to help you earn some money, and then you can place down bets with the tokens you earn over on their website. So if that's something which interests you, then head over to esportsbet.io or check on the details below the stream and join the Discord there for more information and start earning whilst you watch. It's a great system and a new way to earn tokens and engage with the Dota 2 community and other people like yourself. So check that out if that's what's got you interested. But for now, we're going to be throwing it over to a break. Then we're going to be back with our second series of the day. It's going to be 5-4 Stuff versus TSM coming up after this rather extended break. It's time for the next series of the day, and it's going to be an interesting one. We've got 5 Rat 4 staff playing up against TSM, and I've switched out my panelists. We've traded Lizard and MLP for T-Panda and Fear. Guys, how are we doing, and what are we looking forward to?
Well, good to be back again. The real panelists here taking over as we had ourselves a very interesting Rebellion Dog Champ series. But now I think this is where the real gritty knit happens. TSM, 5 Rat 4 staff. I'm excited for this one. And especially, how does 5 Rat fare today?
I mean, that's a great question. We did see that they have the skill in the laning stage. The one thing they really lacked when they went against Nouns is the fact that they couldn't keep the tempo in the mid-late game, and they just got outplayed all over the map. So they need to be able to figure out like how to play that mid game. Their early game seems to be great. They beat Nouns in the early game. They just couldn't seal the deal.
Yeah, I think, talking about 5 Rat 4 stuff, they're a team which has shown, like, they can play early and then, they can team fight well, but when it comes just putting it all together and kind of playing through that flowchart, it's a little bit broken up, and one more small mistake happens and they seem to kind of get abused very heavily by the team they're playing against. But they have only played against Noun so far. It was their opening serease, so, we can give them the benefit of the doubt, but at the same time, it's another team coming in where they've swapped like 3 players around. Their mid laner, their 4 and their 5 have all been replaced from last season, which, I don't know, it's kind of like it's hard to see this team progressing when they're making so many changes. You have to keep kind of learning everything from scratch.
That's true. That is true. Especially, how does the leadership kind of kick into the team now that you got Giant as the 5? Usually the supports are the ones doing the majority of the shot calling. We've talked to Wipemon. We've seen like Crit and Fly doing a lot of that talking. Moose at least was very vocal with Bait. At least he got his share in what kind of strats they want to pull off, what kind of moves they want to do around the map. But how does Giant sit into the picture? Is he going to take more of a leadership role in the team or not? Like, a bit of questions again for 5 Rat.
Yeah, and I guess we should look at the coach as well. Pandas, he's surely got to take some of the focus for trying to lead the team and trying to make things mesh nice and quickly. It's a lot to ask, though, for sure. Over on the other side, of course, we have TSM. So much to talk about with this team. They just won their opening series versus Shopify Rebellion, so they're going to be feeling pretty good right now.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. This team is like always, we underrate them every single tour, and then they come out and usually beat the team that we don't think they'll beat, which is Rebellion. They did at the end of the tour, but they just got Lina, right? End of tour thing. But this time they beat them at the very beginning. They did it off a bunch of new strategies. They brought out the carry of Baden, looked pretty good. They tried to do the Tinker. Didn't really work, but that was mainly off the back of Abba just being so good at the mid lane and shutting them down. But they closed out the series inevitably, and I think the fact that they're willing to try new things and still be this good makes them very strong.
Yeah, and also like drafting-wise, Tomato like to play with Brawl and Wipemon, 3 unique heroes in the course of a series against the top team of NA. So Kasane and Ari only sticking to their guns, the Lycan that we've like to see a lot, and of course the Rubik that has been super popular amongst this team and all the others too. So I think that gives a bit of spark in terms of drafting ideas, and the kind of approach they want to take can be very varied as well on the side of TSM.
Yeah, it can as well, but also coming back to that kind of core gameplay which they know they can kind of perform well with. And, the Rubik versus Shopify Rebellion, we praise them for being innovative and trying new things, but at the same time, they picked Rubik 3 games in a row, and it did count them the win. So they know the ideas which work for them, and they also know how to play around some new strategies as well, which is a very good thing to see, especially in the DPC, where you got to keep on innovating, being on top of the meta, and that's how they managed to go 7-0 last season. And of course, we can see the teams in a head-to-head statistical comparison, see exactly how they match up against each other. But I would imagine TSM stats probably looking pretty damn good after last season.
I mean, yeah, definitely. I think the one thing that is very interesting is Kasane, like, his hero pool is generally just been the same type of thing. He's added a couple new heroes in there now and then, but we saw 3 games of Lycan. He started off Tour 1 with a bunch of Lycan. How long will he continue to do this Lycan? And he went to the Major, and the Lycan didn't really work out, but we heard in the post-game interview, they didn't really think it was a strategical thing. They really think like the Major didn't go well because they feel like they play much better online, and that was their first LAN together, and they just couldn't make it mesh.
Yeah, and we see that happening sometimes. It does just go that way, and you need one LAN under your belt to kind of get the hang of it. It's just seeing, next time, assuming there'll be a next time. They've already beaten Shopify, so one would assume there will be a next time. Will they be able to pull it out the bag? Will they be able to get things coming together? And that's a question for a long time in the future. Right now, though, these stats looking pretty even, but I guess, with only one series under our belts, it's not going to look too separate from each other. And 5rat did have a bit of a close series versus Nouns, honestly. Like, it wasn't like Nouns absolutely wiped the floor with them. They were able to fight, which was nice to see.
It is. And also, like, one number that strikes my eye in team comparison between these two is actually stacking numbers, where 5rat, they stacked 15 times currently as an average from the 2 games that they played. TSM 4 game at 10. So they would like to maybe play a bit more aggressive in terms of the map control from the laning stage exit. Is 5rat ready for that kind of stuff? Do they want to just fully focus on coming out of the laning stage? Lizard talked about it. We've talked about it so many times over and over again. This patch is really just about the laning stage and the exit from there. What do you do with your first kills? Are they ones leading into objectives? And are those kind of leading into a snowball situation? Or can you chill for a little bit to get those next big items and have a really good 15-minute like shard timing?
Yeah, that's the question. I mean, it's all about trying to find your tempo, find your timings, and even make sure the heroes you pick are kind of, fitting in those timings as well and giving you a chance when you come to that early mid. What kind of heroes do you want to see coming out from 5rat, which makes their game easier or stuff they play well?
I mean, there's nothing specific when I think about 5rat, like what I want to see them play, because they're a new team. They just lost to Nouns 0-2, so I probably don't want to repeat a lot of the things they did. I just want to see them play aggressive. I want them to play for the laning stage, and on top of that, I want them to have a well-rounded lineup. But more than anything, I just want to see them play better as a team in that mid-late game, because that's really where they just struggled.
Yeah, and they did go for like the same 3 opening heroes in all 3 of their games versus Nouns. I mean,
they had an idea.
Yeah, it's a it's a question mark. I mean, what can they do that again? Won't that be punished?
I guess it could. I mean, it just really comes down to like, what is the read on both of these teams? Is it just been on that first series that they both have played out, or are they looking at some? I wouldn't know if they would have actually scrimmed together. Probably would have, maybe once or twice. TSM would look to play against the top teams as well, and maybe have their ideas a bit further into like the top team kind of level idea, Try to look for the heroes that gives you not only just the ease of execution, but go for more intermediate, more difficult types of drafts to execute that aren't just down to 1 point filled and we can just start doing our game. I think that's more of a 5rat approach that they should be taking. Simplify things, make the game feel comfortable in terms of how you can set the pace of the game. Well, TSM might just be looking for much broader varieties.
Well, it's going to be a hell of a series, and I think we're all going to enjoy watching it, but wouldn't you enjoy watching it more if you're earning some money whilst you're doing so? Well, an innovative new platform coming out from esportsbet.io does allow you to do that. You can earn up to 3,000 free tokens per hour whilst watching online through esports.io, and that is the equivalent of about $3 per hour, so check that out if that's something you're interested in. There is no need to place a bet. You will earn the tokens just by signing up, so head over if that is something which you are interested in. It's a new way to earn tokens for betting and engage with the community over there. So head over, log in on esportsbet.io and start earning tokens today. But
still a higher wage than Mike gets.
Yes, if you want to earn more than Michael Phoenix, then head over to esportsbet.io. We now have the draft, so let's jump straight into it and see how TSM versus 5rat 4 staff.
Yeah, we were thinking about so many names for 5rat 4 staff. They never go for the full 5 4 staffs in the team. So is it like 5 rats plus 4 staff, 5 rats almost getting all the team 4 staff? They never really get to that peak. They should change their name.
I mean, no mid laner really wants to buy 4 staff. That's all it comes down to. Name a single mid laner where 4 staff is meta. You can't.
Can we call Hurricane Pike?
5 seconds.
Yes.
5 rat hurricane
What
staff.
mid laners buy Hurricane Pike?
Okay, also a fair point.
I mean, there's not many. But either way, TSM, this is something they did really well, and they actually dominated the games they did win at the major with. It was this IO Leshrac combination.
Yeah.
It's very, very strong. Bryle, he looked great on the Leshrac. He has looked great on this hero throughout the years. And player Earth and IO, it makes it even stronger. 5rat, we've seen this Pango answer a lot to it. It's, you can roll around and not take damage from Leshrac. It's cute. You're not really killing him, but you can maybe get on top of the IO and make something happen there.
Yeah, chasing around with Diabolic Edict, like just hoping you're going to kill this guy, you know, chasing around. They did ban the Drow as well into the second phase, making Lesh's game a little bit easier. Talked about the hypothermia counter. And, you know, Bloodseeker versus the Pango, pretty solid, you know, basic idea. We don't want this Pango's game to get ruined. But we've seen a lot of drafts where they go like Pango +1 that are usually, well, I wouldn't say bad against Bloodseeker, but Bloodseeker's really good against them. Where you're like, who do I rupture? Like, you're like,
Too many options.
Yeah, too many options and confuse your opponents.
Yeah, but at the same time, then, if there's always going to be a good rupture, then, like, there's no problem with that. There is definitely no problem with that. Yeah, I was a little bit interested to see TSM actually going for the Leshrac IO because in their series they've had, I feel like it's, like, to be expected. But then again, even that the major, you knew it was coming, but team still couldn't do anything against it. So is it just that strong of a combo?
I mean, it's very, very strong. It's like off the top of my head is like, how do you deal with this? And I'm just like, I guess it has to be AA at this point. Like, there's Drow was great, AA is fine. Maybe you can go for some Terrorblade, but like that's not even guaranteed. That hero's slow, Lesh IO play fast. It's a very, very difficult thing to deal with, and even at the major, nobody really dealt with it. Like, I would say Drow was the only good answer to it.
Yeah.
Outside of that, your guess is as good as mine. You just have to like outplay him on the map. I hope this is a mid Pango. Sure, we did see like the offlane Pango Saber like getting the Meteor Hammer. It worked out in that particular game, but I think maybe he was gifted a better game than he should have in that particular game. Whereas the offlane Pango usually struggles really hard in most games. So it's okay mid. I want to see A. I think that's all I'm getting to. I don't think there's any other hero that they can pick that's just going to be like, all right, this is scary to play, and so we can shut this down right away. But then you're playing AA, which also you don't really want to do.
What Fear is really wanting to say is give us a mid AA and just put this Pango as a 5.
No, absolutely not. I don't want to see mid AA. I want to see POS 5 AA.
POS 5 Pango.
You're asking about mid heroes that build a Hurricane Pike, mid AA, definitely gonna. Yep.
You got to take that advice. That's a good one. And also, one thing that we were really excited about, you remember West Europe Division 2 and the LeBron POS 5 Pango? I like that. I really like that.
It worked in Div 2.
It worked in Div 2.
I mean, it used to be good a while ago when you remember they just changed Shield Crash where you can just
pretty much
jump on them? And the numbers were skewed and actually really broken. Then they scaled it down, so now it's not very good anymore.
100% reduction. That was fun.
I mean, you can play it. It's still...
It's a POS 5 team fighter still. And if this Pango ends up getting like a very bad laning matchup pretty early on into the draft, you could consider changing this Pango into support position.
Are you saying mid A POS 5 Pango? Because why not just reverse?
Because why not? You know, it's fun.
You've got an AA and a Pango in your draft. You're like, I know how to put these heroes.
I mean, that has been the evolution of Dota recently, right? Just like if you're a support, play core. If you were a carry, like Sven, you know, play support.
Yeah, trying to break the game. Everyone's always trying to break the game, especially Moon Meander, who's, of course, the coach of TSM, always been a big proprietor of finding new things to try and different ways to abuse certain mechanics. And now, we're going to get a Monkey King from TSM, so talking about cores which are played as support and vice versa. Monkey King, quite often flexed around. What's your read on this one?
Tomato Monkey King is what comes to mind. Does Ari play Monkey King, though?
I'm sure he does.
Yeah, definitely.
You do not pick Monkey like this if you're not able to flex it. That's the way I see it. Because Monkey King is a hero that does not look good a lot of the times, right? Like you die 1 or 2 times, your game's kind of over. Wildcard Gaming had that kind of issue. They ran out in the carry role. Looked pretty bad. One mid lane, this looks promising, but it was bad in the end still. And like, I really think you need this last pick Monkey that you know has a great lane, and you're probably not even the only carry, but you do get into the situation where if you die once or twice as a core, and game's over, and you don't want to have 3 counter picks to deal with that. So it is the flex potential. Like, so they're definitely thinking this could be a position, you know, for Monkey King, but they kind of need to counter it ahead of time as well at the same time. But if they don't, they'll play it on carry.
It's like some of the cores that have fallen from grace, from core to support, like the Gyrocopter, like just don't pick a core anymore, just play support. You can actually win. Monkey King might be looking at something of a similar situation in a way that he could actually be more beneficial as a 4 than as a core. But Shadow Fiend to go along with the Tiny. We've already seen the Toss Requiem combo, which has worked out pretty solidly.
Yeah.
And Undying, another lane-winning hero, plus potentially hindering the IO a little bit. Pretty difficult for the IO to move around with this zombie gnawing machine.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, having some team fighter like Warlock was in my head, where you can get the Fatal Bond onto the Leshrac, do a lot of damage to the IO, even though he's healing. Could be really good, but Undying is a similar type of hero where you don't want to run into that as a Leshrac IO. Like, if there's a well-placed Tombstone, could be very annoying. And more than anything, Undying is a super strong laner. And I think the Enigma response is just for mainly the Undying, right? Like, you don't want to, like, head-on, like, fight this guy in the laning stage. You want to pull the lane backwards and make Undying feel like he doesn't have a purpose in the game, because he just kind of runs around and doesn't have a stun or anything. So if he doesn't win this lane, he loses a lot of purpose.
Yeah. And I just say I'm happy to see Kasane most likely playing this Enigma in the off lane. And I'm just a general enjoyer of the hero, always have. Never will change my mind despite how many nerfs this hero might be hitting. If the Eidolons seem to be better than the hero from some patch to another, I mean, I'm just always happy to see this
What's
one.
your favorite spell of Enigma?
Favorite spell of Enigma?
Yeah.
I mean, I'd have to say it's Midnight Pulse. It's either
So if
Malthus
they
or
remove
Midnight
that
Pulse.
from the game, would you still be an Enigma enjoyer?
You still got 3 really good spells
So
on
you
the
like
hero.
all his spells, okay.
Who plays Enigma? Like, I can't wait to land a sick Midnight Pulse this game, guys.
For me, that was like my least favorite of Enigma. But, you know, to
surely.
each their own.
He's, I mean, the downside of the hero is super long cooldown. So whenever you commit, you actually have to commit on the hero. If you have a +1 stun, Midnight Pulse is really good for like dot damage over time. It is literally damage over time. What am I saying? So you get a lot of extra percentage-based magical damage with any gank you're going for. Malphus Midnight Pulse, you can cut down Monkey King from his tree and laugh at your carry like, ha ha. You know, he just fell down and anti-synergy. But wait, I got a black hole. I'm going to save the day and change things around. And then I have my Eidolon split pushing the other lane. I've got the 20 talent. They're destroying the towers and taking the racks, boys. I'm ratting with my hero being in the team fight.
You like it. You like it. Thank
All
you.
right.
Yeah.
And now, okay, one more thing Enigma does, which I think a lot of people overlook, is like Io has a lot of heal, right? On top of that, Leshrac buys a healing item in the Bloodstone. And then, you know, you have to deal with the Greaves, right? So, like,
Yeah.
then you just pick Timbersaw versus Leshrac, and then I'm not sure what that was about. But
Another tree cutter.
I get it now. They actually wanted Monkey King to play core. This is a bait, because Monkey King is good versus Timbersaw. Leshrac's good versus Timbersaw.
Yeah. We'll give you loads of really good matchups, so you can't resist beating us.
Counter of a counter of a counter.
I mean, I think they could just pick like a silencer or something and call this a day. It feels pretty free.
Why
I
is
really
that?
don't understand this Timber pick whatsoever. I mean, silencer, you can cancel Requiem. Really annoying to play against Timbersaw. At that point, you're picking a POS 5. Well, actually, maybe you can play with the Enigma if you want. So maybe they want a melee 4. That might actually be better now I think about it. Because I think IO Monkey will have no issues versus Timbersaw whatsoever. But is there any in the pool? Okay, I'm changing my mind to...
Time for Ricky.
Nah, something faster. I want them to be able to... Is Tusk in the pool? Looks like it is. Okay, I want them to play Tusk. Otherwise, they're going to pick something like some Luna or something that's
Abaddon.
also good.
Abaddon's still in the pool.
Do you want
Tomato
first
good play.
Timber? I mean, it's not
Coach.
bad. You can remove the Whirling Death stacks with the Photic Shield, but I think there should be something better.
There's not enough control for me for Abaddon. That hero can be kited in the right games, and I think this is definitely a game where it could get kited. You got a lot of control on the side of 5-4 stuff, the disarm for the Pangolier as well. But
I get that.
then again, the hero just does seem very, very strong at the moment.
Yeah,
so.
if you play... All right, they're just going with Morphling, so they're going to keep it there. That's another hero that can lane versus the Timbersaw. It's not going to completely shut it down. It can probably carry the game as well. And they still have their 4 that has a stun, so it works either way.
It does indeed.
Carry
and,
Shadow Fiend, by the way.
Yeah.
So mid Pango, all right.
Alrighty, and yeah, it will be Kasane on the Enigma, which means Ari on the Monkey King support. Yeah, kind of checks out. This is the first Monkey King support we've had in NA. Every other game, it was a carry or a mid laner, and it lost all 3 games it's played so far. So yeah, maybe now it will find its success as a support hero. But overall, what are your thoughts on this draft from 5-4 stuff? I mean, does it have the tools to be able to pull off an upset here?
Nope. I think
Alrighty.
they do not have the damage
boys.
whatsoever to kill this Leshrac. He's going to have Greaves behind him. He's going to have, you know, the Bloodstone. And how are you going to burst through that? Timber is going to die before the Lesh does, guaranteed. So they have to have like a really big gold lead through the laning stage to really deal with this.
And how is the laning phase looking to you, Panda, quickly?
I mean, the Shadow Fiend is going to have an okay time versus the Enigma, and I was actually saying DNM is the one I would put my faith on. Like, if 5-Rad has a chance, the Shadow Fiend pops off in this game.
Yeah.
If not, then this is just an Enigma show.
All right, let's see what they can do. It's time for game number 1 of 5 Rat 4 Staff versus TSM. We'll throw it over to our casters, who are MLP and Lizard.
Well, thank you so much, Nomad. We are going to get into game 1 here between TSM and, of course, 5 Rat 4 Staff, and it is MLP, Dota, and Lizard. Lizard, you've seen the drafts coming out. The panel was a little bit split. Obviously, TSM going to be the favorites going into this matchup. But do you have any faith in the draft of 5 Rat? Do you believe they can pull off this game 1 victory?
I mean, yeah, of course, there's 5 Rat. No.
No?
No.
Literally nothing.
Nothing.
Give me something.
No.
No? All right. But that's all we've got, sadly. No hope here for Lizard.
No
Zero
hopium from me, my friend, but let me dig deep. Let me find it. Let me find some hopium. Can I? Okay. Look, you got this Pango, right?
Right.
This Pango versus the Enigma, you'll always be able to break the black holes later on if he itemizes that way. In the lane itself, the raises are pretty damn solid versus the hero. Enigma has been nerfed. Like, conversions aren't that great on the range hero anymore. They don't work. So, because of some of these things, maybe there's a way for 5 Rats to capitalize on just crushing the hero. The problem is, if the Enigma gets to Greaves, that's all this guy needs, basically. Like, you get Greaves, you have an IO, you're a healing machine throughout the game. I would like to see a Vessel on someone from 5 Rats, but who actually buys a Vessel on this team? I'm not sure.
That's fair. It is one of those games as well as the Enigma where you're not going to be too afraid of popping Black Hole, right? Like, there's no Rubik. Your stuns are basically Avalanche from Tiny, and you've got Rolling Thunder from Pango. That's pretty much it. So it's not going to be the hardest game in the world to land a decent Black Hole here for the side of TSM as well. So you're always going to have that kind of threat for 5 Rat 4 Staff, as there's going to be a bit of harassment traded here between Brawl and Moose. Nothing to write home about. It's going to be a 2-for-2 trade, I believe, on the bounties. DNM does manage to pick up 2 for himself. And we'll start off with the mid lane, of course, as per usual. You're going to have Red 2 on the Pango against Brawl on the Leshrac. What do you think about this mid matchup? Like, does one hero have the advantage over the other?
Lash versus Pango?
Yeah.
I think it's a farm fest, more or less. Like, you have with Pango, you have ways of getting on top of him. You have ways of getting these last hits with the swashbuckle. As Lash, are you losing to anyone at the moment in Dota? In the Dota game, in the game of Dotes.
Right.
Do you lose to anyone on the mid lane? Like, you used to struggle against heroes such as Lina, but there is nothing played mid that actually wins hardcore versus Lash at the moment.
Oh, Lesh is still a very, very strong hero for sure. Of course, down in that bot lane, you're going to have Giant there on the Undying. Ari going to be pulling a creep wave over already as the Monkey King. And Kasane and DNM going to be going at it on the Enigma and the SF. Giant actually does a decent job. Ari, he popped the Mischief, so de-aggro's the creep wave. Then again, though, he does stack both the creep waves. So at the end of the day, like, you don't get the creep pull off, but this creep wave should just push the wave Kasane anyway.
It definitely should. And it becomes a little bit harder for you to CS as well as SF. There's like a lot of creeps hitting it, Eidolons as well, obviously. So some of them, as you can see, are being denied. So overall, if you're Enigma, you're happy with this. Your lane is being pushed in. Wait,
Ari?
Ari?
He's going to triple stack it.
Triple stack.
Maybe. He'll block the small camp.
Blocking this. Okay, I'm learning from Ari. Ari is a genius right now. This is some 5-head play.
Yeah?
And I literally don't understand.
Let's see what Ari's up to. Is he dragging this mid? Where's this creep wave going? They're going to meet.
They're gonna meet.
Giant's going to pull it over. They'll meet in the Radiant jungle now.
I mean, how is this beneficial to the Enigma?
I'm not really sure. I'm not sure why he
He's
decided
losing
to pull it.
Look at that. The 2 range creeps are getting denied here for sure. Ari is like, I'm the offlane now. Screw you, man. I don't care about your Kasane Enigma.
A very interesting maneuver here from Ari.
It's like, if a support did this to me when I'm on offlane, I'd rage so hard.
Oh, absolutely. Of course, top lane, we do get First Blood going the way of 5 Rat 4 Staff as Moose is able to pick off Whitemon on the IO. I'm still just very intrigued as to what Ari's trying to do here. He does still pull the creep wave behind the tier 1, it looks like. And he will. He'll pull it over. So a lot of games happening for the creepy equilibrium. I don't know if he actually won out.
I don't think like this is a game on its own. You know, they just discovered a new game. Ari here he's like playing some Dota from 2030. It's like, yeah. I mean, overall, creep skipping, creep pulling, connecting the waves. It's all been seen before. It's all been done. It's just that one single stun when he took the way away from Enigma was kind of weird. Not really sure what justifies it, because as an Enigma, he could have gotten like 3 waves under the tower. That would have been pretty good for him.
Well, Ari maybe just being a little bit greedier on the old support Monkey King, but you know we'll see how it pans out. You know, at least does get his level 2 now, so he can start making a few rotations if he so wishes. You talked about that mid lane being favored towards Brawl. Like if you have a Monkey King on top of that, and we're about to see that moment.
You have Tiny as well rotating in.
See if Moose can kind
He
of...
might kill Red too, even if he's not careful. Look at this. Sorry, my brain just went completely haywire. It happens.
It happens. Don't worry about it, Lizard. It happens.
You understood what I meant, right?
Yeah, I get what you were trying to say.
If they were on opposing team.
If they were. Definitely would have been a big threat. Oh, goodness.
Tombstone down bottom. They're just zoning Kasane completely away. Meanwhile, Monkey King making sure he gets a couple of last hits.
Yeah, Ari still just playing the core role here on the Monkey King. We'll pull the creep wave over once again. But how's that top lane been going? Like that's the one thing we haven't really talked about very much. It seems like Tomato's having a pretty damn good time on the Morphling right now. Speed not really able to do too much in the way of stopping.
Dire's courier has been
Yeah, it's one of those lanes where you can't really do a ton as Timber. Like Morphling is gonna farm. You can't stop him. It's an age-old way of playing versus Timba. Like, if you mess up as a Morphling, there's obviously a chance that he bursts you down, but that's not gonna happen to these players. I mean, Speed is a god, don't get me wrong.
He is.
But probably not gonna catch Timado out that way.
What's Ari up to now? I saw him pulling more creep waves over. Still messing around here with the SFT and M Giant.
This is real, actual monkey business right here from him.
Quite literally.
I mean, he's doing what he can, right? You're playing into an Undying. You never truly want to play the lane properly. Just make as much chaos as possible, and you're gonna be kind of happy with it. So
Mid lane, Red could be in a bit of danger. They can land the Boundless, but a nice swashbuckle away to the high ground. Gonna allow him to get out just in the nick of time. Still that 6-minute power rune timing. Oh, it's gonna be a regen as well. Red, he'll be very happy with that. Now, TSM, they would have loved to see that regen on Bryle, but they won't get so lucky. Nevertheless, they have the 5-minute siege creep on the way, and they'll get started on that mid-tier 1 tower.
damn, they're pressuring it super hard. One creep for level 6 on our Red 2. Once he gets that, maybe they can set up a defense. Undying is rolling in. So is Tiny.
Can they get an avalanche? Not quite.
A Tiny was the real deal there, right? Like the one that needs to connect. If Tiny is close enough with an avalanche toss back, they can get the kill. Unfortunately, a bit slow.
Very unfortunate indeed. So only 1-0, actually in the way of 5-4 stuff. Not many kills happening this game so far. Pretty slow start for either side. Rotations back in from Brawl and Whitemon. Into that Radiant jungle. Seems like they want to try and intervene, see if they can find someone to pick off, but they are going to get surrounded completely by the side of 5-Rat. 4 heroes around Bryle, and it looks like they're just going to burst him down. Bryle's gone.
He gets the tombstone.
I mean, he does get the tombstone, but it's going to cost him his life.
Yeah.
A double kill for Red.
Yeah, that was cheeky to run into their side like that. But very well read by 5-Rats. They instantly surround them, get those kills. They've been preparing, like all their moves so far on the map have been good. It's just that maybe Black Hole down bottom, there we go.
Yeah, it is committed and there's no way to cancel this one off unless Moose gets there in time, but he still gets the full channel. The problem is DNM is still alive. Kasane is the one in danger. Brawl does rotate but misses the split earth. Moose, he'll just chase Kasane down, though he doesn't have the damage to finish the Enigma off. So Moose will drop. Brawl able to get the job done.
At one point I felt no one is gonna die. Tiny had 7 Magic Wand charges as well. Decided not to pop them, but he died anyway in the end.
Yeah.
Unfortunate black hole. I mean, it was a good black hole. He'd kill him if not for the soul rip. Like literally, the soul rip is the day saver.
Certainly was. Exciting. I mean, at the very least, probably won't mind too much. It's all about building the Guardian Greaves. You already talked about it earlier. You know, Enigma's still Enigma. Just gets the black hole on cooldown.
Guardian Greaves are still Guardian Greaves more
Right.
so of that, yeah. Like some heroes just get demoted to the items that they're building. Just utility in certain games. Is this a terrible Enigma game? I don't think so. Like Pango, that's the only hero you have to worry about. Once he gets the Basher, that is.
Still going to be a while away for that. TSM hanging around the mid lane. 5-rat 4-staff ready to defend whenever. Not allowing Brile to go after that tier 1 mid tower whatsoever. So Brile just go back to the triangle, keep that farm going. Meanwhile, Ari has been spotted here by Moose and Giant, but somehow actually gets away. They won't spot him out in that tree line. Instead, they'll head towards Brile. Rolling Thunder is going to be committed here. Brile, he does have the support of Whitemon, so it's not going to be the easiest kill in the world. Nice little juke out. And Red, he'll have to back out of there.
Yeah, it was actually Ari. He was doing his usual monkey business. He was jumping from the trees and he stunned the two of them, like with the Boundless Strike. So Moose and the Undying couldn't really connect. So there was no follow-up stun to the Rolling Thunder, no follow-up damage.
I mean, this MK has already been such a nuisance this game.
He's very annoying, yeah. He's just all across the map. But top tower has fallen. We've forgotten about that old lane. Timbersaw is just having the time of his life. So is Morphling, by the way. He's not really zoned out.
Oh, regen rune spawns up. Brile gonna lose it to Red. Does get the split earth though, but can he fight? He's running a little bit low on HP, so does need to back off. Weimar will keep him alive. Moose even continuing for the chase. May cost his own life here. The split earth does land, but they won't be able to follow up. Brile a little bit too low on mana to keep going. But 5-rat, I mean, you've got to appreciate how aggressive these guys are being right now. Not holding back. So it doesn't cost them. Moose, he does end up dropping. They do at least pick off Whitemon. Even Tomato forced to rotate to try and help out in this scenario. Speed's going to show up though on the Timber. He's the big boy. He's the one to be afraid of. Brile, can he get his way out? Not quite. He is going to drop to the Rolling Thunder of Red. Another double kill for the Pangos. They try out the Tomato. The Tomato, he does have the waveform.
Yeah, and the stick charges, like he can always go do this, just go all the way down. Gets healed up by the Wisp. Easy, 50% HP instantly after. Like overall, a decent fight for 5-rats. I wasn't sure just what Moose was thinking. He was debating them hard for quite a long time, but he had no spells. So he couldn't really contribute that much if they went on him. But in the end, it kind of worked out for them. They did get Brile, so...
They did.
Pretty good pickup.
5-rat doing a pretty damn good job, at least for the first start of the game.
Do you like this Timber to the bottom lane shenanigan? They already lost the tier 1 tower, right? But Timber can't prevent Enigma from moving.
I suppose so.
I guess that's his thing right now. Wherever they start pressuring, just send the Timber there and defend it.
Moose. Mid lane, gonna get stunned up. Red 2 is there to help out though. Nice toss away on Ari as well. Brile looks like he still wants to chase, but DNM, he's gonna show himself on the SF. They don't want to fight into the SF right now. They'll leave him be.
You're strong on that Lash, but you probably don't want to be running into any raises. That's still a bit way too much damage.
Ari's still scouting out. Moose has been spotted, so will Giant. A very nice boundless on 2, but there's no follow-up to it.
Yeah, I was just waiting for Giant to do this, but okay, they go on Ari.
They will. Wukong's command going to be popped, but it won't really make too much of a difference. He will just immediately get bursted down as now the Rolling Thunder chasing down Brile, but some nice sidesteps. Not going to be enough. He will get stunned up in the end, but Red gets stuck in the ditch there.
There's no ditch there, Mike.
Well, I had to say something, Lizard. I mean, he got stuck for no reason.
He got stuck for no reason. That's what we should be saying.
Oh.
Unfortunate for the Pango. But it happens. There are some places in the map that still work that way. Invisible ditches.
It's terrible.
Everything. When I don't wear my glasses, everything feels that way.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you get stuck? Like, do you hit? Oh, mid lane morph.
That's a big one if they can find it. Tomato, he does still have the waveform.
He's kind of defending the tier 1 mid. He's a really hard kill, right? Like, they don't have any ways of silencing him.
That they do not.
And it's difficult to burst him down as well if he's strength morphing. Anyways, do you get stuck a lot? Like,
Middle tower is under attack.
Do I
you
get
hit-
stuck a lock?
yeah,
I don't play
in a ditch
Pango.
like that. Oh,
I
okay.
don't play Pango for that exact reason, Lizard.
I meant in real life, you know.
Oh. Yes. I suppose I do.
Do you hit the curb a lot, you know, when you're walking and
Tower is under attack.
Yeah. Sadly, I
uneven
do.
tile?
I'm a very clumsy person, Lizard.
Okay.
Mid lane, Giant's gonna get caught out.
Me too, by the way. Don't worry. You're not the only one.
Oh, thanks for that. Moose. Moose and DNM are still going. I mean, this tier 1 tower is very, very low.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
All drop. No contest here is 5 rat.
Yeah, these towers on the map are falling, like, very easily, right? So far, not a single tier 1 tower was actually contested. It all just kind of falls. Like the mid lane, the top lane, the bottom lane. On both sides. Like, no. Everyone is just like, okay, you're gonna take it. We can't do anything about it. They've signed some treaty, I suppose.
Oh, Speed. He's a big pickoff. Highest net worth on the board right now. Looks like he is going to get caught out. Kasane with a great setup, and now the rotations. They're not going to cancel these DPs off. They're going to try and go for the team fight. Bryle will happily go for the fight. A big Requiem from DNM. Maybe TSM have gone too far. They are going to lose Bryle. The Leshrac is down.
Wait, did Io get Requiem out of the tether range?
I'm not 100% sure on that one. Kasane also caught out. Another double kill for Red.
Yeah, because that was like a terrible, terrible mistake there. Because they were tethered in, and he was like 2 seconds away to tether out. Relocate out, that is. Eye on the lash. Oh, very weird. Like, there is no... Maybe he just decided, yeah, stay there, fight. Maybe that's also a thing, but... I don't know why you would actually continue going for that after you've killed the Timber Saw. And you use the Black Hole, and you use the Splitter. You have zero control. Afterwards, what do you have? You have a couple of the Pulse Novas and Lightning Storms. It's... Not sure.
I mean, it could be a matter of TSM just maybe being a little bit overly confident, maybe just feeling like they're the better team going into this matchup. And
Yeah, maybe they're TP. They see them TP to the outpost, you know. It's slow, it's one after another, so they're thinking they can fight.
yeah, I mean, Firebrand have been very, very good at grouping up this game. Like, it just feels like every single time they're in a team fight, there's at least 4 of them ready to go. And it has been catching TSM a little bit off guard. It's now mid lane, Red. He had jumped on, but there's just no follow-up damage. Tomato does not want to go for a fight this early on. He'd rather go back to farming. Get that Eye of Skadi timing up on the Morphling. With that, I mean, with all this time gone, DNM's actually overtaken a net worth now as the SF. That's a scary, scary thing. Like, we've seen how much this SF can kind of hit for. And he's having a great old time, DNM.
Yeah, he can become a real problem. He's going towards that BKB. Once he gets that, they're more or less set, ready to fight. You still have to be careful. You're playing into a black hole.
Middle tower is under attack.
They don't really have any proper ways of dealing with it at the moment, but at the same time, what's the problem with these Enigmas at the moment? They're buying Greaves, right? If you're buying Greaves, your BKB plus Blink timing is super delayed, so maybe you don't even have to worry about the Enigma.
Is under attack.
It seems like he wants to go for the shards into the Blink first here for the for Kasane's Enigma.
Interesting that players are still going for the shard without Lance.
Red. Mid lane, that's a lot of damage being dealt, but once again, Brawl is going to be met by the avalanche of moves, and Giant is right around the corner. Brawl's running a little bit low on mana. Ari's going to show up. Red is still going with the Rolling Thunder,
Yeah, he's
though.
gone.
He's fine.
He took the side street and just ditched.
Yeah, no rule stopping him. That's the thing with Brawl as well. He's been playing very confidently on the Leshrac, but it seems like Firebrand, they're always ready for this man. Never going in as 1 or 2, always with 3 or 4.
Yeah, I feel like the biggest problem that TSM is having right now is the lack of control. Like, it's something that our dear analysts were talking about. They only have the monkey with the proper stunts early on.
Bryle gonna make the jump in. They've got red once again, but do they have the damage? The Soul Rip will keep him alive. Bryle again is the one in danger. Giant will just chase him down, but now Giant, he will go down himself. Wyman able to keep... Oh, never mind. Speed just shreds him. My goodness, he just disappeared. Speed, he'll go for a little bit more now onto Whitemon. This Timber is a very, very scary hero at the moment. As Wyman is still just trying to get his way out, but Moose will cut him off and Speed will take the kill.
Why not kind of move? Like, he had Tether off cooldown. I was wondering why Monkey moves away. Like, I had a feeling that maybe you can still Tether on the Monkey and get out. Maybe they didn't want to be, and they didn't want to get caught in that save your body syndrome in which both of them die in the end, but okay. Like, overall, TSM, they're not in a lead in this game at all any longer. When it comes to gold, that's obvious, but overall, like, they need to play these fights way more carefully and probably from this point onwards actually wait for the black holes. Like, one biggest issue that I see with their draft is they have this high relocate, right? But the only way of setting it up across the map is the black hole. The cooldown is a bit too long for that to be good.
Moose. Avalanche toss is there. Red gonna follow up onto the Enigma, and Kasane just melts. The relocate just did not make it in time to help out.
Yeah, it was a decent idea to relocate because he had Greaves and a Wand. Like, if he manages to Greaves and Wand, he can probably even black hole the both of them. Unfortunately, for him at least, the stun lock was really on point from 5 rats, so he couldn't get that black hole out.
And now Roshan's gonna get started. 5 rat. He's playing a very, very clean game number 1. Roshan definitely gonna go their way. I mean, Scan is out from the Dire, but it just doesn't seem like they're gonna make any attempt at trying to steal this away. DNM will pick up the Aegis himself in the SF. And so far for 5 rats, so good. I mean, it's just, they've played a very clean game. There hasn't been too many mistakes being made by them. We'll just see if they can keep it up. Ari? Seems like he's going to be okay. Mid lane, Bryle going to get tossed back onto red.
That's the blink from Tiny.
Yeah, Bryle still trying to fight, but here comes Speed. He's the big target that you don't really want to run into right now. Moose still going down. Eventually will die on the Tiny, but they are just completely surrounded. Wyman trying his absolute best to keep him alive, but Speed is proving to be way too big of an issue.
It was Speed, and it's just the way TSM is. They're constantly taking bites that they cannot chew, they cannot swallow. Like, they go on this Tiny, they do finish him off in the end, but they're doing it next to a tier 1 tower that's still alive. Of course you're gonna get punished for that. It took them so much time. And I would say it's Giant, actually. Like, it's this Undying that's making it all happen. Soul Rip level 4, just healing everything up, constantly in team fights. That Tiny survived for way too long.
The Giant has been doing a great job, always in the right place at the right time. Keeping everyone alive way too long. TSM, now this is going to be a very frustrating game for them. Now DNM going to be watched by Ari, but
I don't think this is a good idea. Like, he's got an Aegis, a BKB.
Brawl and Whitemon are rotating around. Seems like they may want to try for this, but DNM has help around the corner. It's definitely not going to be a very easy kill to take.
Yeah, I feel like anyone else on the map would be better. Blink with the Pango. Whitemon, he was a bit lucky there. That was really close.
Very close call for Whitemon. The 5 rat not looking to put the foot off the pedal here. They're just constant aggression coming out from this side. It does feel like a different 5 rat 4 stuff we're looking at right now. Like, this is not what I'm used to seeing.
Yeah, they're on point with everything, and TSM's draft isn't really allowing them many mistakes. TSM's draft that is kind of difficult to execute at the moment. They're just waiting for the Morphling items, which he is getting. Like, he has now a Skadi, a Lance, Falcon Blade. Like, he's pretty big, level 15. Not on top of the net worth charts, but still considering how his team's game is, he's good.
Well, they're going to spot out Tomato. Avalanche toss-up is there from Moose, but Tomato will easily just waveform back towards his tier 1 tower.
That's probably one of the upsides of their draft. Like, this Morphling is uncontested. Like, at the moment, he needs to be extremely out of position to be killed.
That's the thing, right? It does feel like TSM at the very least, they have that Morphling to rely on, right? Like, as bad as the game's gone for them, Tomato is still farming at a pace that should be able to allow them to let him carry the game.
Do you believe in that? Or are you just saying it to...
I do believe it.
To you know, like, there's always fans of each team. You want to make them feel happy.
Oh, I see what you're doing.
Sugarcoating things a bit.
I couldn't care less. I'm saying what I think here, Lizard.
Okay. There's definitely a chance. Like, I would say that Morphling plays a big deal. Yeah, he's dead.
Very nice from Speed. Speed is a Timbersaw specialist, by the way, in case I hadn't mentioned that already. Man loves his Timbersaw. It's now 14-7. 5k advantage to a 5-rat. No signs of slowing down. And then the Ags up on Speed makes it that much harder as well, because now you've got those 2 chakrams to worry about.
Is under attack.
And TSM, they're still being smothered in this game 1, just not being given any leeway.
Yeah, they can't. It's like, at least they have heroes that are capable of moving across the map. Like, you say smothered at the same time. Like, Morphling, he's farming. Io and Lash as well. They can move across the map because of the relocate, so it's not... It could be much worse for their draft, that is, for the state of the game.
Is under attack.
That it could.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Tomato's just going to work on a BKB now. Oh, Moose. He's going to end up finding the Monkey King in the tree line. Just toss him up. Speed will say thank you very much.
Yeah.
Takes another.
He was extremely annoying early on in the game. A little pest on that monkey.
Yeah.
But once they got a couple of blink daggers, being that annoying spy behind enemy lines is a bit too difficult. Like, you're just getting picked off every time you're up.
Is under attack.
One of the things about a Monkey King support, right? It's either really good or really bad. And right now, it's starting to look really bad.
It looked really good at the beginning, but
It did.
yeah. It's also a difficult game. They don't have a ton of stuns, so it's a lot on him. He went for Diffusal. I was thinking maybe Gleipnir wouldn't have been that bad in this game too. Mid lane.
Dire's bottom
Moose is in. No toss back though. Brawl's going to be all right. Maybe they just weren't confident they'd be able to
Monkey
burst him down with Tomato around, but Ari again.
He found the ward, at least. He knows that they have vision there now. Paid with his life, but yeah.
I mean, it's going to be a very frustrating game for Ari. Even if you do get the D wards off, it's just
tower is under
the mental game not going to be feeling too good for him. Tomato forced off away. Does have the Hurricane Pike up, looking for the waveform away. Tomato still strength morphing, but Permastun's coming out, forcing Whitemon to go for the relocate.
Dire's bottom tower.
They will get him out, but do they go for
can
the fight?
Yeah, maybe.
They're TPing in, they're going to try for this. Whitemon, Avalanche will connect, he'll still get the tether out, but DNM's got the damage.
He's so dead. Can they toss back the Lash?
They're going to try. Bryle gets tossed up in the air, but Moose is going to sack his life for that. Requiem, though, is going to connect, and
there a black hole?
Bryle's melting, but Black Hole is out. Kasane, he's got 3 targets, but where's the follow-up damage? There it is. Tomato makes the jump in. 3 are down. Can they find more? It looks like they can. Speed on the run. Tomato on the chase. Speed still running, trying for the TP up, but gets
Disarmed.
stunned up. Disarm is there, nevertheless, he cannot TP out. Red's gonna jump in. He has to go for the roll-off though.
Such a sick Morphling game. Like, they can literally do nothing to him. At the same time, yeah, that's the power of Enigma. Never adopt Enigma in the late game. They kind of forgot about this hero for a bit. That's how it looked like. Like, you never move that way. They were all clumped up together. And that black hole was, like you mentioned, like you noticed, without any follow-up damage. That was literally just black hole in Midnight Pulse.
It did a lot of damage.
It did a ton, but it was only it. Like, imagine what happens when Lash is there too.
Well, there goes Whitemon on the IO. Moo's able to pick him off.
Also, like, why that was possible is there's no basher, right? Maybe Pango could have gotten it earlier. If he gets that, like, you don't have that play anymore. Like, Enigma will not be able to just easily break your team fights. Maybe that will be the next item he picks up. We'll see.
Probably the smart idea here for Red. Still, Virat not looking to stop the aggression. Still trying to push forward. Looking around for Ari on the monkey. Barely missing out there is speed.
Do you think that this, like, the BKB on Morphling right now that he's buying, I feel like, I don't know, I can't say nothing. I can never say no to a BKB. It's not possible. In
You
this
don't,
game,
you don't like it, or?
I mean, there's too much control. I like it. It's good. There's too much control. There's too many things you have to worry about.
I mean, with the BKB, it just feels like there's no controlling him at all, right?
Yeah.
Like, there's just no way.
It just makes your game easier. No, the only time you can argue against BKB is when it's the right item, but for the game and the state of the game, if you get it, you lose. If you know what I mean, you kind of have to take the risk. Sometimes you just have to take the wilder item.
Right.
I don't think that's necessarily a case in this game. You're 7k behind, it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, I mean, Tomato still obviously hits like an absolute truck here on the Morph. He just needs to be able to stand there and hit people. Here you go, Firebrand already onto the tier 3 mid tower. Moo's going to jump in. Ari again being caught out of the monkey. He is going to drop.
Can they trade for the Tiny, maybe?
They're going to try. Split Earth is going to lamp, but the Glimmer Cape is keeping Moose alive at least for a little bit, but not for long enough. Bryle.
They don't
Nice.
have Black Hole. I don't think... And BKB has been expanded. Okay, you defended. That's it. You traded 1 for 1. You don't go deeper.
So all they want right now, TSM, is a little bit of time to allow those items to come up on Tomato. Thing is as well, you don't really want to fight into the Aegis of DNM if you can avoid it.
Of course, and it's been recently claimed, so you're gonna have to wait for quite some time.
Yeah. Still, I mean, 5-Rat, again, 6k advantage. 30 minutes in. Looking very, very good right now. You could argue maybe a couple of mistakes being made, but overall, a pretty strong performance so far. Thing is, it's one of those games where it's like one bad team fight, and it's going to swing the other way real darn fast. So they've got to just make sure they don't make those mistakes.
Yeah, for sure. One bad team fight and this Morphling is cleaning house. Morphling and the Enigma, that is. So, the Enigma... Kasane will have the BKB. It doesn't help, though. Like, it makes it easier for you to use the Black Hole whenever, but you still have to keep an eye out on Red 2. And he's pretty big. He has a blink, so he's probably going to be waiting and just chilling on the sidelines until you use the Black Hole.
Yeah, Red's absolutely huge.
He does have that Basher completed, so...
Well, there you go. They've got the answer now. Tier 3 top tower going to be under siege here by DNM. Ari's the only one to TP back. Brawl eventually will do so. They've got the Black Hole this time around. Moo's trying for a cheeky avalanche toss, but won't go too deep. With that TSM, they will hold high ground once again. 5-Rat 4 stuff, not trying to force anything. Even with the Aegis up, they are not feeling like they could just rush high ground into the Enigma. Thing is, every single time they delay out the game, this Morphling
Gets a bit bigger, yeah?
they do ping him out. DNM knows he's there.
This could be huge Requiem.
Yeah, the Requiem is available, but the waveform away. They found the Undying first, so Giant is going to drop.
It's a big kill.
No chance to Requiem here. Can they turn this?
They should be
TSM
chasing, yeah, Pango as well. Used his
TSM?
ult.
They'll just keep going.
Gotta be careful. If you chase on the high ground, there's buyback, there's the shrine, the outpost that is, so you probably don't want to go that far.
Well, Ari seems to wanna. He'll keep scouting out for his team. Does end up finding moves in the tiny, but doesn't really have the help around him. Brawl is trying to rush his way in. Diffusal Blade is there on moves.
might be
DNM though.
This is, yeah, I think tier 1 and that's it. If you go deeper, you might get punished. Undying is back up.
Moo's gonna jump in again. Tossback is there onto the Morphling. Tomato, no, he's got the BKB off. He's gonna get right through the Requiem. DNM's going for the man fight, but Tomato's got his number. Wymon just healing up the Morphling, making sure nothing can go wrong. And now the Boundless Strike. DNM's in trouble.
No BKB.
This is the team fight we talked about. This is how it turns real quick. And that's without Black Hole being used.
That was such a high-risk play. I mean, kudos to Five Rats. What they tried there was really cool. They tried to toss into the Requiem on the Morphling, blowing him up instantly. But obviously, Timado a little bit too fast, pops that BKB, just stands and fights the SF. The SF almost took him down. But there are Greaves. Holy Locket on the IO, heals him up. Easy fight afterwards. Maybe the BKB should have been saved for post ages on the SF. And then maybe they can fight twice, but if he uses it on the first death, that's it. GG.
Yeah.
For the fight, that is.
Well, suddenly there's a 3k advantage now for Five Rat. That's about all they've got. Really nothing too big here for themselves, and
Just 350.
350. Make it 2.
All they've got. 250 now.
Pretty rough affair, and Tomato is top of the net worth board now on the Morphling. Going towards that Daedalus build-up. And again, that last team fight, it was without the Black Hole. You know, you get one of those decent Black Holes off, it's as good as over.
Yeah, he was just sitting on the sidelines, ready to pop that Black Hole the moment it was necessary. He doesn't obviously want to waste it and get clipped by the Basher from the Pangolier. Pangolier, he's
Oh,
caught.
here we go
You can-
again, Red. Oh, Red's gone. Giant, he is not going to escape either. Purge is there from Ari. Bit of revenge from the monkey.
The game turned so easily for TSM.
It's concerning, isn't it?
Yeah. And you know, it's those little things, like when they were pushing high ground, going for the kill on the Monkey King and then losing their tiny. These small little things, like they break your push, right? Like if you don't go for the monkey, if you just continue pushing, you probably take a side there, they can't fight.
Here we go, bottom lane. Requiem's on Ari, perhaps, though he does cancel it off. Problem is the T3 tower mid lane is gone.
And they're going, well, they can't go top, but
Well, they're going
losing
for the
them.
racks.
They might lose them even.
Now, DNM's finally TP'd back
They can
along with
just BKB and
speed.
take it.
Moo's going to jump in. Avalanche is there. Requiem
that
popped
was-
as well, but it's very messy.
The attempt was the same, by the way. They jumped into the toss, into the Requiem, but this time around, BKB was on even before he got tossed, so the Requiem just looked very silly.
Yeah. Yeah, I was about to ask why he was doing that Requiem, but now that you mention it, does make enough sense with moves with the toss back. Sadly, though, Tomato's just a bit too quick on the BKB these days, and
These days, yeah. Back in the day, he was slow as my grandma.
oh, stop it, Lizard.
This time, he's gotten good.
You love picking on my English.
How can I pick on anyone's English?
I mean, you have been. You've been getting me a couple times. I'll give it to you.
I mean, I like it.
Yeah.
I like a bit of accent. I'm not the only one speaking like this, you know? Like, I was always sticking out like sore thumb. It's nicer.
Thank you, Lizard. TSM
No problem.
in the driver's seat now. Tier 2 top tower. Not going to last at all. Brawl will just shred through it.
Radiant's top
Roshan, it's going to be a 50-second timer, so not too bad. TSM should have full control of the area around the Roshan pit. And Five Rat, they immediately smoke up just in case Roshan spawns. Line being drawn right through to the Dire jungle. So they want to try and control the other side of that Roshan pit. Thing is, TSM have access to the high ground of the Radiant base if they're not too careful. Like, if you get a hint they've made this rotation.
is under attack.
The high ground positioning is pretty damn good. And you can kind of expect, that they're going from behind.
Is under attack.
Monkey King might break all of it, yeah.
He does. Ari, he'll die for this, but he won't mind. He's done his job already.
Well, he is. It is 4v5 right now. He needs to buy back if they want to fight, yeah. And now, if you're Radiant, now what do? Do you run back? Do you just keep your ground? Maybe if you could cut off Monkey as he's coming in.
Moose. Avalanche is there. Not going to be any follow-up to it. Roshan has
They're
officially
pinging Monkey. They're
respawned.
pinging. Man, that could have been such a huge pick-off for them. If they managed to kill the Monkey before he reaches his teammates back there on the high ground, like, it wouldn't have buyback. It would be great. Damn, this rush is also sick. Nice play.
I mean, it's melting right now. Roshan already gone. Moo's the one getting jumped on right now, but TSM, they've already kind of missed the, well, they've missed the train here.
Do you know, 5 Rats, some of these moves that they're making are very...
Very high level.
Yeah, very high level, very cognitive. I'm loving them. But we'll see if that's enough. There's what, an Aegis and the Cheese now on DSF. He also has the Eggs and the Aghanim Shard.
Radiant's courier
Pretty big
has
boy.
been killed.
And he is. Braul's going to move in.
Radiant's top tower
Tier 3, top tower.
They just don't care, yeah. They're like, okay, we're sick of you just moving around this high ground. Go back and defend.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Shoot your base.
Yeah, and that they do. They force the rotations back. It's kind of weird for Fire Rat because they're the ones with the Aegis and the shards and everything else up, but they're also the ones that need to get back and defend, and TSM just kind of running around in circles right now. Another big smoker. Fire Rat, they want the team fight, but TSM's making it very awkward for them. They're just always in a better position. Here we go again.
Let's see. How do they wrap around this time around?
I don't think they can go the long way, but they might have to try.
If they could find the Monkey King again, kill him off before the fight, it would be a really nice advantage. He's the only one that cannot buy back, even if he had gold.
Yeah, this smoke's not going to work. I mean, Red is at least pushing out the mid wave, so they don't have to worry about the mid lane for a little bit.
Not every smoke has to, or needs to work. Like, you get out of your base, you ward up a bit, but you do need to defend high ground. That's a problem. This is the second set of Raxes that they're about to lose.
Murs, immediate hex out. They've got the tiny controlled up. Split Earth will land as well, but they're not going to make the dive in. They don't need to. They've already got the top lane of barracks. Nice little bash on Brile, but there's no follow-up to it. Again, TSM just taking solace in the fact that they control that Radiant Triangle.
It's so huge. Like, this game is one of the best examples of why protecting and warding up the triangle is so important. It literally makes Radiant's life hell. I mean, kind of similar for Dire.
Just feels a little bit worse on Radiant, doesn't it?
Yeah, on Radiant because of Rosh as well. Like, you have that huge objective.
Oh, Giant immediately blown up. Tomato playing no games, and now the backside Brile just destroying Red 2. The Pango is gone.
Yeah, those are the nerves. The nerves are gone. You've played a pretty good game when it comes to keeping your high ground, being as defensive as you can, but eventually you need to break, you need to get out.
Here we go, they're going to try again. Speaking
Black
to jump
Hole.
in, but Black Hole is there. They've caught 2 of them, and they are just going to melt. DNM is gone. Aegis at the very least is down. He will have the secondary life, but TSM once again just retreating at the perfect time.
Radiant's middle
Not wanting to give any openings away.
Morphling.
Tomato, he's a massive target. Wymon's right behind him. Requiem's going to be chatted up. Tomato, he's down.
No buyback.
No buyback available. All right, hold on a minute.
anyone.
3 heroes down without buyback on TSM.
Not a single buyback on them.
Radiant's
These
middle
boys
tower
be
is
styling
under attack.
without buybacks.
This changes everything.
This, it's Lash, right? And he does have a buyback, so he's gonna be spamming some good old split earth.
Ah, of course.
But we'll see. Like, this is a huge opportunity. 60 seconds.
They've got to get something done at this time.
Radiant's top barracks
Like, obviously, it's very hard to approach that high ground against this Leshrac shards, but you've got to try and do something.
Yeah, the shard, the midnight pulse, already stunning them. Yeah, it's gonna be rough. You won't be able to end this. unless there's a huge mistake from TSM.
Now the glyph forced out. DNM at the very least can stand outside of the range of the stun. Does wear off. Wymon, he'll be back in 5 seconds, but you definitely need Tomato. Pings are coming up for the tier 4 towers, but I don't think they have enough time for that. Another glyph forced here by TSM.
Tier 4, definitely not. I think even just these Raxes. Okay, this tower was really low on top, so 2 sets of Raxes.
They're going to try. There's a huge creep wave pushing into the Radiant base at the moment, though. Onto the tier 4 towers, so someone has to address that. They will at least get the melee barracks before they have to back out of there.
Hello and goodbye. Suddenly the game is even again. Why? Because you had no buybacks.
Pretty sad little mistake from TSM.
Pretty sad, but a good chain of events coming from 5 Rats. Like the buyback on the Pangolier, he jumps in, he gets forced, then he uses Swashbuckle just to be able to cancel the Black Hole, and then they take a fight afterwards. Really nicely done by them.
5-man smoke now. TSM not feeling too good after that last engagement. At the very least, they're going to run right into Moose. That's the pulse for Tiny down, and that's him without buyback as well. He's down for 85.
Back and forth.
Very back and forth indeed, but you can give props to 5-Rat. I mean, this is one of the best teams in NA they're up against, and they're on even footing right now.
Yeah, it was a...
It is.
It was a... It is, of course it is. It still is a very competitive game.
It is.
I'm not gonna say that it might be over right here.
I mean, you might be jinxing TSM if you do, honestly. Speed. Gonna avoid the boundless strike there from Ari. Braul's gonna go after that tier 3 tower. The Diabolic Edict will make short work of it. Rolling Thunder is there, Red. He's in a very nice position. The
Damn.
Requiem gonna just blow up, and now the Black Hole! Kasane! He found 3 targets again! Speed barely out, but the chase is on.
They've got some buybackers though.
They're gonna commit immediately. In TSM, they need to run.
Flash is in.
Or do they? Bryo, he's just gonna jump in like a Giga Chat. He doesn't care. Immediate tiebacks out, and that's gonna be it. Just like that.
I liked your TSM, they've got to run. No, never mind. Braille is in. Hex is the SF, and the game is pretty much done right there on the spot. They do have 3 heroes up. They might want to... yeah, you cannot defend this. But they put on a really good show, a really good fight. 5 Rats, at some point, I thought they would have this. But they hit the wall. Like, they had a couple of problems pushing high ground.
They're still trying. One last time. Rolling Thunder is there. Tomato actually dropping quite low to speed, but once those initial chakrams are done, Tomato just gets right to work, and having Whitemon behind him on the IO makes it too hard to burst him down. They just go for the Ancient instead. They just ignore the heroes. In fact, they will deal with speed one last time, go on to Moose, finish him off as well, and that's the Ancient. GG is called.
Yeah, I do respect the valiant effort to fight until the end.
Yeah?
It wasn't like some BM or anything like that. It's not like they were feeling bad, I believe, at least. It's just that they wanted to fight it until the end. Maybe SF resurrects, they can fight one last time.
Yeah.
But overall, 5 Rats, like, really nicely done. I expected maybe not as strong of a performance from them. Like, TSM was challenged this game.
Yeah, I mean, it was actually quite impressive. That's what I say about 5 Rat all the time. You know, they're getting better every single series. And
All the time.
literally
That's
all the time.
all he talks about.
You know who else talks a lot? The panel. Let's throw to them and see what they have to say about game number 1.
Thank you very much, MLP and Lizard. Yes, indeed, we do like to talk. And I think we've got a lot to talk about in this series because 5 Rat came out swinging. They gave TSM a really good game in the end.
Yeah, but I think Mike is going to have a lot to talk about after his predictions.
Yep.
we'll have to see. I mean, he's really trying to gas him up, but like, at the end of the day, I'm sure those are for selfish reasons. But 5 Rat did play pretty well this game overall. Like, they got so many like good initiations off in the mid game. I think Speed on his Timber Soul was really a standout performer. I thought this was a terrible Timber game, and by all regards, it kind of was. But like the rotations he made, the laning stage he had were phenomenal, especially when he went down to that mid rotation, got a kill on Bryle, went to bottom, stopped Kasane's Enigma. He was pretty much everywhere after winning the lane versus Morph too.
Yeah, and also like Vibrant, they did a great job contesting the Leshrac pretty early on. The Timber felt like he wasn't killed enough this game. You know, like basically the idea of Tomato and Kasane getting all the time in the world to farm up while Vibrant's contesting the Brawl Leshrac, they go to 20 minutes, they get some pretty good engagements against TSM, and they slowed down their impact by quite a lot, meaning this game would stretch out quite far, but also not quite breaching TSM's base because they also wanted to play the scaling game.
Yeah, they did indeed, yeah. And in the end, they were allowed to play that game. I think they just kind of out-strategized them in the mid-game TSM. They played some very nice and very high-tier Dota and just kind of stretched TSM, stretched 5 out a little bit too thin in the end. I mean, what for you was the breaking point in this game? You know, the point where you kind of felt like TSM really started to get control of things.
I mean, that was definitely that mid-fight where Kasane got that 4-man black hole. Then, you know, we ended up seeing Tomato show up. He finally farmed enough. He was ready to go. By the time he had that Scotty, I felt like this Morph had nothing to stop him. So, you know, Tomato put his team on his shoulders this game, and he ended up carrying the way he should have because he kind of was a bit of a burden in the early game. Wasn't really showing up to fights. It's not his fault. He was playing Morphling at the end of the day. But, you know, 5rat did a good job shutting down this Bryle, Leshrac, and Io, always bringing the numbers and not letting him snowball the game.
And what I really liked about it as well was Kasane's item build on this Enigma, especially with that final fight. He built the Aether Lens very late into the game. He was hiding in the trees. When you're taking a daylight fight like that on the tier 3, you see pretty much everything up to the high ground cliff. They were like, well, the Enigma is either here or here inside the trees. Let's try and blow up this Leshrac. We get a great jump with the Requiem, and he shows up instantly, even though the Lesh dies, to blink in with a black hole and turn it around with the team.
Yeah, very much felt like Bryle was kind of like the distraction this game, you know? Yeah. They were so afraid of the IO Leshrac combination that they kind of overreacted to it to a sense where the other heroes were allowed to farm. They were allowed to come online. They were allowed to kind of play their own game and hit their timings whilst Bryle did tank it. But was there any point in this game where you thought that 5rat were actually going to turn it?
Yeah, I mean, I think there was in middle lane in the late game, the Tiny ended up tossing back the Morphling into the SF with the Requiem, but it was just mistimed. And, you know, Tomato got his BKB off, and he just killed DMN with the Aegis once, killed him again. Could have been a much different game if they would have finally got that decisive kill onto Tomato. Yeah,
and also one toss on the creep. Poor creep got blown up by the Requiem, so... It happens from time to time. Very small, very close edge moments that could have been definitely 5rat just rolling and steamrolling.
I've never seen a more dead creep in my life. That is for sure.
We do not. The creeps is obliterated. We just don't talk about it anymore.
Yep. Easy CS. Well, in the end, it is going to be TSM that take game number 1. I know it's a strange question, but what do you think TSM need to tidy up to really take a convincing game 2 like we saw Shopify deliver in the first series?
I mean, I think you kind of need to look at more 5rat's perspective in a sense. The way we talked about they need to be aggressive with that exit from the laning stage. They did exactly that, and they tackled TSM by quite a lot, you know? Like, they were really slowing down this Leshrac impact. If you look at the side of TSM, how do we prevent that from happening is probably the question. Is there something we can do a bit more in the laning stage? The creep pulling shenanigans kind of hurt the Shadow Fiend, but also the Enigma a little bit. Yeah. But was that something that they really wanted to happen? Slowing down 2 cores in the game? Or could they change things around a little bit? Was it necessary?
I mean, the creep pulling thing, I mean, you'll have to like find a Dota scientist to really put that one under a microscope to figure out who benefited from that one. But I think overall, the one thing that TSM was a little sloppy on is like, they didn't play around the Enigma. They had this early mech timing, they had the early Greaves timing, but a lot of the fights they did take or they got zoned away from was away from the Enigma. So the Enigma was farming a lot against the Timber, which he wasn't winning. Morph got a lot of farm, but so was the SF. So at the end of the day, like if they use this mech a little bit better with the ILS combo, they probably could have had more team fights early to enable the Leshrac.
Yeah, and I think that's because when they fell behind, they kind of started playing a little bit reactively rather than aggressively. And when you play reactively, you don't really get to decide where the fights are happening. And that really gave 5rat a nice opening to start controlling the game and taking favorable fights and almost taking it. But nevertheless, TSM get another win under their belts as they continue their run through NA, looking to repeat their success of last season. Will they be able to do it again, or are 5rat gonna put them down and draw it to a game number 3? We will find out after a very short break. Hello and welcome back to the NA DPC, where we are now getting into game number 2 of 5-Rep 4-Staff versus TSM. And if you're just tuning in and expecting this to be a bit of a smackdown, well, game number 1 really wasn't. 5-Rep 4-Staff were able to play a very kind of aggressive game of Dota and put the pressure on TSM, really shutting down this Bryle combo. And, you know, just visiting that again very quickly, you know, this was a combo which, Phil, you were saying at the Major, most teams weren't able to beat. I mean, the fact that 5-Rep 4-Staff were able to get control of that and not the other aspects, you know, is that a big plus sign for them?
That's hard to say because they still didn't beat the combo at the end of the day, right? Like, they still didn't have enough damage, and I feel like this was one of, like, the worst performances we've seen from the combo in a long time, and a lot of it might have to do with the way they drafted it as well, because they ended up picking the Enigma, which is very slow. They picked the Morphling, also incredibly slow, so they didn't really have anything to like go in and soak a little bit of damage or follow up on the Leshrac when he was tanking the damage. So I feel like they just played this IO Leshrac a lot different than we saw at the Major. It was just a very slow version of it, but in the end, you know, it did get its pace at some point with the Morphling.
It did indeed, yeah, eventually came on. But, you know, we have to give an MVP for the last game as well. Yeah, I think we should give it to Tomato on the Morphling. And unfortunately, you know, we don't have graphics. We do have this, so there you go.
That is beautiful, though.
There you go, Tomato. You get your shout out regardless. But, yeah, clean game on the Morphling.
It was, I mean, I would have loved to give it to my Blueberry guy. But, you know, Morphling is also a very, very hot name for that game. Tomato.
Blueberry guy?
Yeah, we
I think
call
that
it
was
Blueberry in
Enigma.
Finland.
I mean, he's the water guy. I mean, that water was crisp. It was like some Fiji water. It was good stuff.
Yeah, I was just talking like in Finnish, we call Enigma Blueberry. I don't know why, but
he's barely blue.
Yeah,
What type of blueberries do you have in Finland?
I don't know. You got to visit sometime. That's when you really know what they're.
Yeah, wow.
What's cooking in the Finnish woods?
Yeah.
Blimey, sounds like a trip. All right, game number 2 now on the cards here. You know, do you think TSM will open up with the same combo again if they're given it?
Why not?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
I think Rubik is also that's still kind of on my mind a lot. Both teams love this hero, heavily contested since they both like moves all of his games with Rubik. Ari only played Rubik. Now he added the Monkey King, which was a nice flex as well because we talked about, is this going to be like a carry Monkey King? Do we see more of a benefit out of it to play it as a support? So potentially you don't have to shake up too many things. I think execution-wise, that lineup could have worked the same way it did, just with that early aggression with the use of the mechanism and the Greaves.
Is there anything you want to see 5-Rat change?
Oh, what do I want them to change? 'Cause they played pretty well, honestly.
They really did, yeah.
So, like, I guess they just need to kind of define, like, their late game still, right? Like, they're really ahead. They should be winning. Maybe some itemization, figuring out the right fights, maybe get that early hex, get on top of Tomato. They had everything done correctly, except for they did not get that one crucial Tomato kill that they needed before he took off on the snowball.
Yeah, not keeping eyes on Kasane, I think, as well, was one of the biggest downfalls and led to that big comeback for TSM. But we do have another game available, so let's jump into the draft for game number 2 of TSM versus 5-Rat 4-Staff and find out what exactly is going to get picked and banned in this draft. I mean, I feel like when it comes to opening up, yeah, I don't really want to see the team changing too much, but I think there might be a chance that 5-Rat get rid of the IO, because this is something which they keep falling back to on TSM.
They could.
Or steal the Lesh. That's the other
Or
option.
steal the Lesh, yeah. Like the Red 2 Bryle matchup with that Leshrac, I think they're both really good on it.
Yes.
So that is also a highly contested hero.
I mean, Moon Meander said at the Major when he was on the draft panel, NA Leshrac, best Leshrac. We have some of the best Leshrac. We have like Abed, we have Quinn, you know, Bryle on it, Gunner plays it, Red 2 plays it. So many good Lesh players in the region. I'm pretty sure everyone can play.
Them all? What connects them all? Why are they all Leshrac players and all from the NA region? Can you come up with something?
You need to solo carry the game from the mid lane, and Leshrac has everything.
All right, all right.
And also, you know, the Sumail was the, you know, great prodigy of the NA
we got
region.
how did I forget
He's
Sumail?
the GOAT.
Yeah.
He's the GOAT, so you got to play the GOAT in the GOAT's region. It's what makes sense.
That is reasonable. All right.
NA is a GOAT farm.
I was thinking, like, is there some background story to it? Like, Leshrac brings all the boys to the hood or something? Like, why?
Yeah, that's the
why
NA
is this
story.
such an why is this
say.
such an American
Common
hero?
term.
Like, what's the America thing about Leshrac? But you know, I guess something to do with
I mean,
the
just
Split Earth. I don't know.
It's how you win games in your own region, right? It could be different in every single region, but in NA, if you want to win a game, you got to do everything, and you got to find that hero that can.
It's true.
I mean, I wonder what the going around the world, the different heroes of each region are. Because with SA, I think it's Terrorblade. I don't know. Every time I think of the SA region, I think of these TV players, which kind of pop the games on their backs.
Maybe. I got 2 heroes for SA region. One is Clockwork. They love Clockwork. Another
like
one's
a bit of
Templar Assassin. They play a lot of
TA, yeah. The
TA's
Chris Luck TA and
TA is huge.
going down the line.
Every
from there.
mid laner from SA is like master tier TA.
Yeah.
Even if
Yeah.
they're offlane players, you know.
That's
East Europe has to be something like Winter Wyvern, like the Siberian Winds and something like that.
Ooh, very thematic.
Oh,
And
wow,
also, they
that's
love the
deep.
Disruptor. Like, it's a
Yes.
really support-based region, so you could say Disruptor is like a really East European hero. Maybe West Europe goes alongside that a little bit, but not quite Disruptor-like.
I feel like Europe in general, well, from what I've played in Europe, you see some wild things. Like there's people are master tier on ET, Spirit
Oh, ET,
Breaker.
yeah.
Like you see these Visage mids all the time. You see Broodmother's techies.
Yeah,
like
yeah,
I feel like
yeah.
they play a lot of different things, and that's what makes the region like a lot of fun to play in. Because like you'll just load up a pub and just like this dude's level 30 on Bane. Like
All right,
what's
teach
going
me.
on? Right?
You always learn something from those
Yeah.
psychopaths as well. But at the same time,
Specialists. Yeah.
who gets level 30 on Bane? And Spirit Breaker's another one,
I think
right?
Ike's Mike did. But
Yeah.
that's disgusting.
It's strange people. And
Very
Sometimes,
strange
sometimes they just
T-Governor.
cosplay the neutral creeps and just go Hellbear Smashers. I loved that team back in the day. Not too long ago. You
Yeah.
remember Hellbear Smashers?
Of course I do. One of my best friends in the
Yeah.
Dota scene was the
course.
manager. And my other very good friend in the scene was a coach, T-Governor and Mo Farah. So
Yeah, I miss Mo Farah.
we all miss Mo Farah.
I don't really know him.
And
Not old enough.
I'm not old enough. Darn it, maybe one day.
he predates you even.
Oh my goodness. How's that possible?
Well, we do have a bit of a delay at the moment. The draft, unfortunately, is not shown to us, but it is going on right now. So, yeah, it's... any ideas on... There's not. There's a delay. There is a delay. So the draft is not going on right now.
So no sneak peeks. You don't
No
have any.
sneak peeks.
All
No,
right,
I was hoping I was
okay.
going to get some audio readouts on what was
Yeah.
going on, but no, there's no draft at the moment. So yeah, I mean, what's the most unhinged hero to become level 30 on?
Unhinged.
Yeah.
My English is
This goes
lacking.
right on me. It's like I have the answer to this, apparently.
Go ahead.
It's
The
like,
most
we know.
unhinged
Go ahead.
hero
Those
to be level
eyes.
30. I mean, you have to be very special to be... I think it's Spirit Breaker, honestly.
T-Governor in
Yeah.
shambles.
I mean, I feel like what type of man will play that many Spirit Breaker games and still enjoy themselves? It's such a one-dimensional hero. You go the same
Yeah.
build over and over again. You're just charging across the map, hands off the keyboard. How long can that be fun for? You
As
know
long
what I
as
mean?
you're young. I mean, all the young people, you know, driving their bikes around, going on wheelies, and look, mom, no hands. I guess
Yeah.
Spirit Breaker is kind of the
Yeah.
hero. You know, all the youngsters.
But that actually
like it.
takes skill, though.
Yeah, it
Unlike
does.
Spirit Breaker.
or stupidity. Which I guess, yeah. I don't know.
You got to
it's
know when to roar at the right time. Roar. No.
fly in. Yeah, at a
I mean,
million miles
all
an
the
hour.
heroes I like spamming are just like every game you feel like you can do something better, which is a lot of micro heroes. You see a lot of people play like the Beastmaster, Lone Druid, whatever it may be, time and time, because you always micro a little bit better in here. You always feel like you can do better the next game, which is addictive, and you want to play more and more. But like, what can you do better in your next game on Spirit Breaker?
Yeah, that's a great question. What do you think my most played hero is from my personality?
From your personality.
This is like,
wait, let me think.
this
I
is
know
like
if-
astrology.
I don't really remember the Morta at this point. That's too new of a hero, so it can't be
I'm
your
looking
number
at the uncontested hero pool. I'm
So
trying to
you're a
think.
hipster, so you like playing newer heroes.
hipster.
So
Taking that one on the chin.
it's you look like a Dark Willow player to me.
Look like a Dark
Dark
Willow
Willow,
player.
yeah.
Interesting.
How you can
T-Panda, what
tell-
do you think?
I don't know. You got a bit of a Legion Commander vibe,
Ooh.
in a sense.
Okay.
You know, you like to just go into the point, but also Legion Commander is actually really stiff. I wouldn't say you're a stiff personality. She's always kind of like, you know, strict, thinks about business.
Man, you're getting into this.
We need-
I'm
we
getting
need-
a full
we need a
psychological
hero.
profiling.
You got a bit of a bristleback vibe, maybe.
Well, that's why.
So Legion stiff, but Bristle isn't. Okay.
You think
Bristle makes jokes.
Bristle is always up for a good time, or
that-
what?
He makes a lot. He's got a great voice line, like great voice lines.
is that just because I'm British?
Potentially, but he's
Potentially.
Aussie, right?
He kind of merges
Yeah.
between the two.
Yeah.
I think he's Cockney now. I think he's definitely
The
British.
toothless
yeah.
Cockney taxi driver.
Yeah, no,
Gonna
he
get our
definitely
answer
is.
now, or what?
Yeah. My most played is
We have
Spectre.
a draft.
Yeah.
Hey.
So, hey, there it
Hey.
is. We got the draft. All right. TSM versus 5-Rat-4 stuff. Let's go. So we start things off with the Lycan ban and the Broodmother ban. So nothing particularly exciting to start us off, unfortunately.
Yeah, we could get like the most interesting opener for the draft. We get like a Techie's first pick into like Earth Spirit, Grimstroke.
I mean, I think banning boring heroes is exciting. Because then
Banning
you don't get to
boring
see them.
heroes.
True. Very
Word.
insightful.
Yeah.
That's why we keep you here, Fear.
Yeah, exactly. Like saying, oh, boring banning phase. No, the banning phase is fun when you ban boring heroes. That means you're going to get fun heroes like Tiny every single game since 2017.
And yet, I still don't hate it. Every time I see Tiny, I'm still like,
God damn it! Why is it a
Toss back is
Tiny?
always fun, and like it's always a fun ability. And 5-4 stuff. They tried to play with it last game, didn't work out. But they almost made some poggy moments happen.
They have the second pick here. Okay, they didn't go
Wow.
Drow. They did not go Drow. They went for Pango.
I mean, Drow is not sure. Hypothermia is a great spell. It's good against the heal, but
More cons than pros.
you are not seeing anything you're laning against yet. So Drow is a hero that does need a little more information. If you have just a couple heroes that can get on top of the Drow, her game can be hard. And Isle already can kind of get on top of a Drow already, right? So I don't think that's a hero that you can just like pick that early. They know it as well. Pango, it was pretty good last game. I mean, especially the mid Pango, it does provide a lot of damage with the Diffusal
Yeah.
Blade.
I hope it's mid.
Yeah, as long as it's not like support POS 5 especially, or I don't really like the offline Pango that much either. So the mid one makes a lot of sense. You can kind of like contest the Leshrac. Usually when he does get that level 6, you can't fight him. And in some cases, you still can't because, Bryle's really good and he out CS's you and he's level 6 before you're 6. And then supports collapse, which is what happened last game as well. And that was pretty hard for my boy Red 2 in the mid lane there. But after that, if you do get your ultimate online, you can actually challenge him in these skirmishes. And I think that's why they're very successful in like shutting that Lesh down in that mid game.
Yeah, we see that play coming out a lot from the top teams, TSM, also from Shopify, and in the Western EU games we've watched. This keeps happening where one person will get outplayed a little bit, just a tiny little bit in the middle lane. They'll hit level 6, and then everyone just cascades on the middle lane because they know that any small advantage you have to make full use from. So if you have that level advantage and you can find a kill, then you just win the mid from there on out.
I mean, I think it's really huge because like you get that level 6 just right away if you're Lesh or a DP. That's also catapult timing at the same time, right? So, and then you're kind of hopeless in the mid lane against that if you don't have your own like level 6 available.
All right. So what I'm thinking about, like, as the banning phase is rolling, about the heroes who don't normally ban in the second phase and pick in the second instead, we're missing a 5-on-5 rat. So I'm thinking, of course, the one idea is Giant with Undying. TSM. Either Rubik or Mirana, basically. Rubik's still in the pool. It's actually, I think, ban-worthy at this point, which you could get rid of. But I feel like it could be Rubik and Mirana that they look for after that, plus a core on the side. So
They banned the Enigma, though, on 5 rat.
yeah, so something's definitely going to change.
Yeah. I mean, then they... Actually, I was going to mention that. I'm surprised they banned the Undying. The Undying was good. Like, he actually shut down Bryle a lot, too, in the same sense, because you come the Flesh Golem, you hit him, he takes amplified damage. You also have the Tombstone. But I think the one thing that their 5 didn't have that game was it didn't really scale, right? So, like, I'd like to see more of, like, a Warlock approach, maybe A. We don't have to say the A. But, like, the Warlock will have, like, the Fatal Bonds, which is more of, like, a scaling option against it.
Give me extra sustain with Jen.
It's like you don't want to run through the upheaval if you're Leshrac Isle.
The porridge.
The porridge is very sticky.
And they actually banned the Undying to talk about it. So
Yeah,
there's the Rubik pick at least.
All right, coming back out for TSM, something they favored a lot in their series versus Shopify, and now they pull out versus 5-Rat-4 stuff. I mean, every game is a good Rubik game. You know, it kind of feels hard to talk about it sometimes because you used to talk about the steals when it came out, but now it's just, even if there's like, everyone has a spell. Everyone has something.
But it's different now, though, right?
is,
Because like this matchup doesn't have that initiator that we saw in the last game. The Monkey King was pretty much doing it solo.
That's
but
true.
if he is playing Rubik, he likes to sit more in the back, cast his spells. which means I think they're going to want to look for more of that initiation type, potentially offlaner, I guess, in this situation. Because I normally don't want the carry to be put in any situation other than go farm and then join the fights when you have your items.
Yeah. So 5-Rap, they see this opportunity, a little lack in aggression from TSM perhaps, and they're going to try and grab the Morphling, a slightly greedy hero, but it does go for an early Skadi, which is something which you have to be considering when you're playing against this IO Leshrac combo.
Yeah, you got to have some kind of anti-HP region at least, since there is that. The IO is already highlighted. The sustain heroes are making their way back into the meta. So you want to have that built up fairly early. Not even a vessel carrier these days seems as strong as potentially like building a Scotty on your core. Because the vessel just feels like it's been falling off more and more, unless it's specifically really good this game because we don't have anything else to cover it up with. So I like the Morphling idea. It's just that it does leave TSM the opener to potentially take, I don't know, Leshrac with Shadow Fiend, for example, if they take it on their own hands. Because that was a few patches backwards of going into TI, not too many patches backwards in the end. It was the answer to when Morphling was like really, it felt like it was a broken hero and it didn't have any counter. Requiem was the answer to it. You can't use your shard during the fear, so you can't get your strength gain going on. So that could be very helpful on the side of TSM if they go for the Shadow Fiend.
10 seconds.
I got a
remaining.
good idea, right? I know, I got a crazy idea. So, good idea, right? Buy
5
Scotty,
seconds remaining.
hit the Leshrac on Morphling, right? Reduce his region. Crazy idea. Go Aghanim Scepter.
Ooh.
Take
the
away
Leshrac.
his spell amp, which means he does less damage.
Is that what it does?
Yeah,
on the
it-
heroes?
Yeah,
That's pretty cool.
It steals spell amps from
Just
them.
a spill out.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you'll
yeah.
make him
So
do
it's-
less damage, which means his Bloodstone will heal him less. But then you have an Ags instead of a Scotty.
And you, yeah.
It
you,
could-
you
it
get
could be
you buy a
good.
Dagon to use
Manifest.
the spell
E-Blade
amp?
Dagon, you could
Or
actually.
Radiance?
Manifest
imagine.
your inner Leshrac. Yeah.
Imagine
I
Axe
would be down to
Radiance.
see that if it was a mid morph. And this is so outside of the box, and I'm just like in another universe right now thinking.
But
so I
it
don't think
does.
it's gonna happen.
But it does allow you to kind of not think about a Mage Slayer core.
Yeah. Or you can do both.
Wow. So maybe a good idea and a
What are you
crazy
two
idea.
smoking over there? Can I have some?
That's like a flamboyant idea at that point. Let's build both.
I mean, he would do no damage, to be fair.
Yeah, yeah.
But you also would do no damage on morph.
It reminds me of the days of
Offlane.
support Morphling with the old adaptive strike. Go blink, stun everyone for 4 seconds.
Yeah, it was offlane a lot as well, wasn't it?
Yeah,
That
it was.
on 3 and 4. Tidehunter's going to come out from TSM and give them a little bit more team fighting capability. Is this a nice lane versus the Morphling as well?
Can be. It can go south really quickly, though. It's definitely
It's not
yeah.
amazing,
Yeah.
but it's all right.
It's
I
like
don't think it worries too much about it.
if you get off to a good start, you get your early ring, early arcane boots on the tide, you manage to hit all your anchor smashes, it's pretty good. But if your pos 4 leaves for a second, I don't know if Snap's going to be the 5 probably, and they start going on you, and you either dodge an anchor smash with the waveform or you just outrange it. You're probably going to go Dragonlance pretty early on Morph in this matchup. If you don't get hit by the anchor smash, you don't really care about Tide. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
it's really going to be skill-based, as we like to use in matchups where it can go either way.
Yeah, and,
We don't know.
and with the Ring of Health build-up, that also makes this a very good pipe Tide game as well, where you just don't
Yeah.
have to go Great Greaves first. You can look for the hood pretty early on. You can fight at level 7. You're like immortal, basically. No, you don't take any physical damage. You don't take any real magical damage either. You could just have that presence for Lesh to take those early towers. Like you can just go Diabolic Edict, build up if he goes for the hood, and then have a pipe later on for the extra team fight.
Makes a lot of sense. There's good options here for TSM to give them that strong team fight and 5-man presence. But now we're going to go for a Primal Beast on the side of 5-Route 4-Staff, which is going to give them
Speed.
much more damage, much more kill potential. But it's not really that big aura building offlaner, right?
You
or is this going to be
you say
mid?
that, but unfortunately, last tour we saw Speed go for the Crimson Guard Primal Beast, and it did not work at all. It probably was the reason why they lost. So I'm
Potentially,
hoping.
yeah.
So I'm definitely like he's good on the hero. Like his spell casting is great. I forgot who they played against. And what was it, against some Rebellion or something? He crushed his lane, which was very hard to do against the top team. It was either TSM or Rebellion. Everything was looking good. Then he built the Crimson Guard, and then he just never got an ulti off even once in the whole game, and it just didn't really pan out. So we'll see. Hopefully he doesn't go for the auras, because like Primal is one of those exceptions where you just kind of need a BKB on this hero, just
Yeah.
the way his ult functions. So hopefully
Yeah.
he sticks with the norm here. It can work out. This is one of the few heroes that oftentimes can be put with like a melee pos 4 because you're just so durable on the Primal and you have an escape mechanism that you can just kind of tank it up.
I'm just thinking like you've got this Primal Beast already going into the
Slark.
off lane, so
Banned.
SF is like a no-go because this hero just doesn't stand a chance against the Trample Onslaught combo. So I'm thinking you're looking at I don't know. I don't think Naga is even a bad idea here for TSM. You got a lot of
That's
team
kinda
fight.
hard versus
you have time
Primal.
to build up
Yeah.
towards it. The Primal does make it difficult,
So
but
does
it's
the
not
Pango, right?
impossible.
Yeah.
I mean, you also have the root to keep the hero on the spot.
It's got to be something better though, something that has a little more oomph to it. Because like, if you pick Naga, yeah,
might
it can
monkey.
work, but they still have counters against you.
Spectre's also another I was thinking, is it too greedy? A Spectre Tide Lash.
I'm worried they're going to monk. Well, are we going to see another Monkey King here?
Am I ever going to see an anti-mage in any game? Yeah.
Whoa!
Thank you. Okay, this is a hero that I always think might be good. You know, it's like, do they dare do it? It's a good anti-mage game. You're against the Primal Beast. You're against the Morphling. You're against the Pango. They don't have much control for you.
Yep.
And this is an anti-mage game. Most of the time, people are just put it in the back of their head. This hero's gone. It's dead, which very well might be true. But we'll see after this
Hey.
game.
Uragi managed to pull OG out of a very, very dire position with it earlier on today. So we'll see if Tomato can do the same thing. I mean, unfortunately, Tomato doesn't look like Anti-Mage like Uragi does, but nevertheless, we can try.
Anti-mage has too much hair.
True. Yeah, he looks more like you, actually, T-Panda. So
Oh.
what do you think of this game? How's it going to go down? Do they have? Is there any way they can answer this AM?
I mean, I feel like the lineup on the side of 5-Rat playing this Morphling this time, like it's going to be a bit similar to what TSM just saw. But if this Anti-Mage gets himself a good time out of the laning stage, and after that, it's going to be really tough for 5-Rat to play this game. I just do like the fact that they have the tools early on in this game.
Alrighty, quick prediction from you, Phil.
I mean, I thought the anti-mage could win this game, so I'm going to stick with it. It can win this game.
Alrighty, let's get into it. We've got game number 2 on the cards at TSM versus Riot 4 Stuff, and we have Mike, LaPhoenix, and Lizard to take us through it.
Thank you so much, Nomad. We'll get into it. Game number 2 here between TSM and 5-Rat 4 Staff. Lizard, do you believe in AM? Because I don't.
I believe that I want to see T-Panda's hair colored in AM's colors.
Right.
Maybe some face paint as well. I think
Shave the rest.
I think a cosplay is due.
Okay. There you go, T-Panda. AM cosplay. Hopefully on the way from you very, very soon. Hero's kind of trash, not going to lie. I mean,
Kinda, a tiny little bit.
Nomad talked about Uragi carrying a game for OG. It took him like 80 minutes. You know?
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
like, yeah, if you got 70, 80 minutes as AM, you'll probably eventually get something done.
You know, it's a kind of a situation. You're a game up. You're kind of fine with any result. You can experiment a little bit with the AM.
Yeah.
And it was a good AM game. It is a good AM game. We'll see. If Tomato manages to make it work here,
Yeah,
then the hero is still trash, but it was a good AM game.
Yeah, all jokes aside, it is actually a good AM game. So, but like you said, I mean, at the very least, you acknowledge the fact that the hero is not very good. And shouldn't be. You know? Valve, don't buff it. Nobody
Shouldn't
likes
be.
playing.
Okay, I see you. I see.
Nobody likes playing with
I
AM.
see you, Mike LaPhoenix.
You know when you get
I
like an
see.
AM picker on your team and you're just like, you know, you just sigh to yourself. You know what kind of game you're in for. And speaking of,
that gank, man, that's
Moose, he's going to be okay. They're not going to chase him down to secure the first blood. Just a plenty bit of damage being dealt here for Moose. He will be able to get out just fine though.
It was a nice little real gank. Just ganking him from the
The
trees,
battle begins.
waiting for that last moment.
Bounties?
What happened on the bounties? 2 for 2?
Correct. A lot of action.
A lot of action, yeah, nothing crazy happening. IO plus AM is a solid lane. Like, this down bottom could work out fairly well for them. You can't really isolate either one easily. Like, you have mobility spells on both. The tether, the blink, the toss really doesn't do a lot there.
No, it doesn't. What about that mid lane? I mean, we kind of already saw this last game, didn't we? Red 2 versus Bryle, Leshrac versus Pango. I think you just said to me Leshrac doesn't really lose lanes at the moment.
Yep.
But it's expected to be a very boring lane between these two once again.
Yeah, there's always chance for some volatility, right, versus these two, because you can outplay on both sides. But overall, not a crazy lane until there are some rotations.
Yeah. That bot lane you talked about, like this IOAM, like you mentioned, it's going to be pretty hard to contest. Like even as the Primal Beast and the Tiny, it's kind of questionable as to whether you can actually lock down Tomato long enough to actually deal the damage out. Chances are he's probably just going to be able to blink away thanks to the added region of Whitemon.
Yep, probably you won't be able to, early on at least. Maybe later on in the game when Moose gets a couple of items like a blink, he'll be able to isolate the AM, perhaps blow him up with a +1. But we're talking way down the road.
Even during the laning stage as well, like chances are you're just not going to have the mana. Tomato, he'll just start burning Speed's mana away eventually. And even for Moose, like it's one of those annoying lanes where you've got these two heroes that don't have a large mana pool. And you get a few hits from Tomato, suddenly you just don't have enough mana to do anything. It's definitely very, very frustrating.
On
if you
bot
are the
lane,
player.
you have no mana. On top lane, you have no damage from Fade Bolt and Anchor Smash.
Right.
Like you're literally hitting for no damage. So very annoying lanes for 5 rats on both sides.
Yeah.
On the top and on the bottom.
Pro committed by Speed, not going to really amount to too much. Just wants to hit those creeps for now. At top lane, at the very least, DNM, it feels like he should be able to farm okay. Like, you talked about the fact that he's going to be lacking a lot of damage with that Anchor Smash Fade Bolt, but I mean, chances are they aren't going to really be able to slow him down too much of the Morphling. Like, it does seem like a lane where DNM should be just fine in terms of the CS game.
Yeah, chances are you won't be hitting him with both of those, right? Like he'll be keeping his range.
Right.
Which isn't great, you're a Morphling, but still. If you play with the equilibrium a little bit, you pull the creeps, you should be fine.
Thing is, though, like Kasane, he's also basically in a free farm at this time. Because the thing is, like, you really don't have any way to kill him. So this tide's gonna... He is going for the Meteor Hammer build-up as well.
Yeah.
Which is...
Do you like it?
Well, what do you think about it? Like, what's the setup for this?
There is no setup, you just take towers easier, that is. And it's a nice little build-up for Tide, right? Like you don't really need a lot, Ring of Health, and you're instantly kind of invincible in the lane.
That makes sense.
You can't be zoned out. I mean, you can, but they need to bring an extra hero, so...
Is this like the new Vanguard? Is that what it is?
It definitely feels like for most offlane heroes. Like, it doesn't even matter what you're playing. Meteor Hammer on offlane looks like a decent option, no matter what.
Corey, you're not going to be taken out there by Kasane. No first blood being drawn across the map yet. For almost 4 minutes in. Red 2's rotated down, but does pick up a bounty rune. That's about all he wanted. Will try to fight Brawl over the water rune as well, but does get stunned up. Brawl able to take that one away.
And he'll be able to take top one as well, as Rubik is securing it.
Very nice.
So 2 water runes for Brawl. But if you're red 2, at least you got the bounty.
Tomato, he's able to secure first blood here against Moose. Tiny does end up going down. Of course, Whitemon was there to help out. Great start already for TSM. Like, if there's one core you wanted to give that first blood gold over to, it's going to be the AM and give Tomato a very nice little boost for himself.
Yeah, and what's so nice about it is he bought Turbo Corrosion. So usually when you get this, you really want to dominate the lane. Sometimes if you don't, you kind of are just slowing yourself down when it comes to farming. But obviously here already the Corrosion pays off.
Tomato. It kind of goes back to the fact that you can't really contest this AM in this laning phase. He just has the freest time of his life.
Yeah, Ayo is getting a lot as well. He's pulling, getting full exp out of the creeps. So even he is getting a ton out of the lane. Overall, you really want to, like when you're a Wisp, you really want to hit that 6 as soon as possible. And both of these heroes actually need it, both supports and TSM. So if one of them gets it without Tome early on, it would be wonderful.
CS board right now, like Kasane right at the top. Brawl right behind him on the left track. Like, all these lanes going pretty pretty swell for the side of TSM. I suppose it is a pretty even affair between the two teams, though, to be fair. I mean, Red 2 still farming well, the Morphling's right behind him.
Pretty evenish, I would say. Nothing too crazy happening on the map. Maybe once this meteor hammer gets picked up by Tide, everything will change.
Radiant's
So
bottom
far,
tower
it
is
ain't
under
happening.
attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
You reckon this meteor hammer is going to get nerfed again in the next patch?
I'm not sure. I hope not.
You like it?
I mean, you know, I expect the next patch to come very soon. So,
Dire's top
yeah,
tower
I like
is
it for
under
now.
attack.
Okay. Hopefully it comes very soon.
of course. When did we wait for a patch? Like for a longer than necessary time? When did that happen? Never.
No.
Dire are scanning.
Moose. He's going to start rotating into the mid lane here on the Tiny.
It's quite nice, actually.
I mean, Ari is around on the Rubik if you want to try and snipe him. Red 2 does have an Invis rune with himself on the Pango, so could try to sneak into the mid lane if he does want to, but seems like he wants to head up top instead. See if he can find Kasane on that Tiny, or rather the Tide, and they do get a nice cookie off. Red 2, he does have the Rolling Thunder. Looks like he wants to try and save it for another day. Problem is they don't have the damage without it. So he's going to pop it, and immediately Kasane will end up going down. Giant, the one to take the kill on the snapbite.
He's like, could you have used your spells a little bit earlier so I don't look like a fool using Rolling Thunder for no reason?
Yeah.
You know, it looks like we don't have damage, but you guys all are actually just waiting to last it. Bot lane.
Oh, speed. Onslaught is going to come off. Tomato, he could keep going for a bit of a chase, but doesn't seem like there's going to be too much of a point. He'd rather just hit creeps, of course. 1-1 so far here between these two.
How exciting.
Very exciting.
So many kills early on. Oh, bot lane, look at that fight.
I mean, he popped the Mana Void on the Primal Beast, but the problem is the mana pool of speed is very, very low already.
Yeah, he didn't really do anything to him there.
I mean, it did all up around 250, 300 damage. Very, very sad. Meanwhile, mid, Avalanche Toss is there from Moose, but he's surrounded here. Brawl will just rush him down on the left track. There is really no chance of survival for him. Brawl will take him out.
Anti-Mage is actually forced out on the bottom lane. One of the problems with that his build is giving him, basically, is he has no Ring of Health, right?
Yeah.
So, kinda difficult for him to stay in the lane.
So he's not going for a Battle Fury build-up, it looks like.
I'm honestly afraid.
Yeah, that's... What's he building, then? That's what I'm like kind of wondering at the moment, is what's the idea? He does have a Ring of Health. It looks like he's going into the Vanguard build-up instead.
Which is also doable, right? Is it flying over? Yeah.
Yeah, it's got a Ring of Health.
So he's gonna have a Ring of Health and Power Threads. He can go for Vanguard. That's also fine.
Red might run right into him. Swashbuckle does connect just on the tail end of things, but Red not going to have the vision over the AM. We'll have to let him go.
All this talk of rolling. Tiny, you don't roll.
I thought it was a decent kind of game for Tomato to just go for the Battle Fury build-up and just farm more game, but...
No, I agree completely. But he wants to apparently get Vanguard first.
Mid, Ari. Just for a lift up on Red. Avalanche is there from Moose. Scatterblast, Toss, everything being committed. Even the Rolling Thunder, but it's not going to connect the second time around.
This was really close to connect, but unfortunate for Red 2.
Yeah.
It was one of those, you're rolling through him, but the first stun was already on, so
Yeah.
the second does not connect.
It's always a sad situation. Ari, gonna get stunned up. Lift is there on Red. He seems to be able to survive as Bryle will show up. So he'll try his luck at Giant, but doesn't want to run to the high ground. No vision around that area for the Radiant, so he does back his way out. Red, it's unwilling to go high ground, knowing there's too many heroes around the area. It seems like TSM are much more cautious this time around, like much more unwilling to just take very, very huge risk as Tomato.
Dude, he got so damn low. It's crazy.
He did, but there's a relocate to come in though. Onslaught is there, Speed.
Speed God.
He got him.
And the tip.
Tips out immediately from Speed.
I mean,
And the smiley face.
top lane. Kasani.
Is gonna drop, it seems.
Yeah, overall, TSM not in the best spot at the moment.
And really playing on edge.
Please click on Anti-Mage. Check his next item after the Vitality booster.
That's a Radiance, I believe. What is this?
At least it's not a Meteor Hammer. That's all I'm gonna say.
That's fair, but I can't remember the last time I saw an AM Radiance build-up. That's...
Yeah,
I don't know if that's ever happened.
it definitely did happen. It's just that, yeah, probably not in a pro game and not recently.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure someone at a pub has done it many times, but yeah, I'm saying I can't remember it in a pro game.
I mean, the item has been buffed, right? Like Meteor Hammer has been buffed, and Radiance has been buffed. Like these two are probably the winners of the patch.
Red, mid lane, not looking like a winner right now as he does get ravaged, but has Swashbuckle, so might just get away.
Yeah, not sure what the Ravage was about exactly. Basically, they were trying to prevent him from jumping uphill. That's fine, but Braille was too far. Like there is no way he connects there. Tiny is rotating mid. They're circling around them. They might fight this.
Well, Ari's going to be spotted here by Moose. Has to tumble his toy away. Rather just jump away. But is going to get taken down, it seems. He does get a lift off, but oh, it's going to cost them a lot. Red does go down. Speed, he gets a nice pulverize off, and now the kisses do come in. Bryle dropping low, but Whitemon again going to just heal him up. Bloodstone pop. Bryle, can he survive? It seems like he can.
Bloodstone and IO with the mech.
Oh,
Damn.
It's rough.
Yeah. And the Tiny dies as well to the Anti-Mage.
Ouch.
Yeah, ouch for 5 rats, because it looked solid for them. That whole fight, that whole engagement started off kind of nicely.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
And then they just suffer all the losses. Don't underestimate the heals from the Wisp.
Yeah, I mean, Whitemon's been so good on this Wisp throughout this series, just constantly saving people and kind of making you second guess whether you can go in onto anyone. Bryle having a much better game already on the left track, 4-0 on 1. Practically uncontested right now, top of the net worth board, and well, he's having a great game. And the thing is, with this Meteor Hammer on the Tide and the Diabolic Edict of the left track, like, when you can get near a tower, the amount of damage they can pump out, it's kind of ridiculous. As well, Speed, he's about to experience it right now. Onslaught tramples there. Speed still being chased down, but Bryle, has he gone too far? Surely this time. Surely he has. But he's still going for the fight. Ari's there with a Rolling Thunder himself. DNM avoids it with the way he formed, trying to go after Whitemon, but Whitemon's just fine. It's the IO. They just can't deal with him.
Maybe they can now. Morphling is behind.
Onslaught through. Whitemon finally goes down, and now Bryle should be in trouble. He'll go for a run, but he doesn't have Bloodstone up. And eventually he will go down.
Okay, friends, that was a little bit too deep. Like, you've had your fun, you were winning fights, but honestly, the only reason why they didn't fall, Io and Lesh, was Rubik with his Rolling Thunder. Like, he stole that Rolling Thunder, he just completely controlled the fight. Later on, when they didn't have it, you saw it. Like, they just fall easily.
I mean, as long as the side of Fireback can just find the IO, it's no problem.
Ravage.
Oh, Ravage, it's right on the edge, but the Meteor Hammer is not going to land. Tips out from Giant. Kasane, he has not had the best Ravages this game, I'll tell you.
Yeah. Or the Meteor Hammers. They've been a bit off point as well.
Yeah.
On point when it comes to towers. He hit a lot of towers with them.
Well, they can't move Lizard, so I imagine he would, be able to hit them.
You'd be surprised.
I suppose so.
You'd be surprised what people miss. Yeah. How's our boy Anti-Mage doing?
He's farming Radiance.
2k network, gold.
He's getting there.
Rolling Thunder in the river.
Giant just getting soloed here by Ari.
And mid lane, red too.
Oh, Red's in trouble. Rolling Thunder is going to be there in time. But Bryle, well, it looked like he wanted to try and go for a bit of a chase, but won't bother in the end.
Barely he lives. Just because the creeps were around, so Edict did not completely connect on him.
He's just definitely not having as good of a game here, Red. Moves on top lane with Tomato.
He missed him.
Yeah, he did. Tomato, he'll just casually blink away. Doesn't really care. Just wants his Radiance.
Bottom lane with that Meteor Hammer again. Doesn't really achieve a lot, but does send speed base. Or at least a little bit back.
And Kasane is sticking around, but there are a few heroes. In fact, hold that thought, because Bryle is going to show up again. Does find Giant now on the Snapfire. Kasane going to cut him off. Gives him the old anchor smash. That'll be another one to go down as, well, Bryle just completely out of control this game.
Yeah, TSM again with the triangle. They really like controlling that, don't they?
That they do.
Sit on the triangle as early as possible. Just defend it.
Now Moose in trouble as well. Will get stunned up here by Bryle, and he'll die once again. Keep in mind though, Lizard, you do have a BKB now on speed, so he can get involved in these fights and he can start, trying to set up team fights for his team, but
Yeah, he should do it sooner than later, together with the Tiny and with Mortimer's Kisses. I believe that they do have enough damage to blow heroes up, but you need to find a way to deal with the IO first. Like, if the Wisp falls, everyone will.
Media Hammer's coming in once again from Kasane. Speed. It's going to show up in that dyed triangle, but there is a little bit of hesitation from his end. We'll decide to back off towards the creep wave instead. Bryle in the meantime, moving forward once again. They did see red. Smoke is going to be there. TSM, I think, know this is happening. They've got the Ravage anyway on Kasane, so they're happy for the team fight.
Yeah, Snap is a big hero to kill, if you can, because of the damage that she brings.
Ravage, it's going to be committed, but Speed, he got the BKB off in time. Nice relocate though from Whitemon. Gonna save as Kasane. He'll be the one left behind, but he can just casually walk out. He's such a tanky boy, it's kind of hard to kill him, and now the return. They're coming back in. They want the team fight, and Giant will go down to the Snapfire. Kasane now chasing down DNM himself, forcing the TP away.
Yeah, that one last return in the fight actually saves Tiny, so he's able to get out. But then again, they still win the fight quite convincingly. They're still playing 4 versus 5. This anti-mage, he didn't even smell the battlefield yet, besides the laning stage.
Oh, we left the neutral item. Mid lane, Speed is going to go down. Bryle able to pick up another as Red trying to go in with a Rolling Thunder. Does connect on 2, but I don't think they have much backup here. Tomato's going to jump in and join the team fight. Avalanche Toss is there. DNM's going to turn and drain his mana, but now he's out of mana. They don't have enough for Mana Void, but it may not matter because DNM just can't get out anyway. Tomato, he's having a field day now.
4 kills, Tiny the only one that survives. And he gets a regen. That should also be full Radiance completed on the anti-mage. Peculiar, interesting, but all him, obviously. The best item build in the game. He's winning this game alone, right?
Yeah.
With the build.
Don't do this in your pops, please. Your teammates will not be happy with you, let me tell you.
I love how he debated them into going on him, because it looks like it's an anti-mage, right? What's this guy doing? He has no Manta. Why is he jumping in? Then you realize, okay, no Manta, but Power Treads and Vanguard. Like, you're not killing him that fast.
Yeah, in actuality, like this kind of battle style AM does seem kind of cool. Because even the evasion you get from the Radiance does seem kind of annoying to deal with. Like I said, he's actually quite challenging to kill now. Mid lane, oh, that's a lot of damage from Ari. Took out half his HP with the Scatter Blast. Ari,
Run, little Pango.
barely survives. I mean, literally half his HP went bye-bye from one Scatter Blast from this Rubik. TSM, 11k advantage. Roshan open, and they're going to move in.
Yeah, 20 minutes in, 11k is kinda significant, not gonna lie.
A free Roshan their way, TSM. Nothing to stop them from taking this.
They're not gonna contest this at all.
How do you?
I feel like you need a Skadian Morphling before you take the next fight. At least that's something, a bonus item. Do I think it's game changing? I do not, but it does help them.
You need a lot of things right now on the side of Firefrat. At least Blink is also up on the Pango now, so that's on the courier. Should enable Red to try and set up a little bit better. You're getting to that point though. I do feel like Tomato's becoming too much of an issue.
You think so?
Yeah, I actually do. Like, I actually feel like this build is quite clever, quite innovative. Listen.
Yeah, definitely. But if he jumps in alone or something like that, they can still blow him up. They have what it takes.
Well, there goes Moose once again. This Tiny has not had a series. Kasane just casually meteor hammering that tier 3 mid tower. No fear of dying. Giant now gonna get spotted out here on the snap fire. Gonna cookie down to the low ground, but I'm not sure if this saves him.
Top lane as well. Anti-Mage is chasing speed.
Yeah, there's nothing he can do either. He's just out of mana. Giant seems like he'll get away. Speed cannot, however. Meanwhile, Ari being chased down to the Rubik does manage to blink away. But trying on Kasane, but
He could Ravage, yeah.
he does Ravage. Immediate have it right there to follow up with the Split Earth. DNM still 4-staffed away as Giant does save.
13k ahead, 20-7.
Ouch.
And this could be high ground push as well. You still have the Aegis on Lash.
Rolling Thunder. It's a nice position to perma-stun up this AM. The Tomato, oh, he's dropping very low now and he does go down.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Like, you can have Vanguard, you can have Radiance, you're still an AM. You have 0 stats on you, besides the power treads and the branch.
Yeah, it's a big pick off.
Yeah, they do get him in the end.
Something you felt like they desperately needed here on the side of Firefrat. I just still question how they're going to come back into this though. Like, they're 13k behind on the side of Firefrat 4-staff and
Yeah, it's not looking great, I'll tell you that. It isn't looking too optimistic for 5 rats, but if they could throw that last game, they can win this one.
right, that's fair. Speed. He's gonna avoid the Split Earth here from Bryle, but the chase is still ongoing. Onslaught is back up in 4 seconds. Problem is Bryle. Oh, Speed. Pulverized the creep wave just before he goes to the TP out.
Yeah, show them who's the boss.
Sadly, they glyphed it anyway. Meanwhile,
Yeah.
Kasane gets Giant.
Yeah, top lane red.
Getting chased down here. Pretty much out of mana. Mana Void will get the job done.
Yeah, they're just falling all over the place.
Yeah, this feels like bullying right now from TSM.
I'm not sure what you're waiting for if you are 5 rats. Obviously, the Aegis to be respawned would be a good wait. But you need to stop the bleeding. Perhaps a smoke and a play around the base. If they overcommit, would be nice.
Jump in. Moose gonna try for Ari. Does find him, so that you do get a nice little Rubik kill there. Tomato is around the area. Brawl's gonna relocate him along with Whitemon. Oh, they're right onto DNM. He just
perfect kill.
gets deleted. Not even close.
Yeah, is there anything they can do about this, or... Because right now you just push. 40 seconds without a Morphling.
No buyback available. I mean, you wouldn't expect to have buyback at this time anyway. It's only 25 minutes into the game. There goes the tier 3 tower. At least backdoor protection does kick in for a little bit, but not for long enough.
They smoked up. Maybe they're thinking it's unexpected that we go this time.
Yeah, kisses are in, Rolling Thunder is going. It's a decent start. Problem is, Whitemon is not died yet, and he's providing way too much healing. Moose is being caught out. Whitemon does die, but it's already too late. You've lost Giant as well. The AM right by the Dire base, just going right after Red.
Ravage.
And now the Ravage out. DNM, he's in such trouble. Oh boy, he's gone. Right in front of the fountain. Even the Pulverize just just gets cancelled.
That's just unfortunate. Really nice Ravage from Kasane. They're catching a lot of them out. And the Morphling who just respawned, he falls instantly after.
Oh, look at this. Bryo is just annihilating them. It's not even close. Speed's out of mana. Speed will fall. 4 down. It might be around that time.
Yeah, I think this is around that time. Like, this is around the time that you usually call it. But all their death timers are kind of low, so maybe they'll wait to fight for top, because they still have a fight in them.
I mean, I appreciate the, positive outlook here from the side of 5-Rat. They are still 25k behind and 26 minutes into the game. Tier 4 towers under siege. Hex is out. They've got the Morphling again. DNM. He'll probably call it. They'll go for the Rolling Thunder. They'll try one more time, but
He's rolling out.
he is rolling out. GG.
GG's called. Yeah, this second one definitely wasn't nearly as competitive as the first match, as the first game.
Yeah.
Anti-Mage with the Vanguard Radiance completely winning solo, right? Right?
Yeah, I mean, look, here's the thing. Like, I hate this AM hero,
Okay.
right? And I don't like the fact that there's going to be people that look at this build and think this is the build to go. But it actually, it is better than going to Battle Fury, right? Like, at least you can kind of contribute to the team.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not completely sold on it just because of the way the lane goes.
Right.
If you get the ring earlier, maybe, then it's pretty solid.
Well, with that, we'll throw to our panel. We'll see what they had to think about this AM build. Panel?
Yeah, indeed. The AM build was quite spicy indeed. Fear, you've got your hand up. You can answer the question.
Yes, I do. So the Anti-Mage build, I checked it out on Dota 2 Pro Tracker. It's meta. All the Anti-Mage players are spamming it, Vanguard into Radiance, and it was very popular when the new patch came out. The more recent games, they've been shifting away from going towards the more recent builds, but it's been experimenting with a lot, and I think in the right game, and has its place.
Yeah, they definitely played it in China. I remember back when a couple of, actually just last patch, I say a couple of patches ago, but last patch we had,
all
yeah, feels like a long time ago. We had Slark Radiance coming out quite a lot in the China region, mostly as an answer to Naga Siren, but that was kind of spicy as well. So any chance they get, they will they'll sneak a Radiance in there. But no, I mean, this game not really about the Anti-Mage though, was it, T-Panda?
Yeah, not too much. I mean, again, Tomato's there to kind of clear it out, be the kind of pillar that's already been built on, and he's not going to push the pillar down. No, he's going to build another one too, right next to it. He's an architect, but the real architects in this team was, you could just put the whole team together. Like maybe Kasana, not with the Ravages here, but this is a game where Brawl really got to shine, right? Like this Leshrac, compared to game number 1 where he was, I wouldn't say shut down, but contested. This game, too, he's got a lot more free reign. He's working brilliantly together with this IO. Felt a bit unstoppable, too, since this the Primal Beast kind of lives off of the early burst, kind of with the Pango, too. Red 2, not his best Pango game. Game 1, he was so much better. Now it just felt like he's not quite present.
I mean, it could be just due to how the drafts are different. I think maybe Giant being on the Snapfire instead of the Undying was a big contributing factor. Speed, while sure, Primal has some good attributes, but his Timbersaw was always showing up with the damage there. So I feel like they just didn't have the same answers in game number 1. I guess they got banned out. They didn't have a choice. They had to go for something new here. But yeah, the IO Leshrac combo really took off this game, and I think Kasane, even though the Ravages did miss, he still was present in the fights with the Leshrac in the early game. So like
he was
that's all that was necessary, really.
And a big importance about the 5-rat draft, there's no sustain. There's no sustainer, no healer, no healing benefits coming out.
Yeah, it's always tough to play this kind of game when you're in that situation. And as you can see on the scoreboard there, TSM now taking their spot at the top. There it is. And 5-Rat 4-Staff, unfortunately, losing 2 games in a row, which puts them slap bang at the bottom. Unfortunate for these guys. They're going to have to get some wins. But, still to face a lot of these other teams. Very early days here at the moment. But, yeah, I mean, who are your standout performances of the game?
The last game, it had to have been Iolesh. Like, they just took over the whole game.
Whitemon Brow.
Yeah, Whitemon Brow. Collectively, they should get the MVP because they were attached to each other the entire time. They were as one.
Split
indeed.
MVP screen asked.
No, merge them.
Merge them together.
Okay, well, yeah, we don't have the MVP screen again, so just give me a
okay.
second.
We're gonna draw.
All right. So
He's cooking.
It's great.
okay, that is brilliant
bunny?
for what? That took 10
No,
seconds
it's a
to
go.
draw.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So that's
I like
10
it.
seconds to draw. I love it. I'm
Thank
sorry
you.
I
I also
laughed
love
because
it.
that's actually a split. What's it called? Blitz drawing.
Thank you. Yeah, that was.
That's awesome.
I didn't know what you were going to say, so I had to do it on the fly. But yes, indeed. I mean, it really was the comeback of the IO Leshrac. You know, they let them get it twice in a row. They thought they'd kind of figured out a little bit in game number 1, but they had not. And it really did feel like the Leshrac was basically the only, you know, it's like Leshrac and 4 supports, basically. Sorry, Anti-Mage, but we didn't really feel the impact coming out from him because there didn't need to be. He didn't need to really do much. He just kind of turned up at the end for the final game screen, and
Well,
that was pretty much it.
Even if 5 Rat 4 staff never really live up to their name, TSM with Brawl on the mids, team solo mids, Brawl and Whitemon, living up to their name, getting a win on the board, 2-0 stomp.
True, absolutely true. Thank you very much. Yes, indeed. A little bit of cope. But let's throw it over to our interview for this one. We've got Ari on the microphone to talk to us from TSM. Ari, how are you doing? And did you enjoy this game?
Hi, I'm doing well. Thanks for having me. I enjoyed game 2 a lot more than game 1. I'd say that.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, do you still enjoy playing Rubik even after so many games on the hero?
Yeah, I love this hero. And the great thing about Rubik is that you're playing like every hero in the game in one hero, so it's quite hard to get bored of him.
True. Very true. So where are you now? Are you in the UK or are you in the US?
In the UK, unless we're boot camping, I'll just play from here on ping.
Okay. And how is that? And with the time zone and everything?
Well, it's kind of hard. I mean, some people say they don't notice 100 ping very much, but for me personally, I notice it quite a lot. And with time zone, I have had to adjust my schedule quite a lot. So I wake up at like midday and then I'll go sleep at 4 a.m. so that I can play these kinds of games at 1 a.m. in the morning.
Fun. We know how that one feels, don't we? Fair.
Yeah, sure. So what has been your focus individually since the major as a player?
Me individually, it's definitely stacking camps. I don't know why, I just can't remember to stack camps, and this is like a big problem for us. You probably noticed a big difference between game 1 and game 2. In game 1, I was forgetting to stack the camps, and in game 2, I stacked every minute from minute 2, and that made the game a lot easier. And one other thing I always forget is the time roche. It's just like some small things like this that I forget, but they're actually a really big deal. So I'm just trying. I have a note on my desk that says time roche, stack camps, and then I'm like trying to remember and make it a habit.
That's actually a good question. I'm going to follow up on that. Like, is that your responsibility on the team to time Roche? Sometimes you have like your designated Roche timer, usually the POS 5, but is that your responsibility or do you guys split it up amongst the team?
Well, Whitemon's really good at it, so he does it every time, but I just want to do it myself anyway in case he happens to forget. And also in my pubs, it's very helpful to know.
And talk about your pubs, actually. You are like the highest MMR support player, I think, at the moment. What is your secret to winning pubs as a POS 4?
It's a tough question. I'd say being more mechanically skilled than everyone else.
All right, I'll piggyback off of that one. Is there any POS 4 hero that you just don't play right now that is traditionally looked as a POS 4 that you still need to learn?
Yeah, quite a lot actually. I mean, I only started playing this role less than a year ago, so I've not like made my way through all of the heroes.
What's the next one on the list?
They're not in meta, but there's some like Nyx Assassin, for example. I have 0 games on. Dark Willow would be pretty cool. 0 games. IO 0 games. There's like quite a lot of heroes like this that would be good to know, but I just haven't really got around to it yet.
All right. That kind of answered actually the 2 questions I had in mind. So I got 2 others. Thank God for that.
Sweating.
This man has got big brains. I'm going to talk about the team. You know, we want to know more about TSM and the individuals. So who sounds the most excited in the team when things do go well?
It's quite hard to say because, to be honest, everyone in the team is really calm and like composed regardless of how things are going. But I'd say maybe Bryle is the most happy when things are going well. Yeah.
All right. I mean, we did kind of talk on Tour 1 about the getting together with new personalities and kind of quiet and shy, but it's good that there's a bit of voice happening. And also, regarding that, what kind of things do you guys discuss during your breaks? You don't have to go like super detailed about strats and stuff, but is there some specific things that kind of occur from game to game that you guys do talk during? Is there something funny happening on different topics? Somebody talking about their cooking or whatever? Just tell us what's going on there in the comms.
It's like a mixture of everything. So usually right after the game, Moon will come in and he'll like tell us a few important things that will help us to win the next game that we should have done this game. And then he won't like say too much, so it won't take up the whole break, just to not overwhelm us. Just like some small things that will help us win the next game. And then people will just like half the team will just like wander off and go get a drink or something. And then a couple of others will talk about something really random, like Kasane will be telling us about the latest voice line packs that he really likes and trying to convince me to buy it so he can spam it with me. Something like this, yeah.
Actually, on that, is there any like particular memes that you guys usually talk about during the draft? Is there like pictures going on in the Discord channel or something like that?
Usually there's some memes with like hero player combinations. Like Kasane Batrider, for example, we tried it one time and it was just so terrible. So now whenever there's a scenario where someone's thinking, oh, Batrider 3, that would be really good to hear, and then someone says, Kasane Bat, let's go. Like something like this, you know?
Yeah.
There's a few hero combos that are like that. There was also one game where I played Doom 4 in a scrim, and I told everyone I was going to buy Bearing and Greaves, and they were like, yeah, nice, we're going to have loads of auras. And then I just bought Travels Midas BKB.
All right.
You are a pub
Awesome.
player.
References
Nice.
that game when we mentioned Doom 4 potentially.
All right. Thanks for that.
You scarred them. You scarred them. Well, you are relatively new to the pro scene, Ari. Are there any pro players who you like really kind of looked up to before you kind of made it? And if so, did you get a chance to meet them when you were at the major?
Generally, I don't look up to many people. I just like to figure things out by myself and don't really like copy anyone. But when I was learning this role, I would say Dave and Saxo are my favorite two Pulse 4s. They're the two I admired the most. Not that I really got to speak to them at the major, but there are lots of really cool people at the major that I made friends with, like Quinn, for example, really funny, great guy. And Tofu, he was really cool, and I look up to him a lot in this role right now.
Awesome. All right. Well, I think that's it from us. Ari, thank you so much. Very insightful interview. And thank you for doing the UK proud once again.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Alrighty, good stuff. Well, TSM grabbing themselves another win to put themselves at the top of the leaderboards, at least for now, but still very, very early days. But, I think 5 out of 4 stuff also showing a little bit of hope in that first game. I think they just need to find a bit more consistency, get a bit more practice in, which we do find ourselves saying about a lot of these teams in NA. But do you rate them kind of, whereabouts in their power rankings are they for you after these first 3 days?
5 rat? I mean, I think they're above Dog and Felt right now.
It's good.
I would say. I mean, I think their chances of escaping relegation look pretty good. I'll put it that way. But I don't think there is much of a chance for qualification for a major. But I think their goal is probably just to stay in Division 1.
Yeah, I'd be somewhere in the same lines. I wouldn't rate 5 rat too high, but I'm also going to not put them at the bottom, basically. I feel like they've got a lot of good building blocks going on in the team. Some of the players that they have in the team are somewhat established, and I think what we were just looking for them is to prove that they are here to stay in Division 1 and see some more exciting games coming out from 5 rat, because I feel like they've got the building blocks, right?
They do, and it's interesting you mentioned Dogchamp as well, because that is going to be their next matchup. On the 18th, so that's a very exciting one. Meanwhile, TSM, their next match is going to be against Bait, very interesting game for Bait, to be honest. But let's have a look at how the leaderboard looks after today's games and where everyone's standing, because TSM will be the team at the top, the only team to secure themselves 2 wins at the moment. Dogchamp and Shopify in the middle, which is probably not going to stay here for very long, but that's where they are as things stand, and 5 rat at the bottom for the time being, but some tough matches for them so far.
Rebellion's going to stay 5th.
Hot take, hot take.
Hot take indeed. Maybe a bit too hot there, buddy.
Mike
Pump the
would
brakes.
probably approve with his predictions today. So
Yeah, that's
He
true.
probably
That's true.
would. Same energy.
Same energy. Let's have a look at the games we've got coming up tomorrow because we have a big old day of NA Dota. That is right. 3 series coming up. We've got Bait versus Nouns as our cool intro game. Then it's going to heat up for Felt versus Wildcard Gaming. And then finally the grand finale. We've got 5-Rat 4-Stuff versus DogChamp battling it up in probably a very important series. I mean, both of these teams are kind of in the middle / bottom, so if you want to stay out of relegation, winning this series will be very important indeed. And Fear, you're saying that you're kind of leaning towards 5-Rat on this one.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I think 5-Rat is a team right now that just like has shown that they can battle against some of the best. They might not be able to win, but they can put up at least an entertaining game. While we saw the DogChamp series earlier, that one wasn't too entertaining. They kind of got rolled over real fast. So
Yeah.
that's all I'm basing my of game knowledge off of just watching those games from earlier, and it looks like 5-Rat does have the edge on them.
T-Panda of Bait managed to win you over since their last series. Are you tempted to lean their way?
man, I mean, we talked a lot with Snare about Bait during Tour 1 and always building up that kind of hope, and never happened.
But they won day one.
And now they won day one, and I'm like,
turned up.
should I just get that canister from somewhere, you know, that build up my hopes again for Bait and just not let go of it? Because it's like, why are you doing this to me, this team? Like, can you actually win like 3 series in a row and be like, damn, Bait's actually super hot, instead of going like 0-5 and they win the last 2 series and they're like, oh, this is what we were waiting for this entire tour to happen. So conflicted feelings.
Yeah,
Very mixed
yeah, well,
feelings.
You never know. Maybe they'd go undefeated, beating TSM, beating Rebellion.
That's a hot
First
take.
place from North America.
Okay, Fear.
It is possible.
Calm down.
Imagine the Quinn tweet. I'm there for it. I'm there for it. Alrighty, well, that's going to just about do it for today's games. It's been a hell of a ride. Some fun series coming out, but in the end, the big boys do take the victory as expected. And we will see you tomorrow for more NA Dota action. But from today, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.